Hello, hello, hello. I don't know if I just did the same thing. I pressed a button. Looks like we're live. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier. Today is another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Today in particular, we will be discussing Capricorn Rising. With all of these thumbnails, I looked on Ernst Wilhelm's New Rashi Sutras, and he describes that each rising sign is associated with a color. Capricorn's color has this wavy, sort of grease slick kind of rainbow quality. It's all the qualities. It's earth, cardinal earth, in fact. All the color qualities sort of squashed into one. That is the nature of earth. It's interesting that much classical Vedic alchemical reckoning often describes consciousness and the elements as a primary three. Vata, air; Pitta, fire; Kapha, which is like water and earth. But if we were to consider it as fire, air, fire, and water as the three primary elements, earth is the one that subsumes them all together. Earth is the thing that we see physically manifested. And the thing that is physically manifested to a dense vibration has to contain it is the admixture of the other three elements represented on material earth. It's interesting to think about it that way. So already I have some good friends pouring in. Toxica, Oma Zaber, Jessica Corrine, Avanti, Teresa, Goddess Essence Energy. Nice to see all of you here. And I'm sure we're going to have more people popping in. This is a live stream, folks. It's been a while since I've done one like this with the rising signs. As we know, these things go forever. I just drank all the hippie coffee, dandelion blend, with a little bit of this mushroom caffeine. If I drink too much caffeine, it's not good for me. I'm too vata for caffeine. But I also ate some oatmeal, so at some point I'm going to have to go to the bathroom. This is going to be a 5-hour episode, probably. So hold on to your butts, my Capricorn friends and friends who love Capricorn. I'm seeing that we're already getting a few Capricorns in here. Jessica, Goddess Essence. Very nice to have you guys here. Now, let's start digging in today. I decided today that the first thing we're going to begin with is a little small rendition on the nature of this rising sign. I feel like I should have been doing it this way from the start. The Ascendant, interpreting the Ascendant. So, there's lots of different places where we can get information on the rising signs. I feel like I should have been doing it from Stephen Arroyo from the beginning. I love I usually do a book called Isabella Hickey's Cosmic Astrology to describe the rising sign. This one's a little bit more bare bones, a little bit less mystical. I'm a mystical guy. That's why I love Isabel M. Hickey. She's the year of the rabbit. She has that mysticism. Stephen Arroyo is the year of the fire dog. He's a little bit more grounded. But I love Stephen Arroyo's work. So let's begin with a little rendition of Stephen Arroyo's Chart Interpretation Handbook. We are getting a little taste of Capricorn Ascendant right off the beginning. I just want to have my phone. I should have done this first. I want to have my phone prepared on the video so that I can answer your guys' questions. Okay, so let's dig into Capricorn Rising right from the bat. What are we dealing with here? Maybe I'll do this just for what the heck. Capricorn Rising. Capricorn Rising often expresses itself with extreme negativity and skepticism, more often than Capricorn Sun does. And this is a part of what Stephen Arroyo does in this book, is he describes the difference between Capricorn Rising and Capricorn Sun, between the Ascendant and the Sun in all these. So Capricorn Rising is actually has this skepticism and negativity, and they say no a lot, just like Saturn would, especially the earthbound Saturn. Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. Saturn ruling Capricorn, the earth sign, is going to do a lot of naysaying. However, one should understand that in the case of the Capricorn Sun and the Capricorn Rising, this apparent cynicism and disdain for the new, it's often a protective cover for a more inquisitive, vulnerable, and even spiritually open nature. So let's just leave that as our little beginning. Now, Capricorn simply does not like to have time wasted on unproven ideas. It wants to see what has worked in the past. Like a crocodile, you know, they say Capricorn's animal is a crocodile maraka. And the crocodile, there's a psychedelic deep reason why the crocodile is considered to be an animal symbol for Capricorn. It's amphibious. It comes from water and it can be on land. It's kind of happy in this progression. That's like it's always in a state of progression, the crocodile. And most importantly, what the crocodile is one of the oldest species on our planet. It's basically a dinosaur. And the reason that its species has lasted so long is because what it does works. It has stuck to what's tried and true. That's why the crocodile is still alive today. And there's a similar thing going on with what Capricorn is paying attention to. Hello, Jelly. Hello, Millie Mesh. So Capricorn doesn't like to have time wasted on unproven ideas. But practical and logical proof, even of unorthodox realities, will often be enough to capture their interest and eliminate their automatic skepticism. So this is, for example, if you give a Capricorn an understanding for proofs or for a method that would make a means that seems impossible go towards ends that might be possible, Capricorn is like, this could be a cool, brilliant invention. Like Nikola Tesla. I don't know if he's got Capricorn in his chart, but that's what I'm thinking of. Somebody who is dealing with things that are a complete invention beyond the paradigm of understanding on our planet, but he has a reasoning. Tesla could explain his thinking, and a Capricorn mind would be like, Although Capricorn's Sun and Ascendant are both extremely concerned with outer form, appearances, and reputation, the Capricorn Ascendant seems to be far more fearful of public opinion, often going to great lengths to appear normal, conservative, and safe. The Capricorn Sun seems to have a greater drive towards achievement and authority, and a bit more of a determined approach to worldly success. You have to keep in mind that the Capricorn Sun, the Sun is kind of being squished a little bit by its starvation by Saturn, because Saturn starves the Sun. We're going to talk about how that has something to do with Capricorn Rising having overall a bit of detriment towards the Sun. So Capricorn Sun has a greater drive towards achievement and authority, a more determined approach to worldly success. Capricorn Ascendant sometimes seems satisfied with merely being secure. It's an Earth rising sign. Both of these are so impersonal that relations with others are often problematical. Although Capricorn Sun, more often than Capricorn Ascendant, finds it hard to relate on an even one-to-one level. So, it's very interesting about Capricorn Rising. That was pretty good. I think I'm going to start talking about this little book for each rising sign a little bit more often. I like how that worked out. Very concise, gives us an idea of what Capricorn is all about. And I think that's a good primer for the work that we're going to be moving through in our astrology session today. So that was again from Stephen Arroyo. And I'm just looking for... You'll have to excuse me for a moment, folks. I'm not finding an important thing. What would that be called? Lagnas. Whew. For a second there, I couldn't find my... Yeah. All right. Okay. Was a little bit worried for a second there. So we have the presentation. Whew. So that was a nice little piecing together of what Capricorn is all about. A nice little introduction to the nature of Capricorn as a whole. Now we've seen the nature condensed, as one big, bang, broad, or maybe rather narrow picture of what Capricorn is. Now we're going to stretch it out. We're going to start piecing together what it is that makes this Capricorn rising nature how it is. Often in astrology, it's easy to just go to the little portal and see what's Capricorn rising like, and we see it displayed. But there's a reason why Capricorn rising is so skeptical. It's not just because it's an earth sign, it's not just because it's the cardinal earth sign, although these things are all saying the same thing. There's also the fact that the sun is the lord of the 8th house. The moon is the lord of the 7th house. Mars rules the 4th house. Aggressive Mars has its Mula Tricona Aries on the 4th house. That's part of its nature. Capricorn is diplomatic at work. It's got Libra on the 10th house. Capricorn has earthy Taurus ruling its 5th house. So Venus rules the 10th diplomatic 10th house of Libra and the creative 5th house of Taurus. These are all ways that we're going to be talking about and discussing the nature of Capricorn. So we just talked about the essence of Capricorn rising. Now, in this part of the video, we're going to be discussing what makes up Capricorn rising. I just sort of mentioned it a little bit, how when we see Capricorn rising, we know that it is a cardinal earth sign. When we hear that it's skeptical, that it's pragmatic, that it's like a crocodile, part of this comes from the fact that it's a cardinal earth sign. But of course, the cardinal earth sign rising would have qualities that resonate with everything that makes up a Capricorn. Part of this is the nature of Saturn. And part of this is the fact that, for example, for Capricorn rising, the sun rules the 8th house. The stable sun, that's supposed to be a stable part of our lives, is the ruler of the unstable 8th house. So there's a desire to fixate instability into a determined stable thing for Capricorn. Remember, the crocodile is like amphibious in a way. That is almost a depiction of having the sun as the 8th lord. Capricorn has Aries ruling its 4th house. That's the tough Aries is ruling the emotional 4th house. Capricorn is diplomatic at work, but it has Taurus ruling the 5th house. So Venus and Libra, Venus ruling Libra and Taurus together rules the 5th house and the 10th house. There's a creativity involved in the workplace. So all of these things together make up what Capricorn rising is, what we've just read from Stephen Arroyo, right? So, yeah, our friend Goddess Energy just made the connection. The crocodile walks on land and water. It's amphibious, just like the sea goat is the Western depiction of Capricorn. It's got the legs of a fish, but the front parts of a goat. Vedic astrology actually uses a similar appellation. The behind quarters of Capricorn is like a fin, and then the front quarters is like some kind of land-bearing animal. Now, in this video, in this series, we've been discussing everything that makes up a rising sign. So let's crack into Capricorn and start to discuss what it is that makes Capricorn what it is. And the first slide that is going to bring us to a little bit of realization of that is this slide here. So in this next bit, for reference, we're going to talk about Saturn for a little bit, and that's talking about the symbol of Saturn, why the symbol of Saturn is what it is. Everyone's seen the cross with the bummed leg. It's basically a cross and a little crescent, as we're going to see. We're going to talk about the symbol of Saturn. We're going to talk about Saturn from the Vedic perspective, what its deities are, and these roots of what Saturn as a planet is all about. And then that will lead us to talking about Capricorn rising. So first, let's begin talking a little bit about the planet Saturn again. So for now, I'm just going to do this like this. Yeah, all right, that can stay. So this is the symbolism of the planetary glyphs. The basic building blocks of the planetary glyphs are represented by the following. We have the circle, the crescent, and the cross. All of the planetary glyphs are represented by one of these three pieces. We can see Venus is a circle and a cross. Mars is kind of a funny one. It's the only one that uses an arrow that's kind of outside of these. Jupiter is essentially an upside down Saturn. It's a cross with the crescent going upward. The sun is, of course, a circle. The moon is, of course, a crescent. Mercury is actually got all three of them. It's the circle and the cross, and the crescent horns are on top of Mercury. So Saturn, of course, doesn't have as much to do with the circle. Saturn is using the crescent and the cross. Here's something I want to get you guys to think about. The circle represents boundless, infinite, eternal, without beginning, without end. It's the spirit. It's the Atman. The crescent is like the Jivatman. The crescent represents the personality, half the circle. So when we think about it, I want you guys to think about this, that remember at the beginning I keep saying that Capricorn is this, like, that's why we have the antifreeze gas spill coloration of Capricorn, is that it has all the colors combined, like all the earth signs. Imagine when you think about it, okay? Fire is the sun. Water is the moon. The air between them is the balance that we have between those two. So air itself is its own element, its own capacity. Between the fire and the water and the air which mixes them, we have the Jivatman, the energy. But that Jivatman needs to be carried somehow, and that's the earth. The earth is all three of these in combination manifested into a single repository. It's a good word for what earth is. So Saturn in particular, as we see it, it is mostly the crescent and the cross. It's mostly the cross, really. The crescent is the energy of the personality, of the karma. The cross symbolizes earth living. It's the opposition between the human and the divine. It's the signature of our planet, Earth. So remember, this reading is coming from Isabel M. Hickey's Astrology, a Cosmic Science. She's a sort of Christian mystic religionist. And so that's kind of where she comes from when she talks about some of her stuff. You know, she says, "We are the rebel angels that set our will against the will of God in order to learn to be gods in our own right." And she's not necessarily saying that we have to completely usurp the throne of God in this instance. Rather, she's saying that we have to individuate in order to bring Eden within ourselves. That's why Adam and Eve left Eden. God was not stupid. He knew what was going to happen, because we needed to leave Eden in order to recreate our own Eden ourselves through free will. Psychedelic when you think about it. So the cross is our earthly living. It's our karma. It's the necessity of the darkness that we have to deal with. It's the, so Saturn looks like a sickle. And notice, of course, it looks like an upside down Jupiter. You know, if I could just be playful here, what the heck? We have the technology. I'm just going to look up Sagittarius. Now, when you look at this little depiction of Jupiter, it's the crescent on top, this big rhino horn. And then I've kind of emphasized the crescent in this little symbol. And then we have the cross. Very simple to make, right? And that's Jupiter. That's where the crescent, the personality, the spirit, the Jivatman, is above the material. You see how the moon, the crescent, is above the cross? And that represents an important dimension of human consciousness. Just like Saturn, where the material responsibility is above the crescent. So we see that the Saturn looks like a sickle. The crescent moon is put in service to material karma. So the symbol of the cross of manifestation above the crescent. Again, this comes from Isabel M. Hickey. The moon, or the personality, is held down by the cross. It's like we're channeling our energy into material productivity. The only portion of ourselves that can be crucified is the dark self, the personality. Saturn cannot transform you, only the mask you wear. All restraints and limitations imposed by Saturn are really the individual themselves, because the world of appearance is a mirror in which we see reflected our own nature. So what Saturn is restraining and limiting is essentially the narrowing of all infinite potential into specific practical functional potential. You know, I almost want to say that again. Really what Saturn is all about is taking all of the possibilities, the infinite actions that come from the self, and narrows it down to a specific functional channel that is appropriate for this moment, this karma, this life, this existence, this part of the ride. Saturn is called the oldest of the gods, and to this angel was given the rulership of Earth, the personality. Saturn represents the first law of manifestation, the law of limitation in order to build character. Saturn focalizes or concentrates energy. As the planet of necessity, it demands acceptance of the material world as the temporary proving ground for the spirit. Now, Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. These are signs that are less concerned with generation and the vital animal forces. Capricorn rules the knee, as well as Ernst Wilhelm describes, it's not just about the knee, but it's also about the upper, like the thigh. Aquarius rules the shanks and the ankle. These are two parts that enable the body to bend and to move forward and to progress. So wherever Saturn is by sign and house, the keynote is conservation. Saturn is not evil. Rather, as each individual sets the creative process in motion, Saturn relentlessly brings back to the individual his creation. It's great writing here. Saturn shows the weaknesses and lacks in the character, so they can be changed into strengths. In the birth chart, Saturn is the ruler of the ego, for it collects and retains impressions made upon the consciousness through experience. Through experience being the key. Consciousness has to lean into the narrow, finite parameters of the experience that it has had through the human brain on planet Earth. Saturn gathers the fruit of every experience and builds it into soul power. In understanding the mission of Saturn lies the solution to the mystery of life, that being like Sisyphus's boulder. And there's that's a very Saturnian image if you understand Sisyphus's boulder. He rolls it, if you've ever heard of Sisyphus, he's the dude who rolls the boulder uphill, and then the boulder just rolls right back down oh gosh, you know, like I've spent all this time making this progression. I've lived up to 70 years old. I lived this whole life. And then the boulder runs down. It all disappears. It all goes away. You can't take it with you. On the billion-year voyage to God, you got to check your baggage at the door. But while you check your baggage at the door, you do bring something with you. And what that is the cultivation of the ergonomic design of the spirit, which you have tapped into and experienced. Experience is a bitch unless it goes well. That's why we say Saturn is the boss. And the boss can hire or the boss can fire. The boss can bring you higher or the boss can fire you. The boss will promote those who work well and do their work right and pay attention to what you're supposed to be paying attention to. And Saturn will kick your ass if you're not doing that, in order that you can do that. Saturn the Great, Shani, is it's by some considered to be the great. It's the most important planet. It's the one that hangs around by everybody. It's everybody's humble slave, the hermit, the humble servant that's always back behind the lines, making sure that nobody gets lost on the path to soul evolution. I love Saturn. It's very important to me. I have Rahu, Uranus, and Capricorn in Uranus, Neptune, and Rahu in Capricorn. It's very important to all of us. It's very important to me. Saturn builds walls around the self until it is strong enough to stand without them. It is a constricting, contracting influence until the soul is strong enough to break down the selfishness and separateness in the person and go free. Saturn indicates places one must conform and accept if they would know security within and without. So in a personal chart, when something is going on with Saturn, especially when Saturn's the Amakaraka, when you have Capricorn or Aquarius as the Swamsha, when you are Capricorn or Aquarius rising, or Capricorn or Aquarius moon, when Capricorn or Aquarius, it has the most planets in it, when there's any emphasis of Saturn. Saturn represents time, safety urges, discipline, principles of contraction, and crystallization is a great word for Saturn. Organization, ambition, limitation and delay, old age, the wisdom of experience. It's a great word. Self-preservation. Saturn rules bones, skin, and teeth in the physical body. Rules Capricorn in its feminine aspect and Aquarius in its positive expression. So then we would have gone to the introductory thing that I began with there, right? So this is our description of Saturn at its nature. So this is the nature of Capricorn is very much, contained in the consciousness of Saturn. Saturn is the thing that makes Capricorn, in a lot of ways, what it is. But it's funny when I say that, because part of what Saturn is also the qualities of Capricorn. Except Capricorn is the feminine side of Saturn. Each planet, like Saturn, is made up of usually two rashis, two signs. It's got a feminine manifestation and a masculine manifestation, with the exception of the sun and the moon. The sun is just purely Leo, the moon is purely Cancer. Everything else has a male and female. So, we've just described a little bit of the nature of Saturn through the symbol. Now let's discuss a little bit, before we move on, let's discuss the nature of the avatar and deity of Saturn. And this is going to come from Graha Sutras by Ernst Wilhelm. In the Vedic conception, each planet is really just like the tip of an iceberg of mythos and of psychic, of collective archetypes in this unconscious psyche. And there are stories that tell us a little bit about each planet. Now, this one seems to be a long one, but I think we should still go through it. I'm just going to see how long this other one is. Venus. Oh, that's interesting. So there's avatars and there's deities. In the beginning of Brihat Parashara Horashastra, which is a very important Vedic book. This is one of the deepest cuts, greatest hits of ancient theological Jyotish. Brihat Parashara Horashastra was a book written by this dude named Parashara, who's considered to be in the lineage of great rishis. There's a whole story to the birth of him. Some say it's myth, some say it is fact, just like so many things in Vedic mythology and history. And Parashara, the original Parashara book, has lots of, I've done a video describing how Ernst himself says that there's a lot of corruption that came through a lot of these books because you're playing telephone, you know? I often like to say when it comes to reading ancient texts on anything, but very much so with astrology, there's a haiku that I like to go along with it. And this comes from Jack Kerouac. Jack Kerouac's haiku goes like this. Blackbird, no, bluebird, branch, still jumping. Was it a blackbird that I saw, or was it a bluebird that was seen? All we know is that the branch is jumping. Something was there. We see the smoke from the fire, but we didn't see the fire. When you play a game of telephone, you say, alligator. You whisper it, alligator, in one person's ear, goes all the way around the circle, and by the time it comes back to you, it becomes elephant. And that's completely different from the original word that was said. The same thing happens through time. So Parashara, unfortunately, is full of lots of corruption, but there are things in Parashara which Ernst Wilhelm has done a great job in finding the ones that have a certain type of authority, that have a resonance, that are repeated in circles consistently and repeatedly used. There's lots of ways to drum it up. And one of the first parts of Parashara is talking about the avatars and deities. And so there's a lot of good extra data about the planets by reading about the avatars and deities. So let's start digging in. We're going to read about Kurma the Tortoise, who is the avatar of Saturn. There's lots of interesting things to be said about Kurma the Tortoise. It lives a long time. I thought I had more water than this. I'm going to have to get water at some point. That's okay, though. So let's dig into a little bit about the deity of Saturn. This is the avatar. So a deity of Saturn is an eternal living deity that it moves through the spirit of the planet. The avatar is an avatar that Parashara pointed at, which says, this is an avatar of Vishnu, whose energy, Vishnu incarnated several times as avatars throughout time. According to Parashara, each one of those avatars carried the manifestation energy of one of the planets. Kurma, the tortoise, was an avatar, a manifestation of Vishnu, who resonated with Saturn. So this is the avatar of Saturn. Very long ago, at the time of the very beginning of the world, there was, as usual, a war in the heavens between the Devas and the Asuras. It's the thermodynamic exchange of being. It's almost Pitta being fire and water being kapha. Fire being the devas, pitta, and water being the asuras, kapha, up and down, both being expressions of the self. The devas could not stand against the fierceness of the asuras at this particular time, and many of the devas were dying. Indra and the others thus went to Lord Brahma for help. Brahma advised that they pray, of course, as they always do, to the Supreme Lord Vishnu, who is the center, who is being within all beings. The devas, along with Brahma, accordingly prayed to Lord Vishnu and asked him to take pity upon the plight of the devas. Vishnu appeared and counseled them to make peace with the asuras in order to buy time. He stated that they must obtain the Amrita. So this is the whole story of Mount Mandara, where they had to churn the ocean. And so that this process would guarantee that the asuras, Vishnu promised that the asuras wouldn't gain any of the Amrita that was churned from the ocean of milk. So the devas made peace with the asuras, and then they began to churn the ocean. And there's a whole story there that's really beautiful. Now, the whole mountain upon which they were churning the ocean, again, this is like fire and water, are trying to churn the ocean. We as spiritual beings are trying to enjoy churning the ocean of the dualities within us. But fire and water cannot channel the purpose of their intrinsic realization without some kind of platform to hold the resistance between the two. So what happened is they got a tortoise. Because the mountain was becoming so heavy, it was falling through the universe, Vishnu appeared in the form of a giant tortoise and went beneath the mountain. And that's Saturn, that's Earth, that's responsibility, that's restriction, that's the narrowing that we talk about. It's interesting that the Native American peoples call Earth Turtle Island. There's a lot of interesting resonances here. So I guess that I lost my place here. Here we go. So that is that whole story. Kurma the tortoise made it possible to perform the difficult churning of the ocean by raising the mountain after it had sunk into the ocean. Saturn provides the capacity to persevere through difficult tasks. It's also Saturn who is slow and persevering, just like a turtle, right? And the rabbit in the rabbit in the tortoise story, Saturn is the tortoise who makes it in the long run. So only the very most wise, the devas, the wisest devas and the sages even noticed that Kurma was at the bottom, the tortoise. Similarly, Saturn is responsible for performing all the many actions that usually go unnoticed, but which make great things possible. In society, Saturn rules the laborer, whose actions often go unnoticed, but without which no great society could ever develop. If Saturn's well disposed in the horoscope, an individual can not only work hard, but they can perform the tedious, seemingly unimportant and unnoticed things that are the foundation of great deeds. The Asuras got this, so they churned the ocean with the help of the Devas and the Asuras together, churned the ocean with this giant snake wrapped around a mountain. The Asuras were kind of stupid, and they said, you know, we want the head of the snake, because they thought that would be where the good thing. That's where they thought treasure would come from. But what ended up happening is that the snake was where the exhaust pipe was on this churning. So the Asuras suffered. In the same manner, Saturn often causes emptiness and lack. that makes a person unwilling to accept what they are given, and when they try to get or to demand more, they often end up with less. The Asuras churned the ocean with attachment and desire, but the Devas churned the ocean with the goal of the inner Amrita, which they needed for their divine survival. Capricorn and Aquarius, ruled by Saturn, both can have this deeper survival, the most ergonomic thing, the design of human consciousness. Capricorn and Aquarius, through Saturn, can have this understanding of. If Saturn is weak and afflicted, and if one as a result performs actions with attachment and desire paramount, is it for immediate glorification, for immediate gratification, as opposed to having some larger, deeper motive, then they won't succeed as successfully, for there are countless desires that will be happy to interfere. So Ernst is giving us, through this Kurma, the tortoise story, a sense of Saturn's, again, true purpose, capacity, and motive. Very powerful and very deep. So there is a similar sort of thing that goes on with that. That was the avatar of Saturn, is Kurma, the tortoise. We have a similar story going on with Brahma. So Brahma is the deity. Brahma exists eternally in Saturn. We're going to talk about how it's actually Brahma as well as Yama. Now, this one's a little bit shorter, so I'm just going to go through it. Brahma is the creator who has actively created the three worlds of heaven, earth, and the nether regions, the subconscious, etc. In order to manifest creation, the Absolute must hide behind a veil in order to give the idea of creation being separate from himself. This veil is termed as Maya and is created by each individual's avidya. It's the ignorance of their soul, nature, and unity. Saturn is responsible for this avidya. Saturn creates this ignorance through governing the flow of the life force in the nerves, the indriyas. As a result of the life force, and therefore the consciousness, descending into the nerves, we perceive things as soft, solid, bright, dark, colored, hot, cold, mother, father, etc. This sort of, again, this amorphous, colored, antifreeze drip part of reality. In other words, we see things not as God, and thus the created worlds of Brahma are experienced. In this way, Brahma requires Saturn in order to create. It's this very psychedelic thing that's basically saying that in order to experience God, we have to experience not God, which is everything, which is actually the whole purpose of experiencing everything as not God, is to experience God. Very psychedelic. But it shows that Saturn is a key doorway. If Saturn was the way into the progenesis of creation, then Saturn is also going to be the way through, if God is an open door called Saturn, then the way back into God is also very much through that same door. Saturn is a very key aspect of returning back to the essence. Now, another god, another deity of Saturn is Yama. Yama is a common deity associated with Saturn, the god of death. So Yama is the god of death, who leads disembodied souls into one of the darker or brighter regions of the astral world according to each individual's merit. Yama means control. Like when we think of pranayama, you're controlling the prana, moving, maneuvering the prana. Among all forms of self-control, the control of the life force is most essential, the indriyas. That's why Indra was so great in the old Vedas. Through Yama, there is the enforced control of the life force as it is withdrawn from the body at death. Saturn is the graha that represents death, as well as the restraining self-control of won't power, not willpower, but won't power, which is so necessary for avoiding many of the ills, both small and large, of life. Saturn is the one that keeps us away from the poison. It's the won't power. It's the resistance. Saturn is the final resistance from that which does not serve. It's the ability to say, no, that thing is not for me. It's by saying no to that which is not self that we gain closer to that which is the self. So Saturn is a very important planet for all of us. And so that being said, of course, Saturn and those ruled by Saturn are going to have strong blessings and strong curses, because Saturn being the door that Brahma, it's the first door out of Brahma's mouth. It is Brahma. So its blessings are going to be just as strong as its heaviness and its curses. But if you understand Saturn correctly, if you understand Capricorn correctly, a wise Capricorn would consider it lucky to be a Sisyphus who has to carry a large boulder. Sisyphus, remember, is the one who's carrying the boulder uphill. And he's struggling, building character all the way up till he finally gets to the top, and then he watches sadly as it rolls back down. A wise spiritual Capricorn would see that the more suffering he put himself through, the more glory he gains. But it has to, of course, be the right kind of suffering, the right kind of glory, the right kind of narrow channel for the emerging of tapas, the fire that melts base metals and turns it into the gold of spirit. This is the nature of the blessing and curse of Capricorn. Some might even say that being born in Kali Yuga is a Capricornian tapas. It's an opportunity to be put into the tapas fire in order to create great gold of spirit. Everything happens for a reason, folks, even the Kali Yuga, at least in my books. Take it from an optimist. Now, next up, we are going to explore the two groupings of, basically next what we're going to be talking about here is the friends and enemies of Saturn. And you can already see how this split is kind of happening here. Now, this isn't an exact depiction of the friends and enemies of Saturn, but it's pretty much, So what's happening here? We have two different types of planets. We have the planets that rule the fire and water signs. We have the planets that rule the air and earth signs. Have you ever noticed? Most times in Western astrology, and there's a reason for it, the feminine signs are earth and water. They both go down with gravity. Air and fire go up with gravity. So most astrology traditions, especially in the West, associate fire and air together and earth and water together. But there are mixings, it's like a four corners of elemental mixings that actually happen. And this is one that I think is often neglected for whatever reason. It's the Vedic tradition that really talks about this, or gives voice to this. So have you ever noticed? You guys have seen this in a lot of my videos. Venus rules Libra and Taurus, air and earth. Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo, air and earth. Saturn rules Aquarius and Capricorn, air and earth. Saturn anciently primarily rules Aquarius, just like Jupiter anciently primarily rules Pisces. It's sort of a new appellation to pin Uranus as an extra secondary ruler of Aquarius, and to pin Neptune as an extra secondary ruler of Pisces. But Jupiter always primarily rules Pisces, and Saturn always primarily rules Aquarius. If we're going to talk about how's Aquarius doing, we don't look at Uranus. We look at Saturn. Let me just burn that in everybody's brain. That is how it's always been done. Leaning into the New Age astrology, I would say there's possibly something that could be said about Uranus, what's going on with Uranus, its conjunctions, whatever's happening with it. It might say something about Aquarius, but not as predominantly as Saturn would. I almost consider Uranus and Neptune and Pluto as being like 3 asteroids that are more important than any of the other asteroids. They're planets, but they're not grahas. A very important distinction. Uranus is not a graha, or else it would have been mentioned as one of the grahas in the ancient texts. We can't call Uranus a graha. What it is, it's an outer planet. That's the only thing that can really be said about it. Still important, but not as important as these 7. But I digress. We can see there's a grouping of Saturn, Venus, and Mercury together. And these 3 tend to be friends, although Mercury and the Moon are the 2 outliers who will kind of... Mercury and the Moon are the ones who will play with the other team, so to speak. So here we have the fire sign lords, Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun. And then the water sign lords are Jupiter, Mars, and the Moon. Right? So it's fire and water. And then we have the earth signs, Saturn, Venus, and Mercury. That are the rulers. And then Saturn, Venus, and Mercury rule the air signs. So we see the difference here, right? Now, each planet is going to have friendships and enmity. And there is a logical reason for this. You can look up, I think I've got a video talking about Mula Tricona. And it describes where friendships of planets come from. And it doesn't come from this split. It actually comes from the fact like that, for example, for Saturn, what you would do is you look up what, let me see here. Get out of here. When I look up this, yeah. So I got to fix this thing up, which is too bad, but whatever. Capricorn Rising. When you look at where, for example, Aries, where do Mars's planets sit from Capricorn Rising? A planet has to be, a sign has to sit in the 5th, 6th, I can't even think of it. But the signs have to sit a certain place from a rising sign. The 5th is always going to be good. We know the 10th is always going to be good. We're going to get into the auspicious planets. But the point is that where these friendships come from comes from the position of one sign from another. So Saturn's friends, Venus's signs Taurus and Libra. Yeah, that's what it is at a friendly sign distance from Saturn's Mula Tricona, which is Aquarius. It's a whole lot to explain, but the point is that we can see here, thankfully tradition gives us these friendships and enmity and enemies. And they're always the same in all the old Vedic books. So you can always ask me, you can always email me, and I can give you more information on where these friendships come from. But I digress. Here we see them displayed. So Venus and Mercury are friends to Saturn. When we see Venus in trine with Saturn, when we see Venus conjunct Saturn, or when Saturn falls into Libra or Taurus, then Saturn's falling in the sign of a friend, and that would delight Saturn. If Saturn falls in the sign of Mercury, in Virgo or Gemini, or if Mercury is trine Saturn, or if Mercury is conjunct Saturn, etc., then Saturn will be delighted by Mercury. When Mercury and Venus influence Saturn, Saturn gets delighted. By graha aspect, by what have you. Of course, Mercury is not the same for Saturn. When Saturn aspects Mercury, it's neutral. But Saturn delights Venus. Saturn and Venus are mutual friends, great pals. Saturn and Jupiter are neutral. When Saturn falls in Sagittarius and Pisces, it's neutral. Nothing, it's nothing crazy bad or crazy good. But when Saturn is aspected by its enemies, Sun, Mars, or the Moon, these are very personal planets that erode the objectivity, the progressiveness of Saturn. Where Saturn thinks progressively, Saturn, you know, like I would describe it as like this. You know, you ever watch this new show? Not new. America's Got Talent. You got Howie Mandel and Simon, whatever his name is, and then the two girls, and they're watching the show. Now, these guys have to be able to be Saturn in order to really let the talent progress. But some people come on this show and it's like, you know, I'm doing this for my wife who's sick in bed. She's got cancer. And, you know, this guy comes up and he's singing his heart out for his dying loved one, but his singing sucks. If that's the case, you know. So then the judges have to go, you know, my emotions feel for you, but we're not here as a charity. This is not an emotional charity. We're here to find the best talent in America. So you did not make the cut. Sorry. You know, like this is, Saturn can be harsh that way, but this is what allows the objective progression. Now, when we have Saturn's enemies, Sun, Mars, or Moon, messing with Saturn, what happens is some personal dimension of ego is stopping us from being objective about whatever reality Saturn rules in our chart. You know, if the Sun is combusting Saturn or if it's aspecting Saturn, then whatever Saturn rules is going to be messed up by the Sun's ego, by some desire that the Sun has to create, some light that the Sun has to create. Lots of great celebrities who get really huge have Sun messing with Saturn because they're, you know, they get really huge as a celebrity, but they get pulled into some kind of racket. Like musicians are brutal for this. They get pulled into a racket that drains them, that tires them out, and the Saturn can't survive. But the Sun is getting its glory. That's an example of the Sun messing with Saturn. You know, and ultimately such a person wouldn't get as much good out of their lives as they would have if the Sun and Saturn were in harmony together. You know, if the Sun is burning out Saturn, by the time you're 50, when you could be making your greatest works, you're burned out. You already burned it out on drugs or whatever else by being a famous celebrity when you were in your 20s and 30s. Same thing when Mars or the Moon is aspecting Saturn, right? Some personal thing is going to get in the way of your objective apprehension of what you need to progress the farthest and the longest, to be a crocodile. Some personal part of your personality is stopping you from becoming the OG crocodile. So there's always lots to be said there. So next up, we're going to start getting into planetary lords. And this is going to be a key part of our reading, of any reading. It's learning how the planetary lords work in order we can see and understand why certain houses are more auspicious than others. And I'm going to be showing those auspicious and inauspicious houses. They're here. I still want to type them out, and I'm probably going to do that while we're going through it. We're going to do it together because I'm an idiot and I forgot to do it before we got on here. So I'm going to be a Capricorn, and I'm going to do it while we're in the middle of the thing. Sometimes that's, I feel it's meant to be. I feel it's meant to be. When we're going through Capricorn and its auspicious and inauspicious lords, I'm going to type them out, and it's going to be a great mutual progression on my life, as Capricorn sometimes works. I digress. Let's start getting into planetary lords. Okay? So this is a very important dimension of astrology. Every ascendant has auspicious and inauspicious house lords. For every light, every natural talent or skill we direct our attention towards, there must be a shadow. different rising signs are going to have different strengths, or else everything would just be the same. You know, why? Of course, we know it's not that way. Certain people have strengths in one way, but weaknesses in another. So, and this is very important, don't fret or feel defeated when you're learning about your inauspicious planets, because everybody deals with the same cards in the deck. All sages, like Capricorn, as we've described, all sages consider their worst karmas as the most satisfying to release, right? And the metaphor I often give here, it's like, you ever play those old Pokemon cards? You know, you could, if you were lucky and you got like Charizard was like, it takes very little energy coins to make this great attack. So if you came with Charizard in your deck, it's like bang, Charizard. It's like, oh yeah, now the guy's gonna win. He had a Charizard, you know, so it's no fair. You know, there are no rising signs that have a Charizard. Everybody's dealing with the same deck, even though you'll go through your cards and sometimes you'll have good cards and sometimes you'll have bad cards. You might have bad cards in romance or something like that. Capricorn is known for having difficulty with its 4th house and with its 7th house. The 4th house, being an important emotional house, is ruled by military Aries, who is, you know, an enemy to Capricorn. And the 7th house is ruled by the moon. The moon is technically an enemy to Saturn as well, although the moon's considered neutral. Of course, no planet has a hard time with its 9th house, which is a really important relationship planet. But I digress, right? So these are different ways that we can see. Capricorn might be have some difficulty with its personal life, 4th house, but it's got a lot of luck when it comes to its 10th house, its career, and what it's doing with itself, as well as the 2nd house, of course, right? So each rising sign is going to have its strengths and weaknesses. That's what we're talking about here. So, what do the planetary lords mean to the ascendant, the lagna? The ascendant, the rising sign, is the life path, numero uno, the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. It's the first cosmic glimmer of light in the chart. So, the auspiciousness or goodness of a certain planet depends on the nature of the sole intention of the consciousness using it, of the rising sign, basically. The goodness of a planet depends on the rising sign using it. And even the cruel and malefic planets are useful in their own ways. The planets are the same. They don't change. But each person's nature wields the planets in their signs differently, and they expand their life force through it differently, according to the instincts of the rising sign. So this is why it's so important to have your rising sign, to have an exact rising sign. You know, if you have if you're born on the cusp of Gemini and Cancer, and you're not sure which one you are, for example, you know, and let's say you've got the moon conjunct Saturn. The moon conjunct Saturn for a Cancer rising is very difficult because the rising sign lord, the moon, is conjunct Saturn, and it's being starved by Saturn, and it's getting a huge hit that way. Now, if you're a Gemini rising, though, then the moon rules the 2nd house. You know, but this Gemini rising, let's say Mercury is delighted by its friends, it's got a trine to Venus, it's in the sign of Leo where it's happy, it's close to the 1st house. So that Gemini rising is going to have a much easier 1st house lord. And it's going to completely change the life of the person. Even though both of them have the moon conjunct Saturn. Both of them have that good Mercury. But the rising sign changes what all the planets mean, right? So the rising sign is very important for all of us. And of course, what defines the relationship of the ascendant to these houses? What defines positive relationships with one house over another? It comes down to the intention of the rising sign. Now, these are general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. And every ascendant is going to modify these rules slightly. So this is the general rules, okay? So the lords of the 1st, the 5th, and 9th house, the Kona, are basically always, there's Trikona, and then there's the Kendras, which are the angles. The Konas, the houses, the 1st, 5th, and 9th houses are always auspicious, basically. These are houses of purpose, inspiration, and grace. The lords of the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th houses, the Kendra, the angles, are auspicious depending on the gentle and cruel nature of the planet. Right? So we could possibly just start chipping away at this little job that I want to get done at some point. And we're going to have fun doing it as we go along here, folks. I think I might be underestimating the patience of you Capricorns. I think you guys are all watching this and being like, how the fuck does this guy, Mr. Professional, not even have his shit together figured out? But I'm a Leo, folks. I'm your 8th house, so welcome to the unstable. Okay, so auspicious, let's see, we're going to paint it in green. We know the ruler of the 1st house is Capricorn, that's Saturn. I'm going to bring this to 24. No, more like 20. 22. So Capricorn is the 1st house. And the 2nd house is Aquarius, ruled by Saturn. Then we have the 5th house. That's ruled by Taurus. That's ruled by Venus. And of course the 10th is also ruled by Venus. And then we have the 9th house, which is Virgo. So let's say we've got the 6th house of Gemini, which is ruled by Saturn's friend Mercury, and the 9th house of Virgo, which is ruled by Saturn's friend Mercury. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm doing here. Yeah. All right, so those are our auspicious houses. Yeah, good. Might just bring them over here a little bit. See, this is my secret here, folks. You guys are seeing what I do with my life. I spend much time in my life making things on paint. So for now, we can see, we've parceled out our 1st, 5th, and 9th houses, which are basically always auspicious. Now the lords of the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and 10th are Kendra houses. These are auspicious depending on the gentle or cruel nature of the planet involved. Now let's go a little bit more into our angles here. Thanks, guys. I can see you guys are being patient with me. My beautiful Capricorn friends, you guys see what I'm going through. Okay, so these are the rules for defining the auspiciousness of a house. In particular, we're looking at the angles. The 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th. How do we know if an angle house is auspicious, if it's doing good for the rising sign? Usually how it works is that a benefic that owns an angle is considered to be inauspicious. Now it's funny with Capricorn, we have something very kind of what's happening here with Capricorn. Okay. I'm going to keep rolling with... Yeah, okay, no, I'm going to have to show this. Okay, it's okay, I know what I'm doing here. So a benefic, like Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury, that owns an angle is considered to be inauspicious. It's not considered to be good. And there's a reason for it. These planets are not discerning about the opportunism that's represented by the angles. They do not deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong, rigid fashion. So let's say, for example, usually if you had something like Libra on an angle, you know, we could take the example of, and what the heck we're gonna. Let's take a look at, I'm going to take you guys on a quick little trip here to Cancer Rising. When we look at Cancer Rising, notice how Libra is on the bottom, right? We got Cancer rules the first, second, third, and fourth house. Cancer rules the first, then Leo is second, Virgo is third. Libra rules the fourth house for Cancer Rising. And we see Libra is inauspicious to Cancer Rising. We have here an inauspicious fourth lord. We have an inauspicious angle. And it's, of course, ruled by Libra. Libra is too soft. So what happens with Cancer Rising's Libra is that Libra is a benefic planet. It's too soft to really... the angles bring opportunity. That's what the angles are. We're like a square object, and those corners are bumping into stuff all the time. Those are the angles. Those are the corners of the chart that bring in opportunity. They're cardinal angles, no matter what, whether we like it or not. And the Lord that rules them is going to be operating in order to bring us in necessary opportunities. So Libra as an angle usually is not a good sign, because the angles need a malefic ruling it, because then it's hard. Then when something's coming, you can carve the good out of it and carve out the bad and leave the bad. It's coming at you. So you need a samurai slicing out the bad and keeping the good as the opportunities, as the world comes at you. A malefic can carve through it. But a benefic, like Libra, is just going to let it all in. Oh, I'm sure we can make something good out of this. So for Capricorn, Libra ruling the 10th house, it doesn't carve. It kind of lets things in. But remember the first rule that we had. This is why this is happening with Capricorn. The first rule we had is that the lords of the first, fifth, and ninth are basically always auspicious. So in this case, even though Libra is ruled by Venus, which is a benefic, still, the fifth house ties together with the 10th house. So even though Libra rules an angle for Capricorn, the fifth house paints it white, paints it green, paints the 10th house auspicious. And because a lord can either be auspicious or not. It can be neutral sometimes. But in this case, according to Parashara and the ancients, even though Libra rules the 10th house, it's a benefic, it's still good for Capricorn. It's still auspicious. Now, what's often better is when a malefic, like the Sun, Mars, or Saturn, owns an angle. Then it's considered to be auspicious. These planets have learned the hard way to constructively maintain whatever comes through the gate of the angle, which brings confrontation and opportunity. Now, what's very interesting again for Saturn is that it has a double difficulty. It has a double contradiction here. Capricorn is one of the ones with two contradictions. See how I said every ascendant modifies these rules slightly? We have, of course, with Capricorn, we have Aries ruling the fourth house. And Aries is a malefic, so it should, we would think, be able to produce good. But with Capricorn, what we hear from the ancients is that since Mars also rules the 11th house, that's a yoga breaker. So the lords of the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th are particularly difficult. They cause us to lose our inspiration, our wealth, and our enjoyment. They cause us to waste power and activity in the world. So if you have a yoga for wealth or something like that, one of these planets, the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th lord, can break the good things in a yoga. I wonder if I have, no I don't. So with the example here of Capricorn rising, Mars rules the 4th house and the 11th house. And the 11th house ties into the angle and makes it inauspicious. So it's just, it's interesting how Capricorn is kind of contradictory in this way. So let's just get these figured out so we can stop looking at my paint screen here, folks. Aries rules we got the 4th ruled by Aries, and that's Mars. We also have the 11th ruled by Mars, and that's Scorpio. We have the, before that, let's put the 3rd house, which is considered inauspicious. Let's say the 12th house is Sagittarius, and then the 3rd is, oh, I see what's going on here, which is Jupiter. So you guys can see what I got going on here. The 12th house is Sagittarius, ruled by Jupiter. The 3rd house is Pisces, also ruled by Jupiter. Even though Jupiter is the great benefic, Jupiter still is ruling the inauspicious. The 12th is kind of neutral, and the 3rd house of Pisces paints the 12th house inauspicious and makes all the houses ruled by Jupiter to be difficult for Capricorn rising. And then finally we have, let's see, the 8th is ruled by Leo. Right, so the 7th is ruled by, 8th is Leo, which is ruled by the Sun. The 8th house is considered inauspicious. And according to the ancients, what we read is that there is a neutral sign in Capricorn. Not all of the rising signs have neutral signs. Capricorn in particular considers Cancer to be a neutral sign, which is ruled by the moon. So we see the example of the 7th house as an angle. Okay, I'm going to save this just so my brain can chill out and stop looking at paint here. Okay. We're almost fully together here, folks. So what we see with the example of Cancer in Capricorn charts is that Cancer is considered to be neutral. Come on, give me a break here. And that neutrality is a very important part of what Cancer is for Capricorn. Oh my gosh, here we go. All right, so now we got it. I appreciate your patience, everybody, and being patient while I figured this particular picture out. So, oh my gosh, I put Leo. What is happening here? This is Cancer rising. I see what's going on. So, anyway, Capricorn, as we can see here from this slide, is full of contradiction. The 10th Lord is a benefic, but it's considered auspicious because it's tied into the 5th Lord. The 4th Lord is ruled by a malefic, but it's considered inauspicious because it's tied in with the 11th Lord. Capricorn is one of the only signs that has this kind of funky mixed up stuff going on. So this is just the nature of Capricorn. And of course, as we can see here, the houses of the 2nd, the 8th, and the 12th are considered neutral. So even Leo, at some level, possibly we could say should be considered neutral. But because it rules the Sun is considered inauspicious to Saturn and Capricorn as a whole. And you would think the moon would be too, but it's not. Capricorn is one rising sign that is like a funny conglomerate. It's a mix of blessings and curses again. It's, how do I describe it? On Earth, things are less radiantly, firmly expressed through the rising sign of Capricorn. For Leo, for example, its strengths are very strong and set, and its weaknesses are very strong and set. Capricorn's weaknesses, like for example that 4th house being ruled by Aries, it's technically inauspicious because it's tied in with the 11th house, But it's a malefic on the 4th house, which means Capricorn does own its nose, and it does carve into a 4th house that it really wants. Even though it's never satisfied with the 4th house. That's part of what's happening there. So we're going to kind of go through this all as we go along here, folks. Now, someone has asked, Mouse Stark has asked, have I done Leo rising in the past like this? Yes, I have. If you look on my channel, go down the list on the very front page, you'll find the rising sign series, and you'll find Leo in there. So I'm just checking out some of our comments here. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying watching. Good. So it's been a scramble to get all this together, folks. Now let's keep moving on here. The lords of houses 2, 8, and 12 are considered neutral. And again, this is, there is even another exception in Capricorn because the 12th lord ties in with the negative 3rd lord and makes that neutral 12th house inauspicious. That's why Jupiter is not a great planet. As we can see, most of the times the planets, the inauspicious planets, resonate with the enemies, right? Even though Jupiter is neutral to Saturn, Jupiter is considered in the group that we saw here previously, right? We see that the planets that rule inauspicious signs are Mars, Jupiter, and the Sun, and the Moon being neutral. And the planets that rule auspicious signs for Saturn are Saturn, Mercury, and Venus, the ones that rule earth and air signs, right? So that's that distinction. So each rising sign is going to bring different modified results to the expression of this general formula, as we've very much seen with Capricorn. Capricorn is more full of these sorts of rule breaking and contradictions than any other sign. And it's because of this amorphous oil spill nature of the cardinal earth sign. It's, the cardinal earth sign is this ectoplasmoid adaptation process between spirit and earth coming together. So it's, that's just the nature of what Capricorn is. And you can check out Asheville Vedic Astrology's website and YouTube channel to see a bit more about each ascendant and how their specific results play out in a chart. I get all this, by the way, from Asheville Vedic Astrology, folks. You guys ought to know that, and I probably should have said it earlier in this video. But I digress. So now I'm seeing a little bit of what's next here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that we have gone as far as we have thus far with our reading. Now, of course, we are going to be moving on here. What I'm probably going to be doing in the next little bit is finding a way to bring out the next part of our... Oh my gosh. I'm really getting it all today. So the next part of our series is going to be discussing a very important book in my life and a very important book in every well-meaning Neo-Vedic astrologer's library. This is Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. This is by Robert Svoboda and Dr. Hart de Fauw. Both of these gentlemen are very important players in the, again, what I would call sort of Neo-Vedic, Western people who are interested in Indian consciousness, let's say. So this next book is going to be where we're getting a huge chunk of our consciousness for this reading. Now, before we get into this book, I think what I'm going to do is, I think that we should take a bathroom break. So I'm going to do a bathroom break, and then when we come back, we are going to bring it all together, and I will be less distracted. So thanks for your patience, folks. We're an hour and a half in. We're just starting to get into the real juicy guts of describing Capricorn rising. And if you've been here with me and you've been patient with me, I appreciate it. So let's take a break. We'll be back. See you guys in just like a moment. So everybody, let's start digging into Robert Svoboda and Hart to Fauw's Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. In particular, what we're going to be reading about is the rising sign of Capricorn. Now, these guys give a very old-fashioned Indian description of the rising sign. There are sometimes when I read the writing of the traditional, like this is a traditional Indian astrology that's very divorced from the Western tradition. We have to keep our eyes open. We have to pay attention to what exactly it is that we're reading here and understand the context of it as being, again, I mean, these guys are sidereal too, right? But that doesn't matter, you know, when we're reading about the nature of Capricorn. The logic is just coming from the rising sign and its relationship to the other houses. So you guys are going to see what I mean. Let's dig into it. This is Capricorn Rising by Robert Svoboda and Hart to Fauw. What we read is Capricorn's symbol in Jyotish is the makara, a word which is usually translated crocodile, but also indicates a sort of generic sea monster. The makara symbolizes ambition, both by the ferocity of its bite into its prey, which is its goal, and by its amphibious nature, which betokens its aspiration to master two elements, earth and water. This ambition is particularly strong because Capricorn is the 10th house of the natural zodiac. You know what I'm going to do for the moment is I'm going to go like this so you guys can see me talking. There. So you guys should see me now. So this ambition to master two elements, earth and water, and the ambition in general to bite into its prey, its goal. The ambition of Capricorn is particularly strong because Capricorn is the 10th house of the natural zodiac. Because Venus is the lord of the 5th house of speculation and the 10th house of career combined together. And because Saturn, which rules the rising sign, is exalted in its own 10th house of a Capricorn ascendant. There's really, like, that's just beautiful. I love the logic of how these guys describe these things. You know, when you are a rising sign, you react to the world through your rising sign. I mean, really, it's the moon that we react to the world through, but it's like the rising sign is what we do with our first energetic initial reaction. It's what we are thinking about how our path to anything goes. It's our reception of all the planets. So how you move into the world is going to be like every person's soul is like Play-Doh. And you squeeze the Play-Doh and, you know, it can go through a mold, a star mold, a circle mold, a square mold. The rising sign is like that mold. And so you're going to squeeze the Play-Doh through. It could be all sorts of different colors based on all the planets and your karma, whatever, but it's going to squeeze through the mold of the rising sign. So if the mold you're squeezing your reality through is Capricorn, then all things related to Capricorn and its lord, Saturn, are going to perpetuate everything in your experience, including all the houses. Now we see with Capricorn that the lord of Capricorn, which is Saturn, is exalted in the 10th house. Saturn is the natural 10th house. And Saturn, Capricorn's 5th lord and 10th lord are tied together. Those three things all show, as we have read, that the bite, the goal, the ambition of Capricorn is hugely what Capricorn is all about. That's where its bread is buttered, as I so often like to say. Now, they give us a little aside here, and they say Mars for an Aries lagna is also exalted in its 10th house. But Mars frenetically pursues fast progress, while Saturn stands for the slow, steady, behind the scenes, gradual sort of progress that comes later in life. Saturn is looking for the long haul, big picture. Humankind really, like Saturn, when we go through our Saturn return, when Saturn matures at 36, when we go through our second Saturn return at about 56, all of these things are experiences where Saturn is sort of squeezing and narrowing our purpose into what we've learned by experience works, and we've eliminated by experience what doesn't work. So the latter part of our lives are actually some of the greatest channels for the meaning and purport and energy of the spirit that we're born through. Capricorn is interested in that. Capricorn is not a burst 10th house like Aries is. Capricorn is, how do I ultimately prepare myself for the peak moment of my consciousness, energy, and nature, which is usually later on. And Capricorn banks on that. Slow progress in career becomes particularly pronounced for Capricorn because Saturn is the slowest of the planets, and because Capricorn is both a passive Rashi, an earth and water are the passive Rashis, and an earth Rashi. So Rashi is, of course, a sign. It's just checking you guys can see me here. So all of these are Rashis, the 12 Rashis. Earth and water are the even signs, the passive Rashis. Capricorn is slow in progress in career because Saturn is the slowest of planets, and because Capricorn is a passive Rashi and an earth Rashi. So as with Aries, the lord of a Capricorn lagna is debilitated in the 4th house. And this is probably one of the reasons why that 4th house is painted inauspicious, even though it's a malefic ruling an angle, as we've said. The lord of Capricorn lagna, Saturn, is debilitated in the 4th house. That's very important to the understanding of the psyche of Capricorn. And this often presages a dissatisfaction with Capricorn's family life, its ancestors, its roots, and its prosperity. Right? And its property, not prosperity. Capricorn enjoys its prosperity, but we see the lord of the rising sign, which is Saturn, being debilitated in Aries. The 4th house means that Capricorn is its bread is very much not buttered on the side of all things 4th house. So that's family life, ancestors, roots, and property. There's a feeling of disdain for these things typically, unless you have a very good Mars. But all that having a good Mars is going to do for a Capricorn, it actually does a lot. Mars is very important for Capricorn, ruling, the mula tricona of Mars being Aries is on its 4th house. But having a good Mars is only going to put a Band-Aid on this essentially inauspicious planet and this inauspicious setup, right? Now, because Venus is the lord of the 5th house of offspring, however, Capricorns are famous for doting on their children. The lord which rules the 5th and the 10th, the 5th house, of course, is benefic for all of us, and Taurus is this doting nurturing, taking care of energy. The 5th house rules children, creativity, progeny. So Capricorns are famous for doting on their children. Now Mars, the significator for property, is exalted in the 1st house of this ascendant as Lord of the 1st house of property and the 11th house of gain. So interestingly, this does betoken gain through property for Capricorn. It's very psychedelic to think about. Even though Saturn has Mars for an enemy, Saturn is neutral to Mars. And Mars is exalted in where the rising sign is. So this shows that doing Mars things through Capricorn rising, you remember the Plato filter. If you're acting on Mars through the Capricorn Plato filter, you're going to find that the Capricorn nature exalts Mars, and therefore there's a connection between Mars as the 4th lord and the 11th lord of gains. And that's why the boys in this book say, this betokens gain, 11th house, through property, the 4th house, land, territory. Now, the truth is that the native may be concurrently dissatisfied with any property gained, since Saturn, which is another signifier of property, is debilitated in that 4th house. Almost seems like a contradiction, and it is. Welcome to Capricorn's life. Capricornians tend to be money-minded because people who have been seized by Saturn, the lord of the 1st and 2nd houses here, tend to become miserly and stingy. The 1st lord of identity, the 1st house which rules identity and what I identify with, it's the path that I would like to move through. Remember, every rising sign, except for Leo and Cancer, which makes them, there's some significant things going on for them in their own way. Most rising signs, 10 out of 12 of them, have the rising sign, and there will be another sign that it also rules. You know, what's really a tricky placement, Aquarius is one of the trickier placements because Aquarius has the 1st house, Aquarius, is tied into the 12th house, Capricorn, and there's a 12th house loss on the identity. But for Capricorn, the 1st house is tied into the 2nd house because Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius, right? So there's a tying together of that 1st house identity with the 2nd house of money-mindedness. And this is why we read here that Capricorn can be known to be a little bit miserly and stingy. It's thinking about the ultimate progression. What's this going to do for me in the long run? Which can seem self-centered, although when we think about the fact that every individual is an extension of the self of the universe, self-love and self-preservation, coming from a place of love especially, can be a very auspicious thing, can be a very potentially good thing. Of course, different signs are going to treat their 2nd house differently. Some signs have an inauspicious planet ruling the 2nd house, and they kind of don't give a shit about that self-preservation as much. But Capricorn does. It's tied in with the identity. And that is, ethically speaking, you know, we see the words miserly and stingy, but really it's just Capricorns doing their nature. And anyone doing their nature is not a bad thing. Saturn, who, being dry, is the Vata significator. I'm just checking out my comments here. Saturn is the Vata significator. Saturn promotes a Vata constitution for Capricornians. And this inclines Capricorn risings to have long, slender bodies, sometimes to the point of gauntness. Capricorns being ruled by Saturn, who signifies Vata, which is wind, air, It's neither fiery nor watery. It's air, so it's thinning. Arthritis may also be indicated with all things Capricorn, because Capricorn is an earth sign, and earth is opposed to movement. Some texts, some old Jyotish texts, say that Capricornians are religious hypocrites because Jupiter, the signifier of spirituality, rules 2 dasthanas, negative houses. That's the 12th and the 3rd house. And Jupiter, furthermore, is debilitated in the 1st house of Capricorn Ascendant. Of course, Mars is exalted there, which is great for Mars, but Jupiter is debilitated in that 1st house. And there's something significant there. When we talk about Jupiter, it can be a problem planet for Capricorn because of everything we've just said. It rules 2 dasthanas, the 12th and the 3rd. It's the 12th and the 3rd lord, and those are going to bring loss and some difficulty. But how does Jupiter experience that loss and difficulty? Through what Jupiter is, which is the great benefic. Again, this is more of the contradiction of Capricorn, especially because Jupiter is debilitated in Capricorn. You won't often find people who have Capricorn rising thinking with their Jupiter. They're thinking from the root up as opposed to coming from up down. And this is part of the nature of, this can be a difficulty to Capricorn. But again, even a Capricorn can still have a good Jupiter. And Jupiter, its qualities will shine regardless of the fact that you're a Capricorn. And it'll reduce a lot of what we're talking about here. And I should also say, even when somebody has a trashed Jupiter and they're a Capricorn rising, everybody still has the capacity to experience self-love, which is something that's in the causal sphere, which is beyond the astral sphere. I always say that for any ailment in astrology. But it's still interesting to read. That's why these guys are hard. The guys who wrote this book, when I read some of the things that they say, it's like, wow, that's just so pinning. But they're right. What they're saying makes sense. So you have to just be objective and read into it, see what it means in our experience. We have also observed that people who have an interest in India often have major placements in Capricorn, particularly because its lord, Saturn, represents conservative old things like tradition, which India has in spades, and because Saturn enables people to plod towards their goals patiently. Very good, very wise reading, very important reading. This is always one of my favorite things to read throughout this series. There's a lot of just incredible knowledge and wisdom described in that book and in what we just read. There's really a lot to be said there. Very profound. So we've just read and heard quite a bit about each of these house lords for Capricorn rising. That's really what we just read. The house lords of each rising sign, again, it sort of is what makes up the rising sign. It makes up the energy of where a rising sign's nature comes from. So we still have lots to read here, folks. We're only 2 hours in, believe that. Next up, and you guys are all still hanging out with me, and I love to see that. We are now coming up to some of the real good depth of this video in this series. And what we're going to dig into is we're going to dig further into every individual planet that rules the rising sign. In this case, of course, we are talking about the one and only Capricorn rising. So let's start digging into each of the individual planets. And I always like to say as an introduction, we're going to go through some notes coming from two different sources. One of them is the notes that I have received from my schooling with RYAN KURCZAK'S through Asheville Vedic Astrology. And you can always look up Google Asheville Vedic Astrology, and you will be able to find Asheville Vedic Astrology here. Asheville Vedic Astrology is still very much happening these days. It's being, I don't know if we're going to be able to get a picture of her, but one of the main ladies that's running it right now is a lady named Fiona. She's doing wonderful work, and Asheville Vedic Astrology is still going on. RYAN KURCZAK'S has been moved to focusing on his passion for Kriya Yoga, but he still is a ringleader in Asheville Vedic Astrology. So I get all this information I got from RYAN. Nice to see you, Marina. Hello there. Indignant Crocodile. Cool. Nice to see you here, my friend. So this is where I'm getting this information. We're also going to be doing yet another reading in this series. We describe what I just described through RYAN KURCZAK'S. And as well, we are also going to be reading from this little important piece of notation that comes from Ernst Wilhelm on the Capricorn lagna and each individual planet as it relates to Capricorn. So this is some real good, deep stuff, everybody. So let's start digging in. If you've been hanging out with us thus far, you are in for the journey, in for the yin. So when we begin, keep in mind that there is a numerology to the unfoldment of how we're reading these planets. You'll notice we always, in this series, we always read the planets through the same way. Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. That is the 7 planets in their numerology. And there's a reason why. It's a very psychedelic, deep, mystical reason. That I probably couldn't really necessarily get into here. But there is, I can give you one clue as to a connection to where this comes from. Sunday. Sunday. Day number 1, when God created it all. Or I guess maybe he rested on Sunday is what is usually how it goes. But I digress. Either way, you can look at it in any way. Sunday is 1. Monday is 2. Now, Tuesday is 3, and that's Mars. Can't really see the signification for Mars there. But if you look at Mars in Tuesday in French, it's mardi. Wednesday in French is mercredi, Mercury, 4. Then we have jeudi, Friday, Jupiter, 5. Jeudi is Thursday, Jupiter, 5. And then vendredi, Venus, 6. Saturn day, 7, right? So there is a connection of the planets to the weeks, and this is where this numerology comes from. And this is why we read it in the way that we do. Ernst Wilhelm considers this numerology to be very systemic to how we ought to understand astrology. This is why I talk about it and why I bring it up all the time. So that's why we begin with the number 1 sun. So now everybody, let's start digging in and discussing the nature of the sun for Capricorn rising. Again, I'm getting ahead of myself. What we read first is so this slide, again, comes from Asheville Vedic Astrology. The information itself actually comes from Parashara or Shastra. I wonder if I can do this. Yeah. So what we read is that Mars, Jupiter, and the moon are considered to be evil for Capricorn lagna. This again comes from Parashara. Auspicious are Mercury and Venus, especially because they rule the 5th and the 9th houses. So this is an interesting phrase. You have to really think, like there's a, if anybody here is into Indian astrology, you'll often read the old texts and you'll see something like this and you're like, what the fuck does that mean? But there is a reason that these are described this way, and it's almost enigmatic, but I'll give you the cue, the key. We read that Saturn will not kill himself. It's like, okay, well, that's good. Duh. Where's that coming from? And it says the killers are Mars and the other evils. So whenever we're reading a lot of these rising signs, we'll often hear about something called the Maraka. And that's not the same word as we saw, which means crocodile. Maraka basically means killer. And oftentimes, so the Maraka houses are the 2nd house and the 7th house. Now, what we're reading here is that there's a deep reason why that is. The 2nd house has to do with our resources. And whenever there's any troubling transits or anything difficult happening with the 2nd house, if we don't have what we need to get out of it, it could kill us. The 7th house is a Maraka because it is the furthest from the rising sign. It brings in strange enemies and things that's the complete opposite of the rising sign's nature. So often we'll hear about these Marakas. And in this case, Saturn rules the 1st house and the 2nd house. So Saturn is never going to be stupid enough to be without, it's not going to take on, like this is how Saturn operates. It lasts the longest because it's not going to take on a project that might endanger its 2nd house. Other rising signs might find an opportunity and it's like, well, this is going to squeeze my basic resources, my 2nd house, so it's a risk, but I'm going to try it for the opportunity. Sagittarius, we could probably say is very much like that. Sagittarius does not have the best 2nd house. So a killer for Sagittarius is actually Saturn. But I digress. Check out the Sagittarius rising video to learn a bit more about that. But we see Saturn here is not going to kill itself. So really what we read, though, is that the Maraka energy for Capricorn are going to be given to Mars and the other evils, which is Jupiter and the moon. Which is interesting because this actually says that Capricorn really has 3 Marakas. Mars, Jupiter, and the moon. Because they're spread out, they're all individually less capable of killing Capricorn. It's like Capricorn decided to spread out the things that could kill it. That way, unless all 3 of them come together, that's how a Capricorn will be slain. But that's less likely. That's how Capricorn seems to have done its thing. Now, the sun causes neutral effects, interestingly. And Venus is really the only true auspicious producer. Thus, we read the modified results caused by Capricorn lagna according to the sages. What do we mean by modified results? It basically means that the planets are all out there, and we can read the results of those planets. Those results are modified by the rising sign. That's the language that's being used there. Again, the rising sign is the Plato filter. It comes out in the shape of a star, circle, square, whatever. The rising sign is the filter for the results of the planets, the modifier. So this is a deep read into the nature of Capricorn lagna. So to know what the Maraka is really being said here about Capricorn, you're best to learn about all the rising signs, because then you'll see, oh, so that's what the Maraka means for this sign, That's what why was the sun considered to cause neutral effects in Capricorn rising? Because you see what the sun does in other rising signs. That's probably the best way to learn about these. But this has given us a good apprehension here. Now let's move forward. And at this point, now I'm not getting ahead of myself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've learned the guts of what Capricorn rising is all about. Now we're going to begin our exposition on the house lords of Capricorn rising, beginning with number 1, the sun, who abides by the numerology of 1. Let's start digging into the sun for Capricorn rising, first from Asheville Vedic Astrology's notes, then next from Ernst Wilhelm's notes. And this is the beginning of our session proper here. We read that the sun causes neutral effects, according to Parashara, ruling the 8th house. Although RYAN, my teacher, would note that this is given in Parashara as causing these neutral effects, but other texts, it's generally regarded that the sun is inauspicious. There's a few reasons why, one of them being that the sun is a natural enemy to Saturn. So the 8th house energy is brought in from an enemy's standpoint. The sun is, what it is naturally contradictory to what Saturn is and to what Capricorn is doing. Now, since Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra tells us that the sun is neutral, it's obviously important to consider what the sun is up to before making a total judgment. Even though the sun has this inauspiciousness, it's very interesting that Parashara has said, all things considered, even though the front of me, much is going to be said about the sun being inauspicious for Capricorn. We can see why. But Parashara says, don't judge the sun too harshly in a Capricorn's chart. The sun rules house 8. Parashara calls it neutral. Now we know the sun can be destructive because it makes Capricorn ascendant self-destructive. The sun being very much the perpetuation of the kingdom. Capricorn in some ways establishes its kingdom on the unstable 8th house. And the beating up Saturn as it always does, Capricorn has to be a little bit self-destructive on its path to self-embodiment. This can make Capricorn materialistic, or to focus on self-affirmation, self-punishments, or self-flagellation. I have to punish myself in order to change and become psychologically healthy. That's what Capricorn often tells themselves. And this can be difficult for them to deal with. There is some beautiful truth to it. And if Capricorn rising has a good sun, and if they can master the sun, it can help them negate the unhealthy ego, to throw out the trash. Saturn's about excretion, so they are chipping away at the dark parts of themselves. They're always wondering about, what is the unhealthy ego? How do I balance my responsibility for myself and others? How do I keep myself in good stead with those around me who would support me? Because Capricorn is an earth sign. It's thinking about the yin environment. The sun is, of course, the usurper of every throne. It is the creator of the kingdom. The sun wants to create my kingdom where I am the ruler. I exist in my own rulership, and everything is subject to my will, because the autocratic Indra, the king soul, the ruler inside of all of us, has the capacity to understand one's own nature and apply it to reality, so that when the sun is in its own territory, it's like putting a gardener in a garden. It's like putting a soldier in a battlefield. This is their kingdom. This is where they do best. This is where they rule. So the king wants to create a kingdom that gets itself on top of itself. But Capricorn is this cardinal earth sign ruled by Saturn, who rules earth and air signs. So Saturn has more of this union mentality of building up the environment and the resources and the people that are going to carry Capricorn the farthest and the longest. So when Capricorn has to play king, it feels like it feels bad for delegating to its allies. And Capricorn has to learn at some point that even Capricorn has to delegate and own its sovereign kingdom. This almost puts its own foot in its mouth because Capricorn builds by building up others around it for its own sake. You know, Saturn, like the moon, can almost be considered like this rabbit, Sasha. And a clever rabbit has many holes dug, right? So when Saturn always has many holes, many places to escape to, Saturn doesn't like deteriorating its friends, its allies, and even it doesn't like to mess too much with its enemies. It likes to be a good enemy, Capricorn. Saturn is the best enemy that it can be while still being firm, but it likes to play by rules and communicate with its enemies, because then the enemy will communicate with Capricorn in a... honor isn't necessarily the right word, but it's more, if everyone is playing the game right, that's when Capricorn wins. And Capricorn perpetuates that mentality. But that's why it's so difficult for Capricorn to deal with the sun energy, because the sun is not here to win honorably. The sun is here to be the king in its own kingdom. So sometimes Capricorn has to kind of undermine its rule playing in order to do what might ultimately be right for the soul. And it might burn its own ass doing that. That's part of this unstable 8th house nature. How do I balance my responsibility for myself with my responsibility for others? This will kind of always be an anxiety-producing thing, whether they can admit it or not. Unless the sun is really placed well in a supportive yoga and is helped by its friends, we tend to treat the sun more inauspiciously. So the sun can be in good yogas, you know, the sun can be delighted by its friends, so that the sun has will and it has the capacity and energy to, you know, the sun can be so strong for a Capricorn. If the sun is placed well, then everyone sees the kingdom that Capricorn is building. And if everyone sees the kingdom that Capricorn is building is good and it's strong, everyone is attracted to the sun. Everyone is attracted to a good, strong kingdom. And they'll see that, you know, maybe I can play a part in Capricorn's kingdom, which happens a lot, you know. Sometimes Capricorn has to stomp around to get to the top of something, slowly, patiently, building up friends and allies along the way till it gets to the top of something, even when it has to kind of knife someone out of a throne in order to sit on its throne, depending on how all things are. Especially if the sun is good, what the throne that they're sitting on is going to contribute to the welfare of humanity and society, and people are going to want to be a part of it, you know. So if the sun is good, if it has delight from its friends, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, it's going to produce good things with this malefic, intense, unstable energy that it applies to that, but it will do good things, and people will be drawn to it. That's the nature of a good sun, even when it's inauspicious, such as in a Capricorn Rising's chart. So that was sort of our little flow through of that. Let's read a little bit now into what Ernst Wilhelm has to say about Capricorn Rising, the sun for Capricorn Rising. So here we have Capricorn lagna, which means rising. We have the sun as the 8th lord. The sun, as Ernst describes it, is the hind quarters, the hind part, the back part of the crocodile. It's unstable 8th lord. So the sun, as the 8th lord, indicates the working out of the Capricorn natives' previous karmas. Ernst gets really psychedelic sometimes when he describes these things. The working out of the Capricorn natives' previous karmas. It's the purification of their spirit and developing detachment from that which they experience. They're working out the 8th house, which is this fearful holding on to energy and how they expect energy to be. It's when the sun comes through, it's the one place where Capricorn's psychic anticipation of what they thought reality was going to be like meets its maker in the reality of how reality comes out. So they have to detach from what they hoped this journey up the mountain would be like. The 8th house is said to represent the karmas of the previous life. Now, the sun ruling this 8th house shows that the Capricorn native's identity is particularly created by their previous karmas. You know, I'm often saying to you folks that when you look at a rising sign, you can really tell a lot about the nature of a rising sign by seeing where the sun is, by seeing what Leo rules. For Capricorn rising, Leo rules the 8th house. So there's a lot of this 8th house energy. And regarding what Ernst just said, the 8th house relates to past life karmas. So Capricorn is a mystical signifier. There's a real identity with purging and purifying the 8th house, which really, when you think about it, as I often say, reality is perfect. Reality is exactly what it's supposed to be. But like a dirty mirror, our view of reality through our gunked up karmic impressions that we've collected and picked up from past lives and from this present experience has gummed up the mirror. As the Buddhists say, you got to rub, when you rub the mirror, then the pure light shines. Capricorn is really, this is why Sisyphus is rolling the boulder up and down. It's not to, the point is not to get the boulder uphill because it's just going to fall again. The point is how much grime you rubbed off of your mirror in order to perfect the spirit. Through your apprehension of your karmic attachments to expectations of what you think reality was supposed to be. That's the 8th house. Now, what's very interesting is, remember, for every sign, Leo and Cancer are very special for every rising sign, because especially when they're at a very interesting place, like Leo is for Capricorn. Remember what I said. There's 10 out of 12 signs are ruled by planets that rule 2 signs. You know, for example, Mars rules the 4th house, but it's tied into the 11th house. Libra rules that, you know, finicky 10th house, but it's tied in with the 5th house. All of these signs rule 2 signs, so the significations of one house are stretched out, parried by the rulership of the other house. That means that wherever Leo lies is purely just that house. Now, Capricorn is the only rising sign, except for Aquarius is actually, am I right on that? Let me think. For Aquarius, or would that be Sagittarius that rules? Okay, I got to think about this for a minute. Gemini is on the 7th, so Cancer is on the 8th house. Right. So Sagittarius has Cancer ruling its 8th house, and it's the same this way. For Capricorn and Sagittarius, one sign rules the 8th house. And so there's a real mysticism with Capricorn and Sagittarius. With Capricorn, only Leo rules the 8th house, and Leo doesn't rule anything else. The sun only rules one sign. So there's a real predominant energy to Capricorn's 8th house and this apprehension of karma and attachment. It's very wild and psychedelic to think about, and it's a great insight on the part of Ernst Wilhelm here. Right? So the sun ruling the 8th house shows that Capricorn natives' identity is particularly created and perpetuated by their previous karmas. The sun, due to ruling the 8th house of vulnerability, also indicates a sort of vulnerable personality in Capricorn. Due to ruling the 8th house, the sun is considered a temporal neutral, and this is what Parashara gives as well. So those karmas of the past that have created the identity may have been the result of more malefic or more benefic tendencies, more helpful to the soul or more harmful to the soul. So we see that the sun technically, because what Ernst is saying here, this comes, remember, from what we were talking about in our general house rules, right? The lords of the 2nd, the 8th, and the 12th houses are considered neutral. So Capricorn's 8th house is in some ways, as Ernst is moving with what Parashara says, which is that the 8th house is kind of like neutral. Its effects are given according to what the sun, like for all these other planets, like Mars is kind of inherently inauspicious. If it's placed bad, it's even more bad. But if Mars is placed somewhere good in a Capricorn rising chart, then it's fixing a bad thing. But still, it's a well-placed bad thing. That's what Mars is, a good Mars in a Capricorn's chart. And that's still a very good thing. For the sun's sake, it's, again, debatably inauspicious. And that's why what we have here through my teacher Ryan and through other texts as well consider the sun to be an inauspicious thing for Capricorn, but a real deep root of Indian, this is one of these things that are debated in Jyotish, but a deep root in Jyotish Shastra considers the sun to be neutral. And that's what Ernst is kind of abiding by here through Parashara. So the 8th lord is neutral. But as a natural malefic, the sun is a malefic. The sun may separate the native from those things it influences that the native is required to break free from. So in a Capricorn rising chart, wherever the sun is for you, whatever sign, whatever house, whatever things it's aspecting, the sun has this 8th house way of setting you up to be, it's a separating aspect is what we call with the sun, which means it might kind of actually take you away from the things that the sun is in, from whatever house the sun is in. And that's part of you learning to internalize that energy instead of actually having it physically. You're breaking the 8th house karmic chain of what you expect and hope for that thing to be by being very objective, by being, it's bleached. So if you got the sun, if you're a Capricorn rising, and you've got the sun in the 4th house, you're going to learn a lot about the 4th house by being the sun, the 8th lord, is in the 4th house. You're going to learn and gain a lot of 4th house energy by appreciating what you do get in the 4th house, because you won't actually spend a lot of time enjoying 4th house energy. If the Capricorn rising sun is in the 4th house, you'll yearn for it and you'll miss it because you'll be doing other things. But when you do come down to the 4th house, you'll enjoy it. It's the same thing for the sun in any of these places. If the sun is in the 5th house, you might not enjoy and experience your time with children as much, but you're going to be also, the doting Capricorn gets a little bit of, it's probably likely that a lot of Capricorns can be a little bit of a helicopter parent. If we had the 8th house, the 8th lord's sun in the 5th house of children, the sun doesn't do that great in Taurus. It doesn't do that great in the bottom of the chart. You'd have to look at the whole chart. But ultimately, the Capricorn with the sun in Taurus in the 5th house is going to be actually a little bit, you're going to learn how to have you're going to learn quality experiences with children and creativity by reducing the quantity of time you spend with them in order to make it meaningful. And so this is the funny nature of the sun in any placement in a Capricorn Rising's chart. It kind of separates you from something in order for you to break your expectation of what you hoped that thing was going to be. It can be painful, but that is pain is part of the stock and trade of Capricorns, as I'm sure you all know. So that was, I think I can get rid of this now. Do not save. That was the sun for Capricorn Rising. So next up, after we discuss the sun, number 1 on Sunday, we're going from Sunday. Next, we're going to the moon. Monday, moon day, lundi in French. Luna, lundi. So let's dig into the moon next, and then after this, I'm probably going to have to go to the bathroom. I drank a lot of hippie coffee and ate some oatmeal before we started this, so I feel that's going to be a part of our reality today. The moon rules the 7th house for Capricorn Rising and is considered evil. Really, we kind of have 2 reasons for this, and Parashara, again, gives this as being evil, although, again, we see it as being neutral in a way. There's 2 obvious reasons why this evilness is happening with Capricorn Rising and the moon. The moon is a Marika and rules that 7th house, which is, again, the furthest place from the rising sign. It's the 7th house. So it's a Marika. The moon is a Marika planet. And it's a benefic ruling an angle. If we remember from our conversation, a benefic ruling an angle is kind of difficult. You know, as we've sort of said, oh my gosh, I wish I hadn't done that. Damn, I got to make this easier on myself somehow. Whatever. Here's Capricorn lagna, and here's the moon. Now, I want to get out of this. Yeah, okay. I'm just figuring out my technology here, folks. So, like we said, when you have the moon, a benefic ruling an angle like the 7th house, the chart is a square, and it's moving through the universe, and the sharp corner edges are going to get bumped into things. That's why the angles are cardinal angles that create opportunity. If you have the moon at the helm ruling the 7th house, which is an angle, the moon is a benefic. The moon's job is to let things in. So all these opportunities, all these things that you're moving through in the universe, the moon is just letting them all in. And the moon ruling the 7th house gives really a reaching, which is the moon is a tricky one for Capricorn, because Capricorn's energy is predicated on no, I don't want those things. I'm protecting myself. The moon is opposite Capricorn. So the moon is bringing in alien influences. You know, the moon is like a disease that Capricorn, it's like an animal with a disease. Have you guys ever heard of guns, germs, and steel? This is the metaphor that comes to my head. Sometimes I just think of these things. It's a book called Guns, Germs, and Steel. It's debated about how historically factual it is, but it's got some great ideas for the evolutionary progression of what happened in history with mankind. One of the things it talks about is that early European people started hanging out with animals, cows, pigs, etc. These animals got these diseases, and the people would be like sleeping very close to these animals. The people would get these diseases. That's why the Black Plague came through Europe. It was said to have been started by bacteria being close to the animals. Eventually, though, humans, the Black Plague killed like 90% of us, of those people in Europe, but the last 10% developed an immunity, got through it, and then they could live with those animals, with those diseases, and those diseases wouldn't kill the European people. Later on, the European people came to the Americas. The Americas only have llamas, and that's in South America, but for the hugest aspect, mostly, of North America, They were like, tribal sort of village people who would go out and hunt buffalo, and they didn't keep much animals. So they were not subject to those diseases. So when the Europeans came over, this is why the book's called Guns, Germs, and Steel. The European people had steel, they had all this stuff, and they had these diseases. They would come over. The native people of Native America were getting wiped out by these diseases, but the European people weren't getting affected by these diseases, which is a very sad thing. It's super fucked up, and it's unfair because those native people just thought that the Europeans were like supermen, but really it was just this historical advantage. They had taken advantage of a Capricornian thing, the Europeans. And it's almost like the moon inviting things in for the Capricorn that was Europe in that moment. The moon invited in the animal disease that they got used to, but then Capricorn is able to adapt to different people, different experiences, different things when they use the moon to invite through other humans to adapt. So the moon can bring Capricorn great trouble if the moon is afflicted, because Capricorn needs to do this. An afflicted moon for a Capricorn is like those Native American people who, just by historical concourse, did not experience that adaptation. And then something came along and really strongly, unfortunately, wiped those people out. It's the same thing with a Capricorn who doesn't go through the pain of adapting to a completely new alien symbiote and getting used to it in order to help itself evolve. The moon is very important for Capricorn. Very interesting and psychedelic thing to think about. But other people, blending with other people, the Capricorn can be so self-oriented that learning to deal with other people can be a very difficult thing for it. But Capricorn being such a self-planet, cardinal Earth ruled by Saturn, if Capricorn has a good moon, then this very self-oriented planet gains the benefit of its opposite, which is adaptation to the world around it while still maintaining itself. It's partly why Capricorns can have a huge problem when the moon and Saturn are together. They don't like each other. It's a yoga, but it's a gross, difficult thing for Saturn to move through. There's lots of things to talk about there, but we're here talking about the rising sign. So that moon as the 7th house of other people, marriage, adapting, intimate concourse and conversation and communication, exchange of resources. Capricorn very much loses itself in that 7th house, and it can almost kill it. Cancer actually, Capricorn tends to be very traditional and conservative. Cancer, you'd be surprised how much is given in Indian astrology relating to Cancer being this moving, mobile, traveling sign. Cancer actually moves around quite a bit. Even though it's this homey sign, as we would think it to be, it's like a crab who brings its home wherever it goes. Cancer develops a good home because it actually moves around and adapts, and it likes to see all these different cultures. Capricorn is actually the one who typically would maintain itself, stay in one place. But the allure of a good moon for Capricorn will allow itself to maintain the strengths of the knowledge of its home root and take those advantages to the new world through Cancer, through the 7th house, through the partner. And the partners of Capricorns often will be people who are like a mother, like, getting you to brush your teeth, or getting you to, come on, honey, you got to tie your shoes. We got to go to church. We got to go and hang out with these people. It's like a mother that's like, come on, honey, you have to go and experience the world outside of your bedroom. The lover of a Capricorn rising is going to be like a doting mother on the Capricorn. Like, come on, honey, you have not done this thing with these people in this part of the world that you have been needing to do. I can see the stagnance in you. Come on, it's like they're pulling it by the ear. Come on, honey, we've got to go and do that thing that's good for you. So the Capricorn's lover is going to often be this thing that allows the Capricorn to get out of its secluded shell that will actually make the Capricorn vulnerable. It's like the old thing, God made dirt, dirt don't hurt. If something falls on the ground, you know, I'm not a parent, but I've heard that there's this debate where it's good for your kid to eat a little dirt once in a while, you know, so that its immune system can get used to the pathogens. It doesn't need to eat dirt once in a while, but some parents are a little crazy about sterilizing everything around a child's area. And if you do that, the child's not going to learn natural immune defenses that allows it to keep progressing. Capricorn's partner is going to introduce a little dirt into Capricorn's diet so that its defenses, it's going to basically get it out of the house, out of its bedroom, out of its bubble, and force it to adapt to a strange world so that the Capricorn can breathe outside the membrane of its self-containment. To get out of its cave, as our friend Equianum has said. I like the way I put that. Getting better with my words all the time. I've been writing lately, and so like a lot of this is, I love wording me some words, and I appreciate you guys watching while I do it. Feels like I'm doing poetry of a very esoteric sort. Now, the moon is considered to be evil for Capricorn rising according to Parashara. The moon, along with Mars and Jupiter, are these evil planets. The moon especially rules the 7th house, Amarika, and it's a benefic ruling an angle. So it just lets in, it eats all the dirt. That's what the moon is doing. Come on, honey, you can just let all of it in. And Capricorn, oftentimes, this is another thing we should consider. What this is also kind of telling us is that as good, you know, the moon as the 7th lord is a necessary evil for Capricorn. And it's an evil. It's going to bring things that don't work for the Capricorn. But the reason for this is because the Capricorn's partner brings this giant dish of raw ore that they dug from the mountain. And there'll be times the Capricorn looks at this and is like, honey, you know, what is this? And said, darling, I brought you this giant hunk of raw ore from this mountain. You need to take it and sift it because I'm pretty sure there could be some gold in there for you. Capricorn's in its room and it's like, okay, all right, honey, okay, all right, I guess I'll do this. And the Capricorn sifts the whole thing. They sift right to the bottom and there was actually no gold in there. So the Capricorn is just like, honey, you wasted my time with that. I'm sure that's a phrase that often happens for Capricorns and their lovers. But the moon through the partner is the one, the Capricorn's not going to get any of that gold by itself. It needs to, again, sometimes it's just eating dirt and not getting anything out of it. But this is how your partner works. You're not going to have a partner without you being a Capricorn and the 7th lord being the moon, who's going to bring some things that don't work for you. Just as Capricorn, you have to learn. This is funny. I've seen Capricorn energy work in relationships where the partner, being the moon, has to know how. It's like, if you've ever heard this before, a couple will have a no and then there's a hard no. Capricorns have to learn when their hard no is appropriate and when they're just their regular no is appropriate. And the lover is the one that's going to figure it out, you know? It's like, okay, honey, you know, I haven't gone, I think like we could enjoy some music, you know, but like, you know, we haven't seen a theater show before and there's this theater show coming out. Capricorn's like, no, honey, I don't know if I want to do that. And she says, but honey, we got to do it for me. I think we're going to enjoy it. We're going to come out with some friends. We'll have a few drinks. We'll dress up really nice. And Capricorn, all right, honey. Okay. All right. All right. And then they go out to the show and there was some gold in there. That was new. It was a nice way for us to enjoy our friends. Good job, honey. I said no at first, but you talked me into it and I'm glad you did. But then there'll be some shows where, you know, we're going to go out with Tom and Jane to see this concert. It's a rock concert. Tom and Jane end up getting really drunk And, you know, the Capricorn says no at first, but then they go and it wasn't worth it, let's say, for example. But the Capricorn has to know when it's a hard no. Like if Capricorn says, no, no, honey, I'm not going to that theater show. No, 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 hard no. The wife has to learn to be like, all right, he's not into it. I get it. You know, if I'm speaking to the Capricorn energy, you know, let me know, because that's what I see that kind of working out as. But the Capricorn and the partner has to learn when it's appropriate to pay attention to a Capricorn's hard no and when to use that hard no. But you also have to learn sometimes your hard no can be wrong too. There's no formula for it, and that's welcome to the moon. That's why the moon is formulaless. Capricorn loves formulas. Tried and true. It's going to work every time like this. Your lover is always going to be this unformulaicable thing. Right? So, what we read is that Capricorns do typically have a strong sense of social responsibility. They aren't like Libra ascendant who gets emotions caught up in it. With Capricorn, there's just a strong sense of self related to taking care of things politically and making sure the world is stable. Because if the world is stable, Capricorn can achieve their important goals and life can go on. As long as the world around is stable, because Capricorn ascendant works in the world. If the world around them is stable, then life can go on. Unfortunately, the world is not stable. The world is not going to always cater to Capricorn's nature. So Capricorn, the moon is the in-between of self and seventh house, the outside world. The moon is the one who brings the stuck Capricorn into the moving world. Now the moon is generally neutral. The moon ruling the seventh house speaks to the Capricorn's need to balance out a cold, detached approach to relationships in life. They don't need to pull it in. Capricorns need to pull it in just a little bit. A smidge of warm fuzziness. But not enough to absorb them and lose their essential nature as Capricorn in the process. You don't want to necessarily go against Capricorn's natural grain. Some balance of keeping a healthy moon in regard to relationships is important to the overall well-being of Capricorn, right? So Capricorn, having the moon, the adaptive moon at the seventh house, that very furthest place from the rising sign, Amarika, that is the place where Capricorn can lose itself. And sometimes it has to. When you're young, thankfully you're young, the moon will take you to places where you'll almost destroy yourself in relationships, especially when Capricorn has a bad moon. You know, we know this from the fact that Mars has an aggressive, malefic energy towards the fourth house, and Mars is, you know, an enemy to Saturn. As well, Saturn itself, the Capricorn rising lord, is debilitated in Aries. So a lot of these things can show volatility when it comes to relationships. And getting into a relationship, especially through the seventh house, the marriage, the contract. You know, Saturn actually isn't the worst thing when it comes to living at home. It's grumpy and it's a bump on the log, and it's something that is always a bit difficult for Capricorn to come home and live a domestic existence. We're going to learn about that when we get into Mars. The moon is about the contract, about like what, you know, it's about meeting the person. What have you got that's valuable to me? What have I got that's valuable to you? The marriage, the seventh house, the contract, the coming together, the vows, the delegations. These are the things that can really, because it's a seventh house, it's a Marika house, it can be tough on Saturn, causes great adaptation to the point where it wants to stick to its word, to a marriage that it gets into and finds that it's much different, it's unfolded, and it's different than the Capricorn thought. Although, interestingly, Capricorn will usually hold on. Capricorn has a traditionalist energy that will hold on to marriages and get through it even when the going gets tough. Beautiful thing. Capricorn's God. It's because I have Rahu in Capricorn. I love Capricorn. They have such solid energy where they're solid. So this getting into a relationship with Capricorn rising can really alter, and almost you can let the, if Capricorn's not careful, the baby will get rinsed out with the bathwater. It's an old Indian saying. When you're washing a baby, you wash all the water off, and then that water has to go into the sewer, the trash sewer, the excrement sewer. You don't want to let the baby slip out with the bathwater. The lover, the moon, water, is going to very much cleanse and purify and break apart and mold and move the Capricorn rising. Just make sure the baby doesn't go out with the bathwater. Make sure that your essential nature doesn't get thrown out in the process. Although, again, even if it does, Capricorn still deals with that. Oh, you got some beer? Awesome, Dad. Thanks. I'm good for the moment, but I'll definitely have some with you later, buddy. Thanks, Dad, buddy. God bless him. My dad's got some beer for the boys. I don't usually drink much, but I'll have one with him. God bless him. So this is the nature of the moon with Capricorn. So now let's take a little peek at what Ernst Wilhelm has to say about the moon as the seventh lord for Capricorn. I've already talked a lot about it my own way. The moon is the face of the deer, because remember, we've got this sea goat. All these different texts use different roots and resources. Somewhere in here, already we've heard that we know Ernst refers to Capricorn as a crocodile. But now we're hearing that Ernst is also combining this idea of this sea goat, this sea monster with a fish for a leg, but the front quarters are like a land-bearing deer animal. The moon is the face of the deer. The moon, as the seventh lord, indicates that for the Capricorn native, relationships are need-centered. Can you guys see me here? I have to check. Yep. Yes, you guys can see. All right. So the moon as the seventh lord indicates that for the Capricorn native, relationships are need-centered. That's a very profound statement. The need relates to the moon. The moon's not necessarily about wants. The moon usually, interestingly, the moon, when it's with Venus, I've talked about it in my Venus moon series. The moon will starve Venus because the moon is about what I need, and this gets in the way of what Venus is all about. Now, of course, there's a bit of a funny, similar theme going on here, but the moon is not starving Venus in a Capricorn's chart necessarily. But what we read is that relationships, which is usually a mutual, the seventh house ruled by, it relates to Libra. It's a mutual back and forth that usually you want to be objective about. But for Capricorn, relationships are need-centered. We get into marriage, a Capricorn gets into marriage for something that they need and that they don't have. Due to ruling the seventh house, the moon is a temporal neutral. And other factors influencing the moon are going to determine whether this native will be selfish in the pursuit of these needs or balanced in their pursuit. Basically what this means is that if the moon is delighted, if the moon has positive aspects from its friends, if the moon is placed close to the fourth house where it's happy, if it's got good shad bala, these are the things going to set up a good, healthy childhood so that the person can be in a balanced pursuit of the needs that they absorb and adapt through another person through. So as a natural benefic, the bright moon, so of course the moon is either going to be bright or dark, and that's going to generally define whether it's malefic or benefic. And a benefic as a house lord is going to deal with things in a more harmonious way, whereas a malefic is going to deal with things in a more in a way that is harsh to the other person, and therefore you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. A bright moon, which means, let's just point this out really quickly here. A bright moon is waxing. It's going from new moon to the full moon. According to Ernst, when it's a bright moon, really though, a bright moon, it can be regarded both ways actually. This is probably the more true way to regard it, is when it is, so the moon goes around in a circle. When it's at the halfway point to full, it's bright. So when it's halfway full and then halfway waning, that's when it's technically a bright moon. Although some texts say that once it's got past full, then it's waning, and then it's malefic. When it starts waxing, then it's benefic. So really, the most benefic quarter is when it's not quite full, but reaching towards full. When it's past the halfway waxing point, it's moving towards being full, that's the most benefic moon. And then the opposite is the most malefic. Both of these count for what we read when we hear that Ernst is saying that a moon is bright. So a bright moon is going to be a benefic, and a dark moon is going to be a malefic. So what Ernst says is, as a natural benefic, the bright moon is going to give nurturing and growing qualities from or with a partner. And that will support the areas of life influenced by the moon, right? So the bright moon is going to do a bit better and have better things happening where the moon is situated, what the moon rules, which would be the 7th house in this case, what the moon is aspecting, and what the moon's aspected by. There's just going to be a nurturing and growing quality, and it supports those areas of life. Now, as a natural malefic, the dark moon indicates a lack of growth to those areas it influences due to relationships and partnerships. So the dark moon is going to show a little bit of stagnance, a little bit less growth where the moon is situated in the chart. So if you've got the 7th lord, the moon, is dark in the sign of, let's say, the 10th house of Libra, then relationships are, your relationships, being this very need-centered thing, are going to be kind of concentrated and channeled through Capricorn's 10th house. The moon isn't that happy in the 10th house anyway, but if it's a dark moon, then the relationships, things that you abide by, that you need as a Capricorn through your partner, you've dedicated your vow to this partner who you've become married to, now you're with your marriage partner, it's likely the moon, being the 7th lord, being in your 10th house of Libra, is probably, you're going to involve your partner in your career. And it's likely that if the moon is dark, you're not going to act in a way that's conducive to partnership. And the dark moon has a harder time with relationships in general. It's this, just like all malefics. Mars, no matter what, even if it's amazingly placed, it's still drilling its skull into the earth in order to get some gems and gold and diamonds. And that's a malefic, tough energy that brings frustration, but it brings yields from that frustration. The moon, as a dark malefic moon, is going to have this fighting energy that brings resistance and frustration, but it still gets the good things that it needs. Everyone might smell a Capricorn and their partner, the Capricorn who has the moon in Libra in the 10th house, and it's a dark moon and it's not well placed in other ways. That dark moon, everyone's going to see, it's like the Capricorn and their partner are like art curators, and they're walking around curating art in this museum, and they're both debate, they have a heart, they argue about what they think is the best art, but this is their business together. So they come together, people see the Capricorn and their partner, and the Capricorn says, now everybody, this is one of the great pieces because it is a romantic piece. And then the partner would be like, well, honey, it's not great because it's in the romantic era. The Capricorn's like, well, I know. I'm just saying that relates to the greatness of this piece because it's in the romantic era and it relates to this thing. And it's like, but honey, honey, let me do my thing. would you let me talk? You know, this kind of thing can happen with a Capricorn with a dark malefic moon in the 10th house as the 7th lord. That's just me pulling out of my brain and giving examples of how this stuff can work out. This is fun, like I said. So that was, let's see, did we get all that out of there? That was Ernst's description of the moon as the 7th lord, the face of the deer. The better half, as it often works out for Capricorn rising, the partner that they gain as their main partner in marriage. Now, I say, what the heck? I gotta go to the bathroom. Really ain't no rush here. Like I said, I intook a lot of beverage before I started this podcast. So I'm gonna do the Capricorn Saturn thing and untake that beverage real quick here. And we're going to come right back and we're going to continue on talking about Mars. See you guys in just a sec. Now, let's move on here to planet number 3. Sunday, lundi, mardi. Mars. Martes, I think, is what it is in Spanish. And then miércoles. Is that right? I think so. But yeah, Martes, Marti, Tuesday, Mars. Planet number 3. Come on down. And of course, as we've seen, Mars rules the Mula Tricona of Mars, Aries, rules the 4th house. And the less significant planet to Mars, less significant sign to Mars, Scorpio, rules the 11th house. Which is kind of a bit of a good thing. It's, you know, every sign combination has what's called a Mula Tricona. The Mula Tricona is the true root essence of the planet. It's either in one sign or the other. Mars' true root sign for Mars, the planet, is Aries. That's its Mula Tricona. Mula means root, and then Tricona, it's hard to explain, but it's like a trinary. Trines have to do with the essence of a planet, or an essence of anything. It's bringing them all into one centered focus. So the root trine energy of every planet is somewhere in one of the signs. The one for Mars is Aries and not Scorpio, which is nice because that means that the sign ruling the 11th house is not the more prominent sign. And the 11th house is, of course, one of the most difficult houses. It's not, I don't think it's technically a dastana, but the 11th house can be the most inauspicious house. So Mars doesn't focus on the 11th house as much as it does the 4th house for a Capricorn rising, and that's a bit of a blessing for Capricorn. So let's dig into my notes and let's look a little bit at what Mars is all about. Of course, Mars for Capricorn is one of the evils, just like the moon and Jupiter. So I only have a small note, it looks like, on Mars here. Mars, now of course these notes come from my notes and work done at Asheville Vedic Astrology. Mars is evil as the 4th lord, also ruling the 11th house, the most difficult house, bringing difficulty wherever it is. Mars misses out on its capacity to be an auspicious angular lord. Right? So this is the weird contradiction again happening with Capricorn. You know, it loses the malefic Mars as the 4th house lord, but it gains, strangely enough, benefic Venus as the 10th house lord. It's a funny sort of switcheroo that happens with Capricorn. And again, this is more, I keep saying that Capricorn, being the cardinal earth sign, is this like ectoplasmic rainbow contradictor of all sense and all normal rules. It is this aqueous sort of melter of many of the typical rules that we abide by in astrology. And this is just running with that, you know. Mars misses out on its capacity to be an auspicious angular lord. This puts a focus towards having one's sense of happiness being based on how others see them, their gains, wealth, recognition, and how they're validated. Of course, the 4th house is what rules happiness. So their sense of happiness is based on the 11th house. That's how others see them, their gains, their wealth, their recognition, and how they're validated. That's a difficult place. That's a difficult thing. You know, what I said with Scorpio ruling the 11th house, it's still tied in with this 4th house, which means the 4th cardinal angle, the very important foundation of the chart, is tied in with that nasty 11th house, which means happiness depends on the 11th house, which we know of as gains, recognition, and validation, social validation. This always leads to a feeling of lack and emptiness in Capricorn, because those things are fleeting and frivolous as the wind. They come and go. This is part of the funny thing about Capricorn, is that they get frustrated with happiness as a totality, because so much of their happiness is, you know, I mean, if a Mars has a well-placed 4th house and there's good things happening there, then they're going to have a happiness that propels them towards greater greatness in the 11th house, because that's a happiness that they seek. And of course, they seek to share what's in the 11th house with their loved ones. You know, if anyone is a creature of dynasty and tribe, it's Capricorn. Capricorn uses its 4th house happiness, gets this happiness in its small community, its family, its close circle of friends, and it wants to share its spoils and wealth with those that it loves, because it considers those it loves to be part of itself, part of the spade that it digs into Earth through. Mars, 4th house, Aries digging into the 4th house. So that 4th house energy is going to, the happiness that it experiences in the 4th house, it wants to expand that happiness through the gains in the 11th house. And the gains in the 11th house are sort of inspired by the 4th house. The happiness that they've experienced with the respect that they earn for the money and the wealth and prestige that they have received from their action, from that scorpionic phoenix energy that they apply to their 11th house and their 4th house. So when Mars is doing well as an angular ruler, this can give Capricorn ascendant gains through physical property, as we've already read. Land, buildings, minerals, gems, things from the earth, material investments. So Mars being an angular ruler, if the Mars is doing well, these are the kind of gains that the Capricorn tends to get. Physical property. And this could do very well if everybody knows what physicality works out in relation to stocks and finances. You know, I'm into real estate, and you buy a house, let's say, for $120,000. You pay it off, so you're keeping that house, especially if you have renters paying you money to live at that house or something like that. You're gaining a bit of money, but on top of that, the house is going up in value because there's only so much property on planet Earth. Humans are expanding, therefore property is becoming scarcer. The more scarce a physical item is, the more it's going to be valuable, the more worth it's going to be. So Capricorns often gain a lot through property, physical investments, gems, metals, things that are only a certain amount of value with. Another big one, just to wink at y'all, because I know this from my father who has Saturn and Capricorn, so does my mother, waterfront. Property that has water that you can just walk down to and have your own little beach front. That's a very precious thing that is also getting gobbled up. I live in Canada where there's plenty of lakes, and those properties are worth a lot of money because they're becoming scarcer and scarcer. and therefore more and more precious and valuable. So these are things that Capricorn is aware of and pays attention to, and would do well to pay attention to once they come into money, finances, etc. Especially if they have a good Mars. If you got a trash Mars, you should be careful with making big real estate investments. You know, I'm not a real estate astrologer, but that logic makes sense in my head. I don't want to necessarily go further on that because it's not my skill set. I'm more of a psychologist than a wealth astrologer. They have their place, you know, but I digress. What am I looking at here? So that was all we've said about Mars as the 4th and 11th Lord from Asheville Vedic Astrology. Now let's read what Ernst Wilhelm has to say on the subject. We have Mars as the aggressiveness of the crocodile. And this is, we know a crocodile can tear something up, and it's just got that, ooh, God, it's got that blistering Louisiana swamp snap elastic to it that can just, vroom. They're very fast, and they can go and just get the goal. That goal is in my head, and I'm gonna go get it. You know, so much more than most. The Capricorn energy is often like that. Now, Mars as the 4th and 11th Lord represents the Capricorn native's aggressive nature in gaining security. You know, I almost feel like I should say, I should have been saying this from the beginning. While it's on my brain, whoever's watching now, you get the delight of this secret little gem that I should have mentioned from the beginning. These houses and reading about them is especially cool, knowing the planets, how the planet relates to the rising sign. It's especially important if you know your Atmakarika. If Mars is your Atmakarika for a Capricorn rising, you should be really digging deeply into this section of things, knowing what the 4th and the 11th, how they relate. Or if your Swamsha is Aries or Scorpio and you're a Capricorn rising, you're going to learn a lot about the psyche of the background psyche of the planet ruling your Swamsha, which says a lot in total about how to deal with that Swamsha energy. Even if your Atmakarika falls into a certain sign, there's going to be a lot to be said about it. If your Atmakarika falls in Aries and or Scorpio, and you're a Capricorn rising, you're learning about what those signs mean to the ascendant. I wish I'd said that earlier, but it's very important. And Rahu and Ketu. You're also learning a lot about some of the deep dimensions of Rahu and Ketu. If you have Rahu and Ketu in the Aries axis of Aries and Libra, or if you have it in Scorpio and Taurus, these videos are a killer filler and of understanding for what that means. So, should have been saying it from the beginning. I'm going to start making a slide. It's worth it. For the last of these videos, I need to make a slide in my presentation that shows that. Slide, lagnas, mention, Amakarika, etc. Always expanding. See, my Capricorn friends, I got Rahu in Capricorn, so a lot of the times you guys see me progressing as I'm moving through the thing. That's like Capricorn's life. They're going through a project, and I mean, I'm a Leo, and I don't do it in the way you guys would. A Capricorn would never say, you know, that they would have their project perfect. They would have all their notes all figured out before they would come on here. But it's a very Capricorn thing in general, for me having a Rahu in Capricorn, to kind of be like working out my shit as I go along. Anyway, maybe I'm just making excuses. I guess I should just rock and roll. So anyway, I'm glad you guys can see my inner workings here. But let's move on. Again, we're talking about Mars as the 4th and 11th Lord. The aggressiveness of Marika. Makara, the crocodile. Mars as the 4th and 11th Lord represents the Capricorn native's aggressive nature in gaining security. Mars especially inclines the Capricorn to gain landed properties, which very much makes them feel secure in the world. Having a home, having a legit physical home really gives them an important set of security, and that relates to the 11th house. The 11th house, having a home, is this secure thing in the 4th house that gives them a constant 11th house feeling. When they walk around their house, it's their own house. Their 11th house is like, I'm kind of satisfied by this. And the 11th house being this evil, frustrating house for all of us. The 11th house is mainly difficult because it signifies these gains in things that we're not going to really be happy until we've accomplished that thing, until we've gained that thing. And having landed property for the Capricorn, especially if it's their own landed property that they've earned, they're literally just walking around their house glad that they have a physical embodiment of that 11th house, which can be very grounding. It dissipates some of the frustrating nature of the 11th house. Although for a Capricorn, it won't necessarily be enough. There will always be a desire to progress more. Mars inclines the Capricorn through the 4th and 11th house to fight for land, ancestry, honor, and titles. Due to ruling the 11th house, Mars becomes a very powerful temporal malefic, meaning a house-based malefic. Mars is a natural planetary malefic, but some planets, even if they're a natural benefic, if they rule the 11th, we call them a temporal house-based malefic. So due to ruling the 11th, Mars becomes a powerful temporal malefic that will selfishly fight its way to security and perceived happiness. Like a crocodile. It's like a crocodile that wants to go and eat a porcupine. I see some meat on that thing, and they'll fight everybody just to get that meat, and then they might find, oh wow, I went through all that aggressive effort and now I've got spines in my belly. Now, as a natural malefic, we see how it's a temporal malefic, but it's also a natural malefic. As a natural malefic, Mars will create struggles and oppositions to their desires due to their aggressiveness. And this is as well as they can create emotional unhappiness through Mars's malefic energy due to their strong ideas of what they think they need in order to be happy, which may prevent them from enjoying what is given to them. Oftentimes, the Capricorn has a set idea of what I want for my 4th house happiness. I have a set idea of it. And when I can't get what I want, what my 11th house Scorpio really sees me wanting it this way. That's my attainment. I'm looking to attain that thing, and I'm going to keep squirming and fighting until the crocodile gets what the crocodile needs to be what the crocodile is. And I'm not going to be happy until it's exactly what I want it to be. Now, a good Mars does two things for Capricorn. Number one, how you could really say it is that it has an easier time being satisfied by what it has. That's the number one thing. That's the root of it. Is like it can have something that's not perfectly what it wants, but that's it. That's close enough. I'm gonna work to get it even closer. But it doesn't bother me that much that this isn't quite perfect yet. This isn't quite picture perfect yet. Because of that psyche, they don't lose energy there's an energy lost when reality is something that you can't change and you're upset about that. Disappointment is created by consciousness. Disappointment doesn't actually exist, by the way. Reality is what it is, and our minds manufacture pain or bliss associated with an expectation that has to do with that 8th house expectation. Now, a good Mars is still, it might be technically disappointed, but it's not bummed out by it. that this, I'm not there yet. I haven't arrived at the reality that I'm seeking. Because it's not bummed out by it, it doesn't lose excess energy. And those extra stores of energy, by having a good, strong fourth house, allows it to, there's no energy lost. So it just keeps moving forward. The elephant's head keeps moving forward. And this gains more Mars energy with which to get something that actually does fit them better. Propels them forward to actually, a good Mars is smart and logical with its actions. And so it's going to go for the thing that it really wants in the end and get that thing. And a good Mars will actually bring something that's closer to the vision of what would make the Capricorn happy. Right? And so Mars generally is malefic. No matter what, though, there's going to be a sort of emotional unhappiness due to their strong ideas of what they need in order to be happy. And this generally will prevent them from enjoying what they do have. Even when they got a really good Mars, this is just part of Capricorn having inauspicious Mars ruling its 4th and 11th house. It's never really going to be fully satisfied. It's like, a crocodile baking in the Louisiana sun, just hanging out, letting its belly just stick out. It's in the sun, and it's got all it needs. But there's some reptile part of its brain that's like, hasn't fully let go. It's like, this is good, but I'm already thinking about what's the next thing I'm going to do with my time. Capricorns are never really on vacation. God bless them for it. But having a good Mars is going to allow you the things to have that sun that you can bake in. And a good Mars is going to get you as close to that feeling of surrendering to your home environment as a Capricorn could possibly get, which is only so far. So that is Mars for Capricorn lagna. Very good. Now, next up, who we have on the docket, that would be Mercury. All right, finally, we get to talk about a planet that really doesn't suck for Capricorn. It's interesting for Capricorn that, again, this numerology does have its place. Sun, number 1, Moon, number 2, Mars, Mardi, number 3, and then number 4, Mercury, Wednesday. 1, 2, and 3 are all difficult planets for Capricorn. And this is part of Capricorn's reality. All the good planets are locked into the ending of things. Mercury is 4, Jupiter is 5, which is still inauspicious for Capricorn. And then Venus is 6 and Saturn is 7. Capricorn always cashes out at the end of things. Always makes sure throughout their whole life they're going to do things. They're usually going to try to get into some kind of union, some kind of things with 401k, benefits, dental plan, so you can chew with your teeth, those teeth related to Saturn. You'll have the teeth that you can chomp, chomp, chomp and enjoy your food when you're 70 years old. You got weak digestion, but you got good, strong teeth because you got a dental plan, because you got into the union, because you've been taking care of yourself from day one. Very classic Capricorn kind of mentality. So the end of things is often well taken care of. Mercury is number 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mercury is right in the middle of it all. And thankfully, it's an auspicious planet for Capricorn. Let's start digging into it. We read that auspicious are Mercury and Venus. And of course, this would relate to the fact that Venus rules the 5th house for Capricorn rising, and Mercury rules the 9th house. And not only that, Mercury is a very, we got to consider that if you've seen other parts of my teaching series, the houses, there are the benefic houses, the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th, and then there are the inauspicious houses. It's the 11th, the 6th, and the 3rd. The inauspicious houses, the 11th is the most inauspicious, the 6th is the 2nd, and then the 3rd is the least inauspicious. for the auspicious houses, the 9th is the most auspicious house. The 5th is the second most auspicious and lucky. And then the 1st house is the least of the 3, but still auspicious and beneficial, the 1st house. But the 9th house is the most special, auspicious house. And Mercury, interestingly, remember I was talking about mula trichonas. So the mula trichona is the root essence energy of a planet. Each planet has one mula trichona. It's of the 2 signs, which of those signs more deeply reflects the root state of the planet. So for Mercury, between Gemini and Virgo, Virgo is the mula trichona. So wherever Virgo is, if it's in an important good place in a rising sign, that means that that sign and that planet, Mercury, are very important and very lucky. So what we have here with Capricorn is Mercury. Of the 2 signs that Mercury rules, Mercury rules Gemini, the 6th house, and Mercury rules the lucky 9th house, Virgo. And Virgo is the mula trichona, which means for Capricorn, if we were to say which of these 2 energies is more prevalent for Mercury, the 6th house is secondary because it's run by Gemini. The 6th house is a secondary aspect of Mercury for Capricorn. And Virgo is the 9th house. Virgo is the mula trichona of Virgo. Virgo is the mula trichona of Mercury, ruling Capricorn's lucky 9th house. So if we were to say with regard to Capricorn, what does Mercury have more of its presence moving through? It's the 9th house, not the 6th house, which means the 6th house, which is typically a dastana. The 6th house is always a difficult house for everybody, but the 6th house for Capricorn is painted green. The 6th house is always difficult, but for a Capricorn, what it does with its 6th house is actually building even more on the 9th house. It's a debt. It's physical destructiveness of the body, but the Capricorn, what it invests through the 6th house, it conducts its routine activities and schedule and energies, and it learns to do that sharply through the luck of the 9th house. It's like part of Capricorn's desire to live for the 9th house, which is the lucky role that we truly are in this world. It's our dharma. It's the true thing that we're living for in this life. And it's also the shared action of our partnerships. The 9th house being the 3rd from the 7th. The 9th house is the true marriage house. So it's what we're living for. And it's a deep part of our heart in a Jupiterian way that we live for that thing that we do with Mercury in the case of Capricorn. So this mercurial thing that we live for, we're going to hear more about it as we read from our source texts. This key thing that Capricorn lives for through Mercury as the 9th lord. The 6th house is in service always to that. And so whatever we spend, whatever kind of debt that Capricorn gets into, because again, Capricorn is never going to get into a debt that it's for sure knows it's going to dedicate it to. Why? Well, that's partly because, remember, Saturn is not going to kill itself. Capricorn, ruled by Saturn rules the 1st and 2nd house for Capricorn, which means it identifies with its bank account. It's very true. But we see the beauty of this, is that with Capricorn, it's not going to invest frivolously on things that it's just going to leave and let collect interest. I think that interest is something that the Capricorn is most afraid of. Interest? My money is being sapped by some parasite person who owns me at that point. Of course, interest works out very well for Capricorn when they climb up the ladder. They've cleared all their debt and now interest is working for them. But the point here is that Capricorn, Saturn's not going to kill itself. It identifies too much with its second house, Capricorn, because Saturn rules the first and second, which means it's not going to get into stupid debt that it knows that it's not going to be able to pick away at and mitigate over time. And the thing is, though, is that Capricorn is not unable to take risks, calculated risks. Capricorn, through Mercury ruling the 9th house, will find something that it is in its bones and its blood and its deepest part of its heart, that it knows, this is me. I'm going to live for this 9th house thing. And I'll take on a little bit of debt. I'll go to school. I'll take on the 6th house Gemini debt of learning, of doing what I got to do in order to take on that 9th house role that truly relates to me, which means I know I'm going to keep smacking at it until that debt is ameliorated. And it's not going to go very far into that debt no matter what, because of that second house identity, right? So Capricorn is smart with its financial situation. It moves according to the financial situation it has, and an intelligent, lucky use of its financial fiscality. So this is a huge key part of the Mercury's ability. Mercury is playful. It's buddhi. It finds out what works and doesn't work. Capricorn will move through financial realities being a bit playful with it. But once it recognizes Mercury at its most playful, will fully play with something. It's like the Buddha. Mercury's best description is the Buddha. That's why in Vedic astrology, when we talk about, all the grahas have a name. Saturn is Shani. Jupiter is Guru. Mercury is Buddhi. And it's a specific Buddha-like intelligence that comes from, again, it relates to that 8th house of wiping the grime on the mirror. It doesn't let its predilection get in the way of its play. That's why Mercury can be such a wealth-producing powerhouse, is because when it comes to playing, it is objectively getting out of its head, getting out of its emotional preferences, and playing and let's see how this plays out. That's why Capricorn can really make the big bucks in a lot of ways. Anyone with strong emphasis of Mercury can. When the Buddha was born, he was a prince. Siddhartha Gautama was a prince, and he had these walls, and he was born to be a king. Don't worry about looking past those walls, son. You're going to be a king someday. It's set for you. It's going to be what you want to. It's going to be the best. Trust us. You're going to have all the women, all the food, everything you want. But the Buddha, representing Mercury, was like, no, those walls, I'm hearing, but I'm just too curious. I got to see what's outside those walls. So he got his servant. Hey, servant, I want to go outside the walls. The servant says, well, master, your mother and father said that you're not supposed to go out there. I don't care. You're my servant. I'm your master. Take me out there. We're going to check out what's going on out there. He's playful. He's curious. So he goes out there, finds a dying guy, a sick guy, and a dead guy. He's like, oh, I can actually die. That means I got to make my life meaningful, and I got to explore what my life is to me. So then he goes out, he drinks with a bunch of people, gets drunk, parties with them, plays with them. After a few years, he does it fully. He drinks, he's in the tantra, he's in the orgasm, and he does it fully. But once he starts to realize that this thing isn't working for him, he pulls out of it and goes in a completely different direction. Goes into austerity, goes into the cave, eats only little handfuls of rice a day, smacks his head against the wall, meditating, chanting mantras, deteriorating himself until he almost dies. But he doesn't fully die, because Mercury begins to sense when something is not going to take them where their inner voice knows is good for them. So then he came out of that and found the middle way. That's Buddhi. That's the Buddha story. A lot of it relates with curiosity. And it's a curiosity that's a feeling-based thing. But you are also listening to yourself with Buddhist curiosity. So with the Capricorn, when it comes to that lucky 9th house Mercury energy, it's very curious, especially in the financial world, It will play with the stock market. It will play with trying things out financially. And it'll get its hand slapped. But it never puts all its eggs in one basket strongly on a risk. It has a well-diversified stock portfolio, and it's watching them all, seeing what works and what doesn't work, digs into the company that it's investing money in, sees why it's working. It's like, oh, this company works, it's a place where all these people, they got a good union, they give a shit about the people, and it's slowly producing more money over time. That's the kind of company that I need to be investing in. Finds more companies like that. Some of them do work and some of them don't work, and he finds out why. He is open to his reality that he's moving through. Curious, Buddhi, Mercury, curious. He identifies with that playful, aristocratic, millionaire curiosity. This is the Mercury of Capricorn. It's very powerful. And the point being is that through the 6th house, he can get into debt and invest a lot of time and effort into something, but it's not for that thing. It's not the debt. It's not the 6th house that's the focus. The focus is, this is me exploring who I am in the 9th house. The 9th house Virgo is the more rooted dimension of Capricorn in this sense of what Mercury means to it. My friend Phoenix is saying hello to me. Nice to see you, Phoenix. So that's probably enough about my wrap. Mercury is auspicious for Capricorn. Let's see what my notes from the Asheville Vedic Astrology Apprenticeship says about Mercury as the 9th and 6th Lord. So Mercury is an example where we take the inauspicious 6th house and we paint it green. We paint it auspicious. Mercury is considered auspicious as the 9th Lord, even though it's also the 6th Lord. Just as Saturn is neutral for Gemini Ascendant. Saturn is similarly technically kind of neutral here. See, Saturn has Mercury for a friend, and if Saturn lands in Virgo or Gemini, Saturn is delighted by its friend. But Mercury doesn't have Saturn for a friend. So there is a neutrality. It's like a one-way friendship. Saturn loves Mercury, but Mercury can take Saturn or leave him. So there is a neutrality coming from Mercury here. But as we said, we consider ultimately Mercury is auspicious according to Parashara. And overall, in our chart, we give the Virgo, which is this bottom right corner here, and Gemini, the top right corner, are auspicious. The 9th house deals with our idealism. Can you guys see me here? Gosh, I have to do this because, good. Sometimes I've seen it where you guys can't see me. The 9th house deals with our idealism and philosophy in this regard. And Capricorn can be quite utilitarian in its philosophical approach. What philosophy works? It's very pragmatic. And Virgo, again, has more of this playful sort of consciousness. Mercury is going to take capitalism and it's going to take communism. It's going to weigh them a little bit by its book knowledge, but ultimately it's going to say, okay, let me go and live in a communist society and see how it works, whether it works or not. And there's going to be good things and bad things there. Then it goes into a capitalism society and see how does it work in experience. This is part of the pragmatic philosophy that Capricorn can shift about, because Mercury is a mutable sign and it's playful in this way. Capricorn wants to see for itself what works. What's actually benefiting people right now, to the moment. Virgo, in this exact moment. Because there might even be times we're in late stage capitalism here in North America and it's kind of falling apart. So there might be aspects of communism and socialism that are a necessary thermodynamic opposite to freshen up the capitalistic world we've been living in. This is just me showing this mercurial ninth house nature. It's like, what is actually benefiting people right now? Capitalism might not be the ultimate philosophy, just like communism might not be the ultimate philosophy. It all comes down to Virgo, minute by minute. What is the right approach right now? Not idealistic transcendental figures of utopian bliss. This is the mutability of Capricorn's ninth house. Mercury makes Capricorn focus on utilitarian ideals. That which works, not just some lofty goal, some lofty ideal. Capricorn is wary of gurus. I would say this is more because Mercury is opposite Jupiter in the signs. Again, it needs to figure something out for itself. It's not to say Capricorn can't get a guru or doesn't want one, but it's very wary of them. You know, suspicious and kind of skeptical. Now, what brings greater peace of mind, detachment, and success? Not just because someone said so. That's what Capricorn needs to experience for itself. Although, you know, we're going to talk about how because it's not so strong on Jupiter, a lot of the time Capricorn is spending its time figuring out for itself what works based on its experience, when it could have just read it from a book, or it could have gotten it from someone who's been there. That's Jupiter. Hearing, sound, Jupiter. So Capricorn does lose out a bit on Jupiter things. But this Mercury is still its own power in its own right. When Mercury is afflicted for Capricorn rising, the person can become quite opinionated, atheistic, and or even speaking out against religion. A sort of anti-religious atheistic fanatic. But even atheism is something that they can be, you know, skeptical of and spit at. Because Mercury, an afflicted Mercury is incapable of playing. They become rigid. Now, ruling the 6th and 9th house, hard work through the 6th house brings Capricorn great fortune and grace. The 9th house is this fortune, grace, luck of natural being. And it kind of makes sense when you think of Capricorn being an earth sign. That 6th house is going to be very important to it, and thus does, you know, it's interesting for Capricorn that there are two significations for Capricorn. This is just cool to mention. Capricorn's an earth sign. Capricorn's one of the only signs where we have two different examples, three different examples actually. Whoa. This is a cool pattern that I want to investigate more. But this is what I'm saying here, folks, is, just so you can see what I'm talking about. With Capricorn, we have the first house is ruled by Capricorn. And that's the first house is, of course, a fire house, one of the Dharma houses. The second house is tied into the first house. And so there's a connection between the first house of fire and the second house, which is an earth house, a Artha house. So the Dharma and Artha houses are connected. Artha is the earth houses, the 2nd, 6th, and 10th house. So Artha houses have to do with hard work, responsibility, restrainment, and cultivation of a dedicated purpose. So that it's not very often that we find the Dharma houses and the Artha houses are connected, completely connected in this way. The 5th house is, of course, connected to the 10th house. The 5th house is a Dharma house, and the 10th house is an Artha house. The 10th house is an earth house. So here we have fire and earth houses mixed again, and, of course, the 6th house is an Artha house, and the 9th house is a Dharma house. I've never thought about this. I'm wondering if I imagine Cancer might have a similar thing going on. I'd have to check it out. But that's a crazy, cool thing. You know, the luck and Dharma of Capricorn is very much married to the earth. And this is kind of like the connection of Rama, who represents fire and east, to his brother Lakshman, which is material. those two are always working together, and that's, you know, the determination of fire is well served by the artha, the narrow gate of dedication that is the neon tube which produces the heat of the dharma houses, goes to the neon tube of the artha, the earth houses, to produce specific action, specific capital, specific gains and attainments. And Mercury is just a part of that narrative. Rules the 6th, which is an Artha house, and the 9th, which is a grace house. So hard work through the 6th house brings Capricorn great fortune and grace. Libra, Virgo, and Capricorn, all these earth and air signs will respond better to the phrase, self-effort is synonymous with grace. Libra, Virgo, and Capricorn Ascendant all vibe to that tune. As well, another important phrase for these guys is, God helps those who help themselves. And of course, the earth and air signs tend to have Venus, Saturn, or Mercury on the 9th house. For Libra, Gemini is on the 9th house. For Virgo, Taurus is on the 9th house. For Capricorn, Virgo is on the 9th house. But either way, Venus, Saturn, or Mercury ruling the 9th house will give this sort of mentality that God helps those who help themselves. Very deep, very cool, very Mercury. Great philosophical pondering on the part of RYAN KURCZAK'S there, tying things together through his consciousness. Now let's bring this all together with our reading by Ernst Wilhelm, who has a small little section on Mercury here. What we read is that Mercury is the 6th and 9th lord. Mercury is the goat's fortune from carrying loads. So what we mean by this, what's a goat do in ancient times? Well, it's a beast of burden. It goes and it's constantly carrying one load to another place and then there from that place to another place. It's the constant Mercury, Gemini being the third sign. So Gemini for everybody is almost, I wouldn't say it's like a third house, but everybody has Gemini doing something. So Gemini on the 6th house is going to be carrying, you know how Gemini relates to short distances and then Sagittarius relates to long distances. So Gemini is short trips. So we've got the sign of short little trips and short little things going on in the 6th house. So there's a constant load bearing, essentially what's going on there, right? So the Mercury is the goat's fortune, the 9th house, from carrying loads through the 6th house. Mercury as the 6th and 9th lord, and being the planet presided over by Vishnu, gives the Capricorn native the penchant for practicing karma yoga, the inclination for practicing karma yoga. The 6th house, being an upachaya and being linked to the 9th house, indicates that the native's fortune increases through Mercury as they fulfill their duties. So we're going to need a little bit of a background on what upachaya is. Upachaya is technically the 3rd house, the 6th house, and I think the 11th is also an upachaya house. Gosh, I better check this out. I'm just going to take a quick little peek here. 9th house. Check my notes. I don't think that the 11th, maybe it's only the 6th and the 3rd that are upachaya houses. This isn't telling me. This is only going to take one moment. It's worth it for all of us to know. Marikas. Oh, yes. Upachayas. Thank God. Okay. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. Yeah. Okay. So the 3rd, the 6th, the 10th, and 11th are known as Upachaya houses. Damn it. Am I ever glad that I found that? Right? 3rd, 6th, 10th, and 11th houses for Upachayas, and Upachaya means essentially improvement. Certain astrological combinations involving these houses improve one's condition in life overall. And most of them, especially the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th, are also, difficult houses. The 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th in particular are always known for being these sort of difficult, malefic houses. But the 3rd and the 6th and the 11th are also Upachaya, which means they get easier over time. So the 6th house being an Upachaya, this is what Ernst is saying here, is the 6th house being an Upachaya, it gets better over time, and it's linked to the 9th house. This indicates that the natives' fortunes increase through Mercury as they fulfill their duties over time. Thank you, Trula McKinney. I'm glad you're enjoying the podcast. So, due to ruling the 9th house, Mercury is a temporal benefic, whose intent it is to do its work in a lawful manner. Awfully lawfully. And so, it's a temporal benefic ruling the 9th. It's going to do things. Its intent is to do its work. Its 6th house, its means. Everybody has to get their hands dirty in the 6th house. It's this dirty house where they got to do what they got to do this annoying, pissant, little constant routines that, you can feel it in your gut that you're just slugging yourself, slaving yourself for whatever this task is. Capricorns will always do that typically, especially if they got a good Mercury, but just generally. Because Mercury rules the 9th, they want to do it in a lawful manner, if only just to keep their nose clean, just so no one can come along one day and crack their head open because of some law that they didn't know about, some crime they were unconsciously committing and not realizing it. That won't happen with Capricorn, and that's why they make it to the end and they go as far as they do. And as a natural benefic, Mercury gives the gift of practical skills and wisdom with which to make their fortunes. So Mercury is this benefic that has these skills. They have practical skills and wisdom, 9th house wisdom, financial, fiscal, long-standing apprehension of how whatever they're getting into works. They learn, they love to learn, having Virgo in the 9th. They just love to learn about the thing that they're getting into. This is the field itself. Because remember, earth and air is about the thing you're getting into. Fire and water is about you. So here we have a rising sign lord, and if that means, of course, an earth rising sign, which of course means its 9th house is going to be an earth sign. Virgo. In this case, Capricorn is learning about, it's not focusing on itself, it's focusing very deeply on the field that it knows it's going to dedicate itself to at some point, which means it knows the game, it knows the rules, knows how to break them, but knows how to ultimately keep its nose clean in this game in order to beat the game by its own rules through dedication, persistence, and passion for that thing in the long run. That is our Mercury for Capricorn Rising. Beautiful. Oh, I think some yoga's called for after this session, folks. Marina says that all the Capricorn risings that she knows love to learn. And it's so true for Capricorn rising. They just smash their heads against it until they learn more and more about that game, about that thing. It's funny that Capricorn, fire and water people tend to just get into one field and they go through a whole mismatch of inner transformation while that field of energy just stays the same. Capricorn stays the same internally, but they learn a lot about their field, the external world, and they change and they sift through and they learn everything they can about the thing that they're getting into. But they themselves will often just remain the crocodile. It's been the same for the last millions of years that it's always been. And Capricorn finds out what works for them, basically sticks to it, and digs themselves into the field that they're interested in. And that's the thing that changes for them. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Next up, folks, we have, we're more than halfway through definitely more than halfway through our video, but we're more than halfway through our house lords now. We've gone 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we went Sunday, Monday, Mardi, Mercredi. Now we're getting into Jeudi, Thursday, 5, and the one and only numerology of 5, which is why this planet is such an important significator for the 5th house, if I've ever told you about that before. You need to look for all things related to 5, to the 5th house, creativity. You gotta look at Jupiter. Jupiter is a karaka for the 5th house. If you don't have a good Jupiter in your chart, things related to the 5th house are going to suffer. And of course, this is combined with, for a second there, my brain was like, oh my God, did I just mess this up? But no. Jupiter is number 5. Jupiter is the 5th planet in this numerology. Now, you have to have a good Jupiter in order to do well with progeny in any chart. And this is even the case of Capricorn, who has Taurus ruling the 5th house. You could have the best Venus in the world, but and that would do well for how Capricorn relates to its children, as we're going to talk about with Venus. But everybody needs a good Jupiter in order to deal with creativity and children and progeny well. Cool. Our friend Michael Gibson just shared, they have a trucking company. They haul the load in the 6th, and they get the benefits in the 9th house. Pretty accurate. It's talking about the Mercury we were just mentioning. But I digress. Capricorn has Jupiter ruling the 12th and 3rd house and is considered to be inauspicious, just like all of the other fire and water signs. Jupiter in particular, like Mars and the Moon, is considered to be amongst the evil planets for Capricorn rising. It's very interesting to have Jupiter as what is considered to be an evil lord. It's almost contradictory. Jupiter is the great benefic. Jupiter is the most benefic planet for all of us. So this is another example. I keep showing this for Capricorn, but I just have to, because Capricorn is this rainbow oil slick of contradiction. It's, again, this ectoplasmoid, earth-based amorphousness that dulls the corners and edges of the typical formulas for all of the rising signs. All of the formulas are usually pretty set. Capricorn melts the corners of these divine laws, more of the nature of the divine order of the planets. Capricorn melts them, which is of course part of their nature. They're not out of sorts with nature. They just have lots of these contradictions. And Capricorn's Jupiter is one of these contradictions. And the contradictions always balance each other out. You know, how would I describe it? The 12th house and the 3rd houses are both inauspicious houses. They're both considered what's called dasthanas, which means they bring loss over time. Some kind of loss, some kind of, they're just deteriorating, they're deleterious. The Dastana houses, while we have it here, is the 3rd, the 6th, the 8th, and the 12th. Got it. So that makes sense. The 3rd and the 6th are also upachayas, which means, thankfully for Capricorn, the 3rd house of Sagittarius, which is, unfortunately, Sagittarius is actually the 12th house. Pisces rules the 3rd house, and Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona. So we've said a lot about the good things that do come from Capricorn, but this is one of the ones where it's a bit tougher on Capricorn. Jupiter's Mula Tricona is Sagittarius. Remember, the Mula Tricona is the root essence of a planet. Every planet that rules 2 signs has a Mula Tricona, and it's one sign or the other. In the case of Sagittarius, it is the masculine sign. In the case of Jupiter, the masculine sign Sagittarius is more of an emphasis than Pisces is. Pisces is a little bit more of a dead note compared to what Sagittarius is to every rising sign. And this, for Capricorn, entails that the more loaded Jupiter house is the 12th house. Now, the 12th house and the 3rd house are both Dastanas, and they cause trouble. The 3rd house is an upachaya, though, which means the 3rd house gets better over time. The 12th house doesn't really, though. So the 12th house, Sagittarius, Jupiter, is always going to cause some trouble, some debt, some emotional loss, especially for Capricorn. The 12th house ends up being some feeling where, basically, Capricorn's bread is not buttered on the side of ultimate joy so much as ultimate pragmatism, survival, which is part of Capricorn's joy, we have to understand. This is part of the funny contradiction here, but ultimately there's a lot of times where Capricorn will pick the tried and true, structurally the safest risks, because Capricorn can still take risks, but they're like financial-based risks. Remember, Capricorn, the earth and air signs learn very much about their field, but they don't ever look within themselves as much, because that would, if they, early on in their life, they decide, I want to be a firefighter, I want to be a businessman, I want to be a banker. And if they go through their 30s, some internal transformation happens and they decide, you know what, I want to be a painter instead. I want to be something artistic and risky. All the time they spent on those fields now mean nothing to them. It's not how it works for Capricorn. Right from the get-go, they have a sense that they want to get into a certain field, and internally they don't change. The fire and water in them isn't emphasized. The field is. And so Jupiter is, that's all earth and air signs that do that. They stay the same inside, kind of, although air signs will change a little more than earth signs will, obviously. But generally, especially even mutable signs. Virgo is an earth sign, but it's mutable. It will change. Capricorn, though, generally will pretty much internally stay very similar while it deals with things on the outside and changes things on the outside, but alters and transforms ultimately the same thing. They're looking at different ways of doing the same thing. That's what Capricorn's bread is buttered on. All this goes to say that Jupiter is one of the fire and water planets. Jupiter's debilitated in Capricorn. It rules this 12th and 3rd house, the 12th house being like an emotional respite. It's some dropping the ball, resting, being nothing and everything. And Jupiter has Sagittarius' Mula Tricona ruling the 12th house, which means that there will be times when Jupiter will put the Capricorn in a state of dissociation, where Capricorn is always working hard. All work and no play makes Capricorn a dull boy or girl or anything in between. And Capricorn knows this, but this is kind of how Capricorn works with his Jupiter, is it just busts through in a predicated, formulaic, tried and true way that it has experienced is going to work, and it works it until it just basically, it needs to find out all about this thing that it's experimenting with before it drops it. Somewhere along the way, God, Jupiter, is knocking on the back of their head and saying, excuse me, Mr. Capricorn, Mrs. Capricorn, there's actually something in your nature that's more ergonomically designed to fit the essence of who you are. Like, this is Jupiter. It's like, scissors are made to fit the human hand. Shoes are made to go under the human foot. With certain chairs have an ergonomic design where it doesn't make you slouch over, but it makes you pop open your heart a little bit, and that's a little bit better for sitting down. That's an ergonomic design. That chair is fitted to the human form. Jupiter is things that are fitted to our nature and our design. Capricorn has a slow time figuring that out because they're not looking within. They're fitting what's within to what's in front of them. So when they're dealing with what's in front of them, they'll crick their back and they'll bend themselves kind of out of shape in order to figure out fully what is in this thing, what this thing is, because they're sure that this is this thing that I want to get into in my life. Firefighter, you're lugging around, you're wrecking your body in the certain way that firefighters do, but you don't care because you're a Capricorn and you know this is your thing that you want to do. Meanwhile, Jupiter could be knocking on your skull from the back this whole time and getting you to explore different things, especially emotionally, like recreationally, dropping it and just having fun, being playful. Mercury is playful in its own way for Capricorn, but Jupiter is a different playfulness. It's essentially emotional recognition. What is making me happy emotionally within myself? And Capricorn, basically, they don't even feel when they're burning themselves out, really. This is part of the service that Capricorn does, is that they just kind of do things without, they just work themselves to the bone without thinking about resting. And eventually, Jupiter, through Sagittarius, will come through them and kind of force them in moments where they get to be the alligator, they get to lie on their back in the sun and rest and chill. This is what Jupiter is for all of us. It's kind of what we truly want to do. What Capricorn is, to bring this all together, Capricorn likes to golf. Capricorn likes their recreational activities. And they are going to work very hard at their career, very much doing what they can do in their career, but first. And it's really, once the Capricorn has done all its work, then it's going to be recreational. And that's its 12th house. Capricorn deals with its 12th house by kind of going golfing, and it has these specific things that are this thing that it really wants to do with its life. Like what Capricorn, Jupiter is what we all really want to do. Capricorn really just wants to golf. And that's what it tells everybody. I really want to go. I want to do, I knew a Capricorn, he was a Capricorn sun. And he liked to play that thing where you whack a ball against the wall. And then there's a word for it. You keep whacking this ball against this wall. And it's like a thing a lot of rich aristocratic people like to do. They're just whacking this ball against this wall and it comes, squash I think it's called. They love games like this, and it's what they really want to do. But they don't do it that much. Because they're probably more focused on where their bread is buttered, which is the side of not the fire and water planets like Jupiter, Moon, Mars, and the Sun, but Venus, Mercury, and Saturn. They're just more they're just going to keep cooking on what they're good at, and that's where most of their energy goes. But sometimes, again, all work and no play makes Capricorn a dull boy or girl, and so their brain tells them logically, you need to fucking relax, dude. Your company has a slotted vacation time for most people because they need that. You might not technically need it. You'd probably rather take your vacation time and invest it in stocks, but the company is forcing you to go on vacation, Capricorn, for everybody's mental health, including yours. So you got to do something with it. So Capricorn goes, okay, I guess I got vacation time. What am I going to do and explore through the third house with that 12th house energy? Third house is an exploring energy. Capricorn is kind of fun, and it's kind of like it's just fucking around with its recreational energy. You know, it's playing games. It's just having fun and being recreational, and they can be professionally recreational. If Capricorn has a very strong Jupiter and a very profound, pronounced Jupiter, which would be tough, by the way, because Jupiter, actually, we know from Digbala, Jupiter gains strength in the first house. It loses Digbala in the 7th house, but Jupiter is exalted in Cancer and it's debilitated in Capricorn. So it's a kind of a give and a take. It's, again, such a mixed bag with Capricorn. Jupiter can be in the first house and have strength because Jupiter loves being in the first house, but it'll be debilitated. I actually know a person who was in my early life who had Jupiter in Capricorn, and I think that they were also a Capricorn rising. And they became very famous. They've got something going on that is not exact. They're kind of locked into this thing that they're doing. But Jupiter's still in their first house. They are a performer. They're good at what they're doing. They love what they're doing. But they're in an industry that is locked in. They learned the industry, and it's an industry that you have to spend a lot of money on to eventually get to the place where you're doing this thing well. So they're there. They've made it. They've got the first house Jupiter energy, but it still feels constraining to them. It's Jupiter debilitated in Capricorn. So Jupiter is either, Jupiter is either unhappy being debilitated or it's unhappy being in the 7th house. But there will be the bliss of the opposite in there. So a lot of times Jupiter is really happy. For example, it would be happy. Probably the best place for Jupiter in a Capricorn rising chart is Sagittarius or Pisces, because they're close to the first house still, but they're in their own sign of Sagittarius, right? That's really the best. That's really the only good places for them, It's tricky. Capricorn is not made for its bread to be buttered on the side of Jupiter. But when a Jupiter is very good for a Capricorn, you've got all the blessings of the great benefic, and you'll probably do things in your recreational time. Like, truth be told, if you've got a very good Jupiter, especially Jupiter in the 12th house of Sagittarius or the 3rd house, this could be a Capricorn who, once they're done work, they hang up their gloves, they notch the cha-ching, they're, all right, Steve, all right, Tom, I'm out of here for the day, cha-ching, and then the Capricorn with a good Jupiter goes home and deeply enjoys the time where they relax. They do take the time to relax, to have games that they do with their friends, they play cards, or they're a musician, or they're a religious person. If you have a good Jupiter, which you still can have a good Jupiter, even though Jupiter's debilitated in the first house for Capricorn. If you've got a good pronounced Jupiter, if Jupiter's your Atmakarka, if you've got Ketu or Rahu in the sign of Sagittarius, especially if you've also got a good Mercury in your 9th house, Lord, and good things happening with the 9th house. This is a Capricorn, particularly with a good Jupiter, whose extra time, once they're done working and solidifying and stabilizing themselves in their career, they put a lot of emphasis and energy and effort into the joy they experience in their recreational things. And they love to get good at it because the 12th lord of that recreational energy, they get good at it because Jupiter also rules the 3rd house, exploring. It's Gemini. It relates to Gemini. They have a passion for learning about these recreational hobbies that they get into. It'll always be a recreational hobby for them, though. And they'll always, even if they're a musician, they're a great musician, they're well renowned by everybody, either they're like, somebody who has gotten into that industry, has learned the industry, and uses their financial and understanding of the industry to get that, that's their main job. A musical performer is someone who has a strong sense of the industry uses that sense of the industry every day with promotion, media. It's a bitch. It sucks. But on the tail end of that, you get to enjoy your life as a musician through the music you've created. But you got to know the industry first, in a way. That's at least especially how a Capricorn is going to apply themselves to it. And it has worked for people that I know, like I said. So Capricorn, their thing is always, the music is always at the tail end. The enjoyment, the 12th house, the Jupiter, is always a 12th house thing that they do at the end of the day in order to not blow their brains out or to ultimately reduce the all work and no play makes Capricorn a dull boy factor. Something that they're going to enjoy doing as their thing, as the recreational aside. I think I've spent enough time on that. Hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if it does or it doesn't. Now, ultimately, this Jupiter thing is considered evil. And there's a lot that can be said about that. Part of the reason is because Capricorn, it's almost annoying to Capricorn that I have to have fun outside of my work life. It's like, oh, I guess I gotta have a life outside of my work life, I guess. You know, they want to just put all their steam into the where their bread is buttered, which is where they're going to get prosperity and abundance in a lot of ways. But the truth is that the true abundance, if Capricorn has a trash Jupiter, they're just going to put all their work into their work, and they're never going to actually enjoy it. Because Jupiter is not the tasting, but the experiencing the abundance that we have. And it's the joy that we receive from what we have. So you could have it all, Capricorn, but if you don't have a good Jupiter, you don't practice enjoyment, especially self-realization, finding out what is the bliss of your nature beyond what you do, beyond what's pragmatic, the bliss of what you are, which has no logic to it, no reason. It's just water flowing downhill. If you can't tune into that, then it doesn't matter how much money, how much success you have. You are not going to be able to enjoy it without bringing some Jupiter into your life. You know, so take that vacation when your company gives it to you. They're giving it to you for a reason. The world of finances is a very Capricorn thing. And even the world of finances, being this Capricorn thing, is making space for its own 12th house by giving people vacations, right? It's almost as if Capricorn is saying, okay, everybody, we have to do this, you know? So as we read, Jupiter is evil for kind of the reasons we've talked about. It's almost frustrating to Capricorn that I have this emotional psyche, that I have limits, that I have to make do and pay attention to and be objective about. Jupiter rules the 3rd, which is a malefic house, and the 12th house, which is considered neutral. So the 12th house of Sagittarius, even though it's the Mula Tricona Sagittarius, the 12th house is painted inauspicious by the malefic 3rd house. So what we do read is Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona as the 12th lord. So it's funny because I was actually making the case that the 3rd house really is the, you know, if we look at our rules for what creates houses, I should have been sticking to this anyway, but I digress. The 3rd, 6th, and 11th house are always difficult, whereas the 2nd house, 8th, and 12th house are considered neutral. So really Sagittarius as the Mula Tricona ruling the 12th house, right, I remember. The 12th house is actually neutral. Sagittarius, the Mula Tricona, rules the 12th house, which means that it's actually a better thing. The reason I brought up the fact that Sagittarius rules the 12th house is a Dastana and it's not an Upachaya. So even though the 12th house isn't that bad, it's still a wasteful Dastana, difficult house, and that won't get any better. The 3rd house gets better, but the 12th house kind of stays the same. And that was my point there. I digress. Hope you guys are following me with these interwoven textual arcs, especially with Capricorn, like I said. But I digress. Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona, in that Sagittarius rules the 12th house. So Jupiter is not that inauspicious. What happens ruling the 3rd and 12th is that there's an excess mental fascination in Jupiterian things. You know, Capricorn at some level, it does want to play its games. There's a greediness, a manipulation for more finances and money and finances. These are 3rd house things. And this is the tying the 12th house into the 3rd house. The 12th house having this, you know, anything with the 12th house can be kind of indulgent and excessive. So the 3rd house enterprisingness in the game playing of Capricorn can almost reduce Capricorn's 12th house peace. Again, unless Jupiter's really well placed. Capricorn can be stingy and miserly as a consequence of overly managing the wealth of one's losses. So it's like one is always being mindful and dealing with the losses to their wealth. Overly managing being a 3rd house thing. And the losses, the wealth of one's losses being lost is a 12th house thing. So the 3rd house deals with friends, peers, alliances, close friends, Gemini, big brother, and that kind of stuff. The one's big brothers and little brothers and sisters, siblings, those kinds of peers and alliances. So Capricorn likes to go alone, typically, as they often find that friends are letting them down, not being as hard of a worker as Capricorn is. And Capricorn will then just sort of do the hard work themselves, because they'll find that people cannot be trusted to work as hard to go for the long run as they can, as the Capricorn can. So Jupiter often prefers to work alone. This is the 12th lord. The 12th house has an isolating tendency, and this is bonded with the 3rd house of your arms, of Gemini, of working with the other close people around you. So Jupiter in Capricorn is debilitated, which speaks more to the inauspiciousness of Jupiter. The closer to Capricorn, the worse Jupiter is. So this is kind of saying more of what we've kind of said here. And it's interesting that RYAN brings up this point of Jupiter being the 12th tied to the 3rd. There's a loss of the experience of working well in partnerships. 12th house loss, 3rd house partnerships and alliances and allies. Working intimately with people, especially the 3rd house is like, can even be arguments and confrontation. That's part of its malefic energy. The 3rd house will often get into disagreements about things. In Capricorn's case, it's like disagreeing with someone playfully about this game we're playing or some monetary investment that might be fun, could be fun. Jupiter ultimately gives Capricorn the experience that other people, you know, that I have a lot more fun doing it myself. And that's a for better and a worse thing for Capricorn. You know, it's usually the one person that can really only get through to Capricorn when it comes to making decisions, and it'll still be butting heads. There'll still be this frustration, is that's Capricorn's wife or husband through the moon, through the 7th house. The Capricorn person has become ball and chained to that old 7th house, and that is the one person, the queen in their life, the moon. Whether you're a woman or a man, the moon is the queen in your life. And the moon, the 7th house, is the partner who's helping you to manage your life and your reality. They are the one person who is going to have to put up with the frustrations and conversation and will ultimately get through to you. Although even then, Capricorn is not necessarily going to be, you know, it's almost like Capricorn isn't going to work intimately, deeply with their partner on these specific things. You know, I mentioned if something you could see with a Capricorn is like a Capricorn, let's say they've got the moon in the 10th house, and the moon being the 7th lord of marriage is working with the Capricorn sort of in their career in the 10th house. Say these two people are artists, they're art buffs working in the New York scene, and they are well known for having a well curated art presentation, and they've got good taste. But they, let's say the husband and the wife, they work together in this way. They're careful not to argue in front of others because Capricorn is professional. So they better get their shit worked out beforehand. And if so, like they're going to talk about some art. The wife has more of a taste for the romantic era. The husband has more of a taste for even older classical stuff, because Capricorn is the oldest dinosaur in the book. So Capricorn has this taste. The partner has this taste. Before they do the art show, they're going to clash in talking about their things. It might end up being, okay, honey, we're going to work together. I have my 7th lord in the 10th house. We are going to work together. Why don't you do the romance exhibition and I'll do the old dinosaur ancient anthropology exposition. And you keep your thing over there and I'm going to keep my thing over here. Okay. So like even when they have a partner bringing them through the changes in their lives, they're still not going to work in depth with their partner because Capricorn just prefers to go things alone. They'd rather work with a partner who gives them the space. And that's a partner who will sense the type of Jupiter in Capricorn. And Capricorn will like a partner who lets them be independent. For better and for worse. A lot of the times, as so far as Jupiter goes, it's kind of a worse thing. This is one of the things that keeps Capricorn in its own box, as it were. Keeps it stuck in a certain way of dealing and doing with the unfolding of things. Right? Get me out of here. Yeah, so I kind of wanted to just do a little thing here. So this is very much the nature of Jupiter for Capricorn rising. For better and for worse, this is how things often go with them. So before I go and get more water, let's finish here. We're listening to the nature of Jupiter for Capricorn rising. Now, this next document comes from Ernst Wilhelm, from his Kala software. Jupiter, according to Ernst, for a Capricorn rising, Jupiter rules the 3rd and the 12th. Jupiter is the meekness of the deer. So, Capricorn has Jupiter is the 3rd and 12th lord, represents the Capricorn native's meekness in pursuing the desires that are not security issues. That's a very cool way of describing it. God bless Ernst, always brings it together. Let's read that again. Jupiter is the 3rd and 12th lord, represents the Capricorn native's meekness in pursuing the desires that are not security issues. So if something is not bare bones, full part of the dedication of Capricorn staying alive, then they're meek about it. Again, it's like if they're into tennis, if they're a musician, whatever this part of their desire is that is, outside of or secondary to the main haul, which is staying alive and thriving, and getting that moolah at the end of things, the Capricorn is going to be meek about any desire that is not where its bread is buttered, which is survival, thriving, prosperity, success, glory, etc., through the slow progression of their life's work, of their career. They got to survive and have fun along the way, but Jupiter, they don't care about it. Although if they're a Jupiter out Makarica, then this will be different. If they've got the nodes in Sagittarius or Pisces, this will be different. If they've got Pisces or Sagittarius Swamsha, this will be different. You have to read into each individual chart to really know how this goes out. So Jupiter represents those desires that are a source of loss and expense in one's life, or the loss of those desires in order to generate spirituality in the native. So it's desires, kind of 3rd and 12th house desires, that are a source of loss and expense in one's life. That's the 12th house. Or it's the loss of those 3rd house meaningless desires in order to generate spirituality in the native. So what often happens when Jupiter is well placed in Capricorn is that there is an impulse. You know, if you've got a strong Shodbala, Jupiter's your strongest planet in Shodbala. If you've got strong ether in your chart, if you've got positive delight happening in Sagittarius or Pisces, if anything is pumping up your Jupiter as a Capricorn, what's going to happen is that there's a space made for Jupiter. And this space needs to be filled by something. So with Capricorn, who has Jupiter debilitated in the 1st house, what often happens is they spend it willy-nilly. You know, they'll get drunk, they'll gamble, they'll have some kind of social life where they're seducing people, but not necessarily for the sake of, you know, Capricorn usually only spends time in this recreational, heartfelt dimension of life. It's like, okay, I'm going to kill myself. You know, they think like, I'm going to kill myself if I don't have some break from my work life. So the things that I do in that world, I'm going to be very pertinent and poignant about. So this is why they don't do much seducing of many people. They get a wife, they get a lover whom they love, and they stick to that person. Although, once they have that, that's this bottom line person. And, you know, the Capricorns can actually be like swingers. And they can be people who either swingers or they have a very rich and even flirtatious social life that they enjoy other people through. And they even might just be living very deeply for that Jupiter recreational connection with other people. But it usually won't go to the point where, like, you know, sorry if I've given you the wrong impression, but I do have a wife. I'm just very flirtatious and I want to enjoy my wealth and my humanity. But they won't take it to the point where they're going to cheat on their partner. Depends on everything. But I digress. This Jupiter is ultimately not, again, where this Capricorn's bread is buttered, which means that, again, though, if you have a good Jupiter, space will be made for your enjoyment of the 12th house and the subjective experience of human consciousness. So oftentimes what they do is they piss it away. Even if they got a good Jupiter, they'll usually piss it away early on. But the upachaya nature of the 3rd house eventually makes it so eventually they get better at learning what does satisfy them. For example, Capricorn never thinks about its vacation, but company gave them vacation time. Okay, so what am I going to do with it? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care about vacations. I'll go to Cuba. I don't give a I'll go to some place where Cuba can actually be sick. I'm not going to name a place that's like bad, but I'm going to go somewhere cheap where I can go and I don't give a shit about the place, and I'm going to go and have a vacation, I guess. Then they go there and they find that this place, if they have a good Jupiter, they'll find this place, this doesn't have the best food. There's not a lot of things there where they can spend a little bit of money to get a great amount of enjoyment from. You have to spend a lot to get a little enjoyment, and that's what happens when you go on a cheap vacation, So they find out about that. They piss a lot of money away doing these stupid things because, I don't know, I guess I'm supposed to enjoy myself, so here's the money and let's just do the thing. That sucked. I'm never going to spend my money like that again. But Jupiter, if they have a good Jupiter, they know it's important for me to enjoy myself. That was a waste initially, wasted some money in the 3rd house way, exploring how to enjoy myself through Pisces and through Sagittarius, but they will get better at it. And they'll eventually get sharper at learning through that loss. They'll get better at enjoying themselves, and furthermore, they might actually come to find if they spend their vacation time, they go to Florida, they drink their guts out, they go to Las Vegas, they see all the neon lights. If they have a strong Jupiter, what's going to happen to them is they're going to think, none of this is satisfying to me. Maybe I should look within myself and expand my consciousness from within, so that instead of shining 1,000 lights in my eyes, I can stare at one candle and get the most enjoyment that I can out of this moment. So a Jupiter as the 12th house lord can carry some spiritual capacity after the loss of not enjoying that which is not spiritual. And that's what we're learning here, right? Jupiter inclines Capricorn native to undergo loss before seeking spirituality. They go the loss of desires and the shedding of useless, stupid desires in order to generate spirituality in the native. Jupiter inclines Capricorn to undergo loss before seeking spirituality. So don't go thinking that Capricorn is necessarily an unspiritual person. Due to the 3rd house lordship, this brings a temporary malefic energy to Jupiter. So Jupiter is a temporal malefic who has some egocentric desires. But its 12th house lordship causes these to come at a high price, which brings Jupiter's spiritualizing nature to the surface. So the egocentricity of the 3rd house, of trying to better people, even their tennis, and they're trying to best everybody. They go on vacation and they do these things where they want to kind of enjoy their money and allowing them to be better than others. But this comes at a high price, and eventually this, especially if Jupiter is well placed, they learn that this doesn't really serve them. It's a waste of time. It's never permanent. Whereas the self is always permanent. Building and devoting on your inner nature and your consciousness and the heart that you truly have, that is what is going to bring you more gains in the long run. Capricorn just simply learns this the hard way. This is part of Jupiter as a malefic for Capricorn. Jupiter is still a benefic. It's just got to learn its benefic nature the hard way. Now, as a natural benefic, it is a benefic. Jupiter may give fulfillment for some time, but usually this is expensive or not lasting, since the 12th house lord, Jupiter, separates the native from those things it influences. So wherever Jupiter is in the chart of a Capricorn, it is a separative aspect, almost like we talked about with the sun, right? So if your Jupiter falls into anywhere, if it falls into, let's say, the 11th house of Scorpio, and you're a Capricorn rising, you're going to find that over time, even Jupiter in the 11th would be eventually experience actual separation from the 11th house, in order for you to put the 11th house in the right space and context, which means you might actually be humbled with Jupiter in the 11th house by being forced to experience like poverty, or experiencing a real drought in your wealth or your attainments, or there's a long period where probably throughout your 32 to 50 where you have to experience great frustration, or things frustrate your 11th house, but it's not actually your 11th house that's being frustrated, because you have the great benefic Jupiter in your 11th house. So you're actually probably doing better than you think. But Jupiter as the 12th house spiritualizing agent in the 11th house would make you always feel like there should be more. I should have more wealth. I put in more effort. I put in so much effort into this thing. I thought I would have done better in that 11th house. But Jupiter separates you from it in order to realize the true nature of your 11th house as actually being okay. Jupiter as a separating agent is not like the sun. The sun in Capricorn's chart is going to make them actually suffer in that world. Like objectively. Like suffering is going to be brought there because the sun is a malefic and a temporal malefic. Jupiter is a temporal malefic, being the 12th house lord, but it's still the great benefic. So Jupiter is going to go anywhere, and there will be benevolent abundance in that place, but you will expect it to be easier. You thought it wasn't going to be so difficult with this thing. Jupiter wants to expand more, and you feel like that expansion should be there, and it's not. But that's what teaches you about the truth of the house that Jupiter's in. And there's wisdom through the Capricorn way of knowing, okay, now I know the limitation with this thing. I know my limit and I'm going to work within it. That's Capricorn applying its self, its Plato filter upon Jupiter as this 12th lord, the great benefic, getting gains by understanding the limits of a thing, by suffering through failed expectations of that thing. That's what Jupiter is as a malefic benefic for Capricorn. Very interesting to think about. Now, I feel like I spent a lot of time and energy on that one just now. 4:30. I wonder if we're actually going to go towards 6 o'clock, depending. I spent a lot of time on Jupiter just now. Probably should have saved some sauce for Venus and Saturn, but that's okay. If this has to go to 6 hours, we're going to go to 6 hours, folks. It's Capricorn. Makes sense. It's where my Rahu is. What the hell? But I've drank all my water. I don't know what it is in this basement, but I'm getting parched. So I'm going to drink some water. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to drink some water and then get some more water. Let's take a bathroom break, and then we're going to finish off our last 2 planets. Okay, folks? See you guys in a bit. Okay, folks. We got 2 more signs to go here. I got my water. I've gone to the bathroom. We're ready to rock and roll. So, we've gone through Sunday, Monday, Mardi, Tuesday, Mars, Mercredi, Wednesday, Mercury, Jeudi, Jupiter, Friday, Thursday. I always get them mixed up. Jupiter is Thursday, not quite Friday, Thursday. Jupiter is before the weekend still. We're still in the midweek crunch, but we've passed hump day, Mercury, so Jupiter is like, oh, I can't wait for Friday. And then Venus, Vendredi. Now it's time for the party to start. Vendredi is the earth-bound guru Venus. Friday, number 6, not 5. 6. It's interesting that Venus is debilitated in the 6th sign of the zodiac. Venus often does relate to the number 6. 666, the material world, which is only as evil as your intent will allow, because the material world is merely a reflection of our spiritual intent. And in fact, there's really no separation between the two, as the non-dualists would suggest. Now, finally, again, we get to talk about a happy planet. Capricorns. You know, it's nice. I always like to talk about I'm a Leo rising with Virgo Swamsha, so I often talk about, I'm glad we spent a lot of time on Jupiter as one of the difficult planets. But here now, as I was saying, Capricorn gets all of their goodness at the end of things. And it's the same thing at the end of the week is when Capricorn rules. The end of the week, the end of the life, the end of time and experience. This is when the cream of the life operates for Jupiter. 6 is Venus, 7 is Saturn, and that's going to be our last planet. So Venus is kind of debatably the most important planet for Jupiter. If you were to ask a Capricorn, they would say Venus is most important. Why am I being funny and cheeky about that? Because really, it's almost right to say that the most important planet for Jupiter is, for Capricorn, gotta get Jupiter out of my head. Technically kind of the most important, luck-bearing, Capricorn can't do anything without its 9th house and with the effort it puts in through the 6th house to align with that 9th house. Mercury, if you ask anybody else outside of Capricorn, if you ask me, a Leo rising, who's an astrologer, who's thinking objectively, Mercury is more important for Capricorn. But if you ask a Capricorn, they're probably going to say that that Venus is more important. It's where their bread is buttered. And this is partly because Venus is a yoga karaka. I mean, I'm being cheeky. You know, the reason I was thinking that is because Capricorn, it rules their 5th and the 10th house, and that's a key dimension of their working energy, of the luck and enjoyment that they have by working hard to have great status. I guess astrologically, Mercury is most important, but Venus is energetically most important for Capricorn. It's the huge part of their energy. One of the big key reasons is that Venus is a yoga karaka. A yoga karaka is a planet that has the capacity for Raj yoga, like, in it already. Usually what Raj yoga is, it's the great yoga. So when you take an angle lord, like let's say Mars, and you bring it together with, let's say, a trine lord, like Venus. Mars and Venus together in a Capricorn's chart, because the 4th lord brings the opportunity of an angle, and the 5th lord brings the luck of the 5th house. Although that would be a little bit damaged because the 4th lord has to bring along the baggage of the 11th house along with it. So Mars and Venus can make a Raj yoga, but it has a yoga breaker in it, and that would be Mars. So Mars, the 11th house nature of Mars, would kind of ruin what Venus and Mars do together for Capricorn. But thankfully, for Capricorn, there is an element of this, of Capricorn, where it has a natural Raj Yoga Karaka, and that's Venus. Venus rules the opportunity of the 10th house with the luck of the 5th house. There's not a lot of signs that have Yoga Karakas. In fact, I think that there is only 3. Leo has Mars, which rules the 4th and the 9th. Cancer has Mars also, which rules the 5th and the 10th. So there must be another one. I think it's Aquarius, for whom Venus rules Libra and Taurus. Yeah. So it's Aquarius. Okay, so there's 4 signs that have these Yoga Karakas. Aquarius has Venus ruling the 4th house, Taurus, and the 9th house, Libra. So do Leo, and so does Cancer, and it's always either Venus or Mars that are these Yoga Karakas. In the case of Capricorn, we have Venus ruling the opportunistic 10th house and the lucky 5th house. So Venus is it's a load-bearing wall for Capricorn. If you got a tough Venus, if it's afflicted, if it's got a lot of heavy malefic energy going towards it, if Venus has malefics in its 4th, 6th, or 8th house, if Venus itself is in the 6th, 8th, or 12th house, the Dastana houses, if Venus it's getting harmed by by its enemies, that would be mainly the Sun and the Moon. If Venus is harmed by the Sun or the Moon, all of these things are going to deteriorate a very important load-bearing wall for Capricorn. So Venus is very important to Capricorn's total operation. And Venus, as we can see, is the other auspicious planet for Capricorn. Of course, Venus rules earth and air signs, just like Capricorn. There's an earth sign. Venus is where Capricorn's bread is buttered. I love that phrase. I probably use it too much. So let's see what is going on with Venus for a Capricorn rising. Venus rules the 5th house and the 10th house and is considered auspicious. Capricorn, therefore, has an auspicious 10th lord, even though it is an angle ruled by a benefic. Again, that's something that we were kind of describing already. You know, I don't want to get into too much detail about it, but we can see when we read Capricorn, remember, as we saw, usually in the house rules, a benefic ruling an angle is considered to be not such a good thing. They do not deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong, rigid fashion. But Capricorn's 5th house ties in with the 10th house and paints it auspicious. So Capricorn, even though it's bringing in energy, right? As I was kind of saying about the opportunistic angles, I always say the chart is like the square, and the angles are these sharp edges that bump into stuff, and that's what creates, they carve into the world and create opportunities. Our opportunities are coming to us through the angled houses. So when those opportunities are coming, it's nice when a malefic owns that angle, because then it's like a samurai that carves out the good and carves away the bad. Venus is Libra, ruling the 10th house, is still, it's letting more in than more good. It's letting a lot in. That's the benefic. Okay, come on, bring it all in. That's okay. We'll find room for it. At which point Capricorn it can be generous, and it can be, you know, it's not afraid to throw in a lot of investment and effort towards what is going to progress itself. The Libra, especially if they see a good deal in it, you know, Venus is they're good at seeing what's a good deal. And if sometimes what happens with Capricorn is that they'll see an opportunity in life that presents for them a good deal. Like, let's say they become a scholar. Let's say they had an idea that they were going to be a marine biologist. So they have to get chemistry credentials in high school in order to be a marine biologist. But as they're going through chemistry, they get so good at it through some random chance, through luck, they love it, and they do something that they work with somebody and allows them to get a scholarship in chemistry. And now the 10th house, it's letting in this thing that's different from its original vision, but I'm going to get a scholarship. That's going to take a huge amount of debt out of the work that I put into this thing. I'm going to get in there on a scholarship. You know, that'd be stupid not to take that opportunity. So even though they had a different idea, the Libra balanced out the scales and went towards what was the best deal, and that increased their 10th house in regards to this thing that they were moving towards kind of anyway, that scientific field of chemistry, even though they were originally going for marine biology. Opportunities, deals, they see something that's a good deal, and they'll be opportunistic about it and take it. And it's an opportunity that comes, again, from the world, not necessarily from something inside themselves. You know, with Leo and with Cancer, they'll find a skill within themselves, and they're like, whoa, I should take advantage of this. That's Mars as their yoga karaka. For Aquarius and Capricorn, Venus will see deals and an opportunity presented from them in the world, and that's the opportunity that they will take, and that will get them far. You know, and usually that thing, depending on how things are, it will relate to the Capricorn. You know, so Capricorn has this Venus that kind of has this sort of capacity. It's an auspicious 10th lord, even though it is an angle ruled by a benefic, which is kind of, I guess that was my whole point, is that it's bringing things in. It wants to, you know, it's like it's got this whole warehouse that the Capricorn will just see, this whole warehouse full of things, and it's like they'll see how much worth is out of most of the things in that warehouse. There's a few things in there that are extra that they'll have to throw out, but they're like, you know, just give me the whole thing, give me the whole bit, give me that whole warehouse with all those things in it, and I'll deal with them myself. And they got the space, which is the warehouse, but now they got to throw out all the stuff in there. Venus Libra relates to kind of excretion and pissing things out through the kidneys and bladder. They'll get rid of all the items in that warehouse and actually find, oh, look, there's like an old pinball machine here. I'm going to be able to like take this and wire it up and sell it, kind of fix it up basically so I could sell it for a lot more money than I thought I was going to get out of this thing. And it's because they opened up to the whole warehouse, all that stuff, you know? The person said, I could throw all those items out for you, but it'll cost you $1,000 to get rid of them all. Capricorn just says, give it to me, I'll throw it all out myself. And then they take it all wholesale and find some cool extra benefits, and they make something out of the benefits that they get. They can always stretch a deal even further once they get these new objects into their lives. Because Taurus, through the 5th house, they're good at learning through the 5th house Taurus. They have a material penchant for learning things about the material that they get from Libra's deals. The opportunity of Libra's deals through that... The opportunity gained from Libra's deals is always going to come from extras, from the other person looking to sweeten the deal with this or that thing. Capricorns are the type of people who know things about government laws. For example, like where you can... what was it called? When you get something paid off as an expense. You know, if you're a painting company, you need to buy all these tubs to make your company run, tubs of paint. So you go in to get you get them in bulk from the guy who does those tubs. You make a deal with them, you slap their sign on the tub, and then you get a bit of a deal on that. And then you learn through the nature of the tub what you can do with it. That's the Taurus. And you can get it all paid off as an expense. So you're hardly even paying for that because it was a business expense, but you got a great deal on it. You know, these are the types of folks who will always take the company vehicle, and they'll see if they can get the gas paid for in the company vehicle. And when they can't get the gas paid for in the company vehicle, they say, fine, I'll pay for the gas. I'll consider it a government expense, or I'll consider it as a business expense. And the government gives you tax breaks for things that you're using to expand your business because that's good for the economy in the long run. Capricorn knows all this shit, and they know this shit, and they're always getting breaks. They learn about tax breaks. They learn about all the things and loopholes that they can do through government regulation in order to make the most out of the deals, the items, the purchases that they make, merchandise, etc. This is true of their own personal lives, and it's true as when they are dealing with their loved ones. They know how to make the most out of their loved ones' skills, talents, what they love. You know, Capricorn kind of thinks this way. It's like, again, we know Capricorn from the Jupiter chapter doesn't always take time to enjoy themselves. But Venus is a thing that Capricorn does love doing at an earthly level. And this can involve their lover through the 5th house romance. Usually what'll work out is that they'll find a lover, attract a lover who has some kind of skill or something that they enjoy doing that the Capricorn person also loves doing and knows how to make a profit from. Stretching through Libra, the deal you get. When you get married, you get this person and everything associated with them. Their skills, their talents, their passions. And Capricorn can make the most out of what it receives in any deal. Finessing it through that Taurus in the 5th house. Finessing it to fit them in their own natural talents. Lots to say there. So, all right, let's actually start digging into this. Venus, as the 5th and 10th lord, is one of the best planets for Capricorn ascendant. Ruling the 5th and 10th house, by being more diplomatic, showing more grace, working through their unrefined nature and refining themselves. These are all Venusian things. Capricorn can develop greater power and success. They can often be Spartan in their life approach, having a Zen-like beauty to how they work through things. They can they can get along well, not needing much. And this has to do with the 5th house in Taurus. It's like, Taurus for most people is the space where it's time to enjoy. And depending on where Taurus is in the chart, it can cause trouble. It's like, you know, no matter what, if you're enjoying very hard, very heavy eat, like when you're eating food, you're eating it huge. When you're having sex huge, depleting your nervous system. When you're playing video games, you're playing it huge. It's like Venus through Taurus is this fattened part of our enjoyment. Unless Venus is going very well, or in the case of Capricorn, unless you get this very special thing that happens when Taurus is in the lucky 5th house. The 5th house is a house of yoga. It's a house of yoga is like the greatest word. It's like an intelligence. You apply something intelligently. So Capricorn is intelligent about its indulgences. Where if it's going to drink single malt whiskey or vodka, which has less sugar and a little bit of those resveratrolic components that are kind of clean your blood a little bit. Maybe they like to drink wine for the resveratrol. It's good for your heart and cholesterol. They're going to eat a bunch of food. They're not going to eat cheap, crappy food. They're going to buy nice, expensive food, pay for it, eat that much, and then not even go crazy overindulging in that. They'll make it very tasteful, high-end, focused, so that their senses are not missing out on the experience. And they can say, I'm experiencing my life with elegant taste. And I spent some money on it, but I did it real. I did it hard. Good. I got that hit. Now I can go in my Spartan way and not necessarily need to go to the keg with my wife for another little bit, you know? I'm not going to spend my money on McDonald's and all these cheap little places in between. I'm going to save that. I'm going to eat my lunch that I bring from home. I'm going to be frugal with my spending. I'm going to blow it out every now and then with my honey bear and enjoy those moments. And then I'm Spartan with the rest of it. And this is part of the 5th house Taurus. It's a yoga. I'm applying a yoga posture to how little I need of my indulgent luxuries. Right? Although Capricorn can get really big with their indulgent luxuries once they have money and they progress in their lives. So they have a Zen-like beauty to their life through this Spartan approach. Venus is auspicious for Capricorn if well placed, especially. So it's auspicious no matter what, but it gains them great luck when their taste and their proper sense of how to use Venus energy takes them farther. It can help them achieve greater success in the areas of life that Venus is influencing, especially. So a lot of the times this sort of Taurus, Spartan, enjoying myself in a quality way, and then taking that energy, that enjoyment, that regeneration of Venus, and trudging forth on my path of ultimate survival and thriving, which is where Capricorn's bread is buttered, as I keep saying so very strongly. The 5th house Taurus energy of finessing your own qualitative taste enjoyment and your indulgent periods. You might even share it with people. You might have balls or dances through a 10th house and a 5th house thing where you bring people over to enjoy friendship, but you're also making business deals the whole time. Capricorns are big on parties, making everyone feel and look fancy with big fancy meals, big, huge, fancy entertainment. It's all 5th house Taurus stuff that Capricorn is chef's kiss. They know it for themselves. If I know it, if I like this shit, everyone's going to like this shit because they have that taste. And then they use it on their 10th house. Bring some friends along, rich, powerful people, gets them further. You schmooze, I schmooze, we all schmooze, hurrah. And get a little bit further in our camaraderie as 10th house people looking to progress in the world. That's the Libra 10th house playing on the 5th house Taurus. It's a powerful, powerful thing. This is Venus for Capricorn, And what I was going to say is that wherever Venus falls in the chart, that's going to be probably an arena through which Venus does this kind of stuff, wherever it falls. Venus falls into the 7th house of Cancer. It's not the best place for Venus. It's going to be kind of starved by the moon there. there's going to be a lot of probably employing and inviting one's partner to be a part of this sort of enjoying of other people. The seventh house is a business sign, so it's especially going to do a lot of this business, partying, sharing business contacts with business contacts, to schmooze, to have these parties, to make these important higher up business connections. And the wife and partner, husband, whatever, is probably going to be a key part of that dimension of the Capricorn's life if Venus is in the 7th. If Venus is anywhere else, it's going to be a similar thing. You know, even Sagittarius in the 12th house, the recreational fun hobbies that the Capricorn applies themselves to, Venus is going to have an indulgent 12th house mark on it in that 12th house, but it's still going to be applied to the same purposes. Using the finessing of Taurus's understanding of taste and the yoga of applying taste tastefully in order to get further in one's career ultimately. There's going to be that Venus in the 12th house of Sagittarius, and it's through the 12th house, through one's enjoyments, through that emotional peace, that's going to be the arena for for Venus doing its thing. And it's still going to be a good, powerful arena. Although in the 12th, there's going to be losses because it's a Dastana house. It's that wasteful house. So you can see Venus doing its auspicious thing. It's always going to be auspicious. But depending on the context, that auspiciousness might come with a pricier price tag than Venus will in other houses and signs. Right? For Capricorn, money makes money make more money. And it's nice when you only need to spend a little bit of money to make a lot of money. But when Venus is afflicted in Capricorn's chart, it just means that you got to spend a lot of money to make a lot of money. But that's still Venus making money, making success, making energy out of energy. It's a better way to put it. Right. So continuing here, now we're still talking about Venus, Friday. Venus for Capricorn is the 5th and 10th Lord. So this reading is coming from Ernst Wilhelm. The other one was coming from RYAN KURCZAK'S through Asheville Vedic Astrology. This part of our reading is now coming from Ernst Wilhelm, describing Venus as the 5th and 10th Lord for Capricorn. Venus is the dignity of the goat. Venus as the 5th and 10th Lord gives a refined mentality that assists the Capricorn native in their career pursuits. A refined mentality. The 5th house has to do with mental intellection, and so there's a refinement of it. Venus gives a dignity and intelligence with which to do good deeds with resulting status and success. So they kind of do the good deeds of the 5th house of some passion that they just love to do for its own sake. But it just happens to be the case that whatever they do through the 5th house, there's a hand of the 10th house in it. But the 5th house is essentially a good spiritual house. It's a dharma house. So the 10th house is being painted by the love that the Capricorn has for whatever it's doing through its 5th house. It's passion. It's a skill that it has. This could be anything, you know, like if the Capricorn is passionate about dealing with numbers and finances and this kind of thing, it's going to apply that in a way that helps its 10th house. If the Venus of this Capricorn person is good with sense aesthetics and smelling and taste and the senses, then it is going to apply that again in a way where the 10th house has its hand in it. The 10th house is going to always be including in Venus's approach to its own talents, how do I do something productive and that's going to progress my career with this thing, right? Venus gives dignity and intelligence with which to do good deeds with resulting status and success. Venus gives the activities in life that the native's good deeds have merited, as well as the performance of good deeds through which the native is acquiring merit. The quality of Venus will indicate with what level of intelligence and understanding the native is operating under. You know, especially it sucks if you get afflictions to your 10th house or to your 5th house, you know. Even though afflictions are one of those funny things. If you have an affliction in your 5th house, it's going to bum, you know, like if Saturn and the Sun are together in the 5th house. The 5th house is the arena for Saturn and the Sun fighting each other. That's going to cause a little bit of destruction to Taurus as that 5th house, but it's still happening in the lucky 5th house. So any afflictions to the 5th house is a, you know, it's like it sucks for the 5th house, but it's a boon that of all the places that affliction could have gone, it happened in the lucky 5th house where it's going to be isolated a bit. 10th house would be just as deteriorating, really, because it's the 10th house. The 10th house is very important for Capricorn. To have any kind of hard affliction in the 10th house would be tough, right? But ultimately, the quality of Venus indicates what level of intelligence and understanding the native is operating under. And those afflictions in the 10th or 5th are going to reduce your unbiased intelligence about what Venus is so passionate about. Venus gives pride of position and dignity, and ideally a career that the native loves and is proud of. Pride of position and dignity. The 5th house is happy for the genuine strength that it used, its passion that it attracted. The 5th house being tied to the 10th. It's not the 11th. It's not about the gains and the ego. It's about the 5th house has used its talents in a way that it is now respected. It is palpably successful because it is high up on the rung of the 10th house. And it's not necessarily, I'm glad that I have status over anybody else. That's the 11th house. It's like you're not going to be jealous if you don't go higher in the 10th house. Rather, it's that you're just besting yourself through the 10th house and the 5th house. And so the 5th and 10th Lord, Venus, is going to be happy that it gained some kind of height from where it was before. I was down here before, now I'm up here. Yes. And they're doing it for themselves. That's the Venus operating in Capricorn. It's the Mars that's a little bit more competitive in that way. There's a certain happiness that Mars seeks to get that it won't be happy with in Capricorn until it's higher in the food chain than others. But Venus is different. It just wants to best itself. So it gives a pride of position and dignity, and ideally a career that the native loves and is proud of. Due to the 5th house lordship, Venus is a temporal benefic. Being joined with the 10th house, Venus becomes a yoga karaka for the native. Now, this is very powerful in itself. It's a temporal benefic that is a yoga karaka, and it's a natural benefic. So as a natural benefic, wherever Venus is, it gives ease and accomplishment through diplomacy and good decisions, good, sound, thoughtful decisions that is going to take advantage of all of the pieces of a situation, not just its own strength and its own self, but all of its resources, all of its friends, all of its people. When you're in a company, like as so many Capricorns will be, Venus is going to learn and get to really know each employee well. If you're a carpenter, I hear this from my fucking dad all the time. He's got Saturn in Capricorn. He's a carpenter, and he is a brilliant carpenter. Take that with however many grains of salt you wish. But he knows that he knows all the codes. He can do things in carpentry that the average carpenter can't do. Now, he looks for, because he's got Saturn in Capricorn, he looks for bosses who have a Capricorn energy who can sense that Dano, my dad, I call him Dano, my dad will look for bosses who can sense that his skills are better put to intermediate, and advanced carpentry. Even if my dad's getting paid the same amount as everybody, my dad doesn't need to do as much of the grunt work. You know, a new young kid who's full of piss and vinegar, he's in his 20s or his 30s, he doesn't know as much as my dad does. He can load the wheelbarrow. He can fill that full of cement, and he'll dump the cement in and then talk with my dad and listen to my dad, who will talk to him about, okay, oh, good job, young man. Now, this is why I'm doing this. And my dad isn't doing that stupid grunt work because he's earned his skill in the higher realms of carpentry. Now, if he finds a boss who takes advantage of that, puts my dad on those better, more intermediate jobs, my dad's developing his skill. My dad's probably going to get some kind of benefit in the company, more importantly, the company benefits from using each piece, getting to know each piece well, and allowing it to fruit by its own character. A Capricorn boss knows all their pieces, and Capricorns treat their people well. They treat the company well. They give them the vacations. They give them the benefits, you know. They give them the things that's going to make those people loyal to that boss. And most importantly, a Capricorn, you'll find that they've got a good company running because they intimately know each of their people. They intimately know the skills that they're best capable of in order that this company can make the most advantage of their specific skill set. The Capricorn knows what side its bread is buttered on, and it knows what its subordinates' bread is buttered on, and they will cater to that, and they will take someone on through the hiring process. You got a Capricorn boss, it's kind of a crapshoot, you know. You come to them and they'll ask you, what are your skills? And you'll say, well, I'm good with these things. Then at that point, it's a gamble whether you're going to get picked by the Capricorn or not. What is going to get you picked by the Capricorn is your overall strength. But what will also slide you in the door is if you're a cement guy and we just lost our cement guy. You say you can do cement? Do you want to focus on that for a long time in my company? Great, you're in. You might not even be good at all the other things, but Capricorn needs a cement guy. You're the guy. Come on in. You're with the family now. So this is kind of how Capricorn works, although they will remind each person that you got to be good at everything just in case anything happens. Capricorn knows where its subordinates' bread is buttered and takes advantage of it because it's good for the company. This is part of the Venus, the nuance of Taurus knowing the fifth house, knowing each individual person, knowing each part of the company, and using it to the 10th house total progression of the company's advantage. Yeah, hopefully that was a good explanation there. Sometimes I just think about these things, you know. Oh, Mo's here. Hello, Mo. Robin Evans. Nice to see all you guys here. So I hope that was fitting, and I hope that makes sense the way I described this. Now, God bless you. Marina, you just gave me a tip, and I appreciate you very much for that. You know, I should be doing that anyway. Marina, God bless you. So Marina just gave me a tip, and I should really, for my own sake, be doing this thing. The Capricorn in me is, you know, you guys are Capricorns. You're gonna get where I'm at with this. So I love doing these astrology things, everybody. If you would ever like to donate to me for what I'm doing here, for this great fun that I have, feel free to donate on the link that I've just put in the chat box, as well as you should be able to find a link in the description of this video, where you'll find a PayPal donation link. And it's in that link that you can make a donation to me. And as I always say, donations are never expected. I do this. You guys are getting me the views. It allows my YouTube to go up. I'm going to sell my book online one day. This is all helping all of this. So it's never expected. But Marina just gave me a tip, and I deeply appreciate it, Marina. Thank you very much for that. This is How to Rock Astrology, ladies and gentlemen. I almost said How to Rock a Campfire. I used to teach guitar called How to Rock a Campfire. That was fun. Well, we got one more left to go here, folks. I've been doing this since 11. It's almost supper time. I had a feeling this would be a long one. But I'm wired in right now, dude. I've been living at my dad's cottage, doing lots of meditating, letting go of crap that I don't need. And I can feel it. The last time I did one of these videos, I wasn't here. I think I was at somewhere else. Probably at my old place, Woodlawn. So now I'm here and I feel like I've got the energy. I'm just tight. Tight in a good way. So that's a cool feeling. So everybody, we have one more left. Let's get into Saturn. Saturn for Capricorn Rising. Of course, Capricorn, just like Aquarius, it's funny how Capricorn works is that they are inverting they're reading the book at the end and then going back to the beginning. They're like, I think Leonardo DiCaprio, no, somebody, Matt Damon, somebody was in that movie about the guy who was born an old man and he became younger. Benjamin Buck, something like that. Anyway, they're born an old man and they die a young person. Capricorn is reading the book backwards. So it is with Capricorn, whose rising sign is the lord of the final planet in the numerology of Vedic astrology. Vedic astrology has this numerology, as I've been saying throughout this whole series. 1 is the sun, Sunday. 2 is Lundi, Monday. 3 is Mardi, Mars. 4 is Mercredi, Mercury. 5 is Jeudi, Jupiter. 6 is Vendredi, Venus. And then 7 is the obvious one that we even know in English, Saturn Day. Number 7, lucky sevens. Get 3 sevens in a row, and it is considered lucky. That's because of dice more than anything. It's interesting that lucky sevens is the luckiest thing that you can get numerologically, because Saturn is the 7. Saturn, Shani, is the 7th planet from the classical 7 grahas. It's Saturn Day. And so the luckiest thing you can be is ultimately protected. If you get lucky sevens, it means you got cash for life, bro. You got your 401k, whatever. You got your benefits. You got the bennies and the jets, as they say in the construction world, in the construction union. You got the bennies and the jets. You're off at freedom at 45, freedom 55, whatever it is. 777. You don't have to think about money in your future when you're dead, because you've been taking care of it from the beginning. Planet number 7, Shani, Saturn. Once you know that you're taken care of in the bottom line, if you've been thinking about if you get, again, benefits and, all these kinds of union-y type things that you know for sure that you're set, or if you own landed property, you have renters there, you have several people renting, so eventually you have no mortgage, and then you just own property. These are all things that are going to tell your brain in the end that you're good. You don't have to really ultimately stress. Capricorn, the crocodile, is stressed until the absolute survival is figured out. Then it can lay back on its belly in the sun. But even then, Capricorn still got gears turning in its head to do more. Right? 777 jackpot. That's right. Benjamin Button. Thank you, Mo. That was the one I was looking for. So, Capricorn is lucky number 7 in our schema. And lucky number 7 is the ruler of both the first house and the second house. We've really talked a lot about Capricorn already, the nature of Capricorn. And it's interesting now we're going to include Aquarius as a part of what Capricorn is. Because Capricorn and Aquarius really are the left and right shoe of the whole chart. If you've ever seen I often show it all the time. Yeah, it's not relevant. We've been going too long already. But Capricorn and Aquarius are the bottom, and then Cancer and Leo are the top. So Capricorn and Aquarius are kind of the left and right shoe of the chart in a lot of ways. So let's start digging into what we know of Saturn as the first and second lord of Capricorn. And of course, the first thing we're glad to hear, that Saturn will not kill himself. It's almost like the ancient sages had only so much to say about Saturn. And one of the first things they had to say is that Saturn will not kill himself. It's almost like it's, you know, of course you would have, if you read from the beginning, the reason they're saying that is because Saturn rules the first and second house. And the second house is one of the Maraka houses. The Maraka houses are the second house and the seventh house. And these are typically the houses that will kill somebody. And oftentimes, in fact, when somebody dies in their old age, when they're 70, they're 80, whatever, it's usually, some have said, that it's when a transit or a dasha or a whole confluence of things happens to the Maraka houses, which is the second or the seventh. Now, most people only have the Maraka as the second or seventh house. For Capricorn, what happened is that they took the second house, because Capricorn rules the first house and the second house. The second house is a Maraka, but since the second is the second and the first blended into one, this is why the ancients say, one of the first things that we will say about Capricorn rising is that Saturn will not kill himself. Take it, it's sad to say, but I'm sure we can't take this literally, because I'm sure that there are many Capricorns who have. But Saturn is not the one that would have killed a Capricorn rising by their own merit, by Saturn's own merit. Anyway, we can't take it literally. What this means is that Saturn, the Maraka energy, does not operate through the second house for Capricorn rising, is what this means. What happened is that for Capricorn, they've split their Maraka energy from the second house to include Mars and Jupiter, right? So what this also means, though, is that Saturn, like the rabbit that we know about Saturn, when Saturn is in an angle and it's in its own sign, it's called Sasha Yoga. It's one of the most powerful. I have it, I'm glad to say. And I've got Saturn in the seventh house, an angle, in its own Mula Trikona of Aquarius. I got Saturn and Aquarius in the seventh house, and that's an angle. And that's said to be a very good thing. It's a rabbit. It makes sure that it has many holes dug. So if anything ever happens, they got another hole dug. Saturn is this energy that's like this. So what has happened with Saturn's Marakas, instead of being a Maraka on the second house, is it split it out so that there's many places where Saturn could die in small ways, but none of those will ultimately kill it. The seventh house might, though. But I digress. The point is that Saturn won't kill itself, meaning the second house is not going to shoot itself in the foot with some kind of thing, some kind of risk that's going to take away from Saturn's basic resources that it needs in order to survive functionally long and well for the long run. Saturn wants to make it in the third and fourth quarter of the hockey game. When you're playing hockey, third quarter comes, everybody's tired. Saturn knows this. And this is why Saturn in the third quarter and the fourth quarter of the game all of a sudden pops out of nowhere with more energy than everybody else, because it has not been spending its energy all the whole game through. In hockey, it's the Saturn guys that come out in the third and fourth quarter who have been saving their energy for that moment where Everyone's tired now. The whole game's been playing, but boom, here's Saturn on the ice. All of a sudden, he's rippling with those extra, the nos, the extra sauce that they've been holding on to, and they come in and clip those goals when no one else was expecting because everyone's too tired to keep up with the guy who's been saving his energy, saving his sauce. And this is very much a Capricorn thing. That when they invest, they do invest, but they're not going to, they have a diversified portfolio. They don't ever invest in something that's going to cripple them and shoot themselves in the foot from the beginning. And that's not just financially, but energetically. They won't take on a lover who they know is going to, well, the 7th house is different. The 7th house is one place where Saturn will let death come in unnoticed in a way. Because Saturn is so self that it knows that it has to have a partner, and so it lets the partner in. You guys heard me talk about the 7th house already. So let's dig into Saturn as the 2nd lord. And we know Saturn will not kill himself. Thus, the Marikaship of the 2nd lord here is diminished, and Saturn gains a neutral, auspicious status. What we mean by neutral is that we know from watching what we've already done that the 2nd house is a neutral house, right? And of course, the 1st, 5th, and 9th houses are always auspicious. So the auspiciousness of the 1st lord, Saturn, is blending, and it's painting the black wire white. It's painting the 2nd house, which is neutral. It's painting it auspicious, like the nature of the 1st house. So this grants Saturn the auspicious boon of not really having to deal with the 2nd house Marika energy. So when this Capricorn ascendant does well, when it's situated well, when Saturn's situated well for Capricorn, when there's good things happening in the sign of Capricorn, when it's not marred by 2nd house things. When Capricorn as when the sign of Capricorn and when Saturn is doing well, it's not pulled down by the 2nd house lack of abundance energy. Although what can happen for Saturn is that, what's happening here? What can happen for Saturn is that with this sort of 2nd house and 1st house energy, if Saturn is afflicted, and if there is trouble with Saturn, there's going to be trouble with finances. You might feel like you don't have the resources. You might really take it personally when like beautiful people who have, because the 2nd house is also of the face and of energetic abundance, feminine abundance in a lot of ways. So you might be feeling like it's like the world just doesn't glide with me because I'm ugly, or because I just don't have the right face to be brought into wealth. Or there's something in my psyche, in my childhood, something happened to me when I was young, 2nd house, childhood area, that makes me not jive with reality. I've never gained success just by not trying, by what I am. People don't accept me. I'm a black sheep, and I identify with that. The 1st house gets yanked asunder, even though the 1st house is always it's going to be auspicious. And the Capricorn can be an ugly chap or woman. They can go without having a great 2nd house, but their hard work is going to still carry them through. But it's when Saturn is really dinged in this chart that their whole thing is slugged by the feeling that I'm a piece of shit, that I'm ugly, that even if I do get success, I'm not going to be able to enjoy it because I'm a piece of shit. That's what happens with an afflicted Saturn for everybody. When you got an afflicted Saturn, you just gotta feel like you're a piece of shit. You've not had experiences through working hard to prove to yourself and those around you that you are worthy and have value. Life did not nurture you to have that internal realization through external actions through Saturn. You have not had that internal realization, and so why should I try? Why should I try to? That's Saturn being damaged for everybody, but for Capricorn rising, it affects your whole psyche. It affects your whole chart, and furthermore, you lose the abundance consciousness. Second house is the juice. It's the tantric abundance energy that everyone talks about. It's, you know, if you've got, you know, like if you feel juicy, the juice comes. When you don't feel juicy, when you feel dry, when you don't feel like it's all coming to you, it doesn't come to you. So the mentality of Capricorn is very important. The mentality of Capricorn really comes from Saturn. This is the load-bearing wall in the chart, really. Capricorn deals with working, with responsibility and livelihood. So Capricorn itself, it identifies with slow, meticulous entrepreneurship, building some kind of project, some kind of company, some sort of thing that, you know, an enterprise. You know, Capricorn is really like the entrepreneur. The first house identity is tied in with the second house of building a company that's expanding my personal wealth asset, an energy asset. So Capricorn deals with working, with responsibility, livelihood, all second house things. Can you guys see me? Yes, you can. Capricorn is considered a harsh kind of energy. Saturn gives a harshness to their speech, to Capricorn's speech, to the way they approach work and self-discipline in life. They're wonderful for long-term success and greatness, but it's a hard road. This is the notes that I'm reading again from the notes that I took from watching a video done by RYAN KURCZAK'S in Asheville Vedic Astrology. So no matter what, they're wonderful for long-term success and greatness, but that comes at the end of the deck. And it's a hard road in between, typically, for Capricorn rising. But if they have a good Saturn, and even if they have the grace of a good Jupiter, Jupiter is still important for everybody. A good Jupiter can unfuck any chart, no matter what, no matter who you are. Even Capricorn, who has Jupiter debilitated in the first house, still a good Jupiter can unfuck any chart. A good Saturn would be the next most critical thing. I mean, of course, as we've said with Saturn, it'd be hard to say what's the most important. You know, if you've got a good Venus and a good Mercury, but you've got a bad Saturn, Venus and Mercury are really going to pick it up. They're going to pick up the slack of that lacking rising lord. With luck, with diplomacy, with the gains of friends, with basically making themselves valuable to their friends and their union and the people who are working together with them. Capricorn doesn't need to have a pretty first and second house. It can be ugly. It can be a bump on the road. It can have a rough, tough personality. But if they're valuable and they share the wealth, people, they're going to be on the team. Value doesn't just come from your first and second house. It doesn't just come from your positive attitude. It ultimately comes from what you bring. Capricorn knows this. If they got a good Venus and a good Mercury, what they're bringing is going to be fire to the company, to the people. It's going to help everybody out. I've worked with people like this. I worked with a guy, I don't know what his energy is, but I'm sure it was either Capricorn or Aquarius rising. And he was a hard ass and he sucked, and he would just be, when he was working, like he was such a dry dude. Although he wouldn't insult anybody particularly, but he's just dry, just so hard. But he would make sure things get done. He knew how to delegate people. And at the very end, once all the work was done, he was like just a very physically rough-looking dude. Older guy in his 50s, but he looked like he had just been working all his life in the sun, like a leather handbag. And he was a beautiful person to talk to. He respected you. He appreciated you. And I think this is when I was doing stagehand. You know, I would talk to him and work with him, and he'd be hard, and he'd be very just like an intense energy when he's telling you to do things, because sometimes urgency happens on the job. It was an urgent moment, and I was working with him very meticulously. I was drilling something like that. At the very end, he said, "You did great there, kid. I'm going to tell the bosses that you did great." Oh, thanks, dude, you know? Like, that's why that guy is here. Not only did he do the job, but he's taking care of the people around him. That's really what Saturn's all about. You don't have to have the greatest Saturn in the world to do well as a Capricorn. but it really helps a lot. And especially, it'll really help your cultivation of when you make money from being in this company, you get the spoils from working with your people. You are going to take your money and do your own entrepreneurial ventures with it through the first and second house. Capricorn's big on that kind of thing. They are the primordial entrepreneur. So, let's look at, this is our last bit of Saturn as the first and second lord. This is coming from Ernst Wilhelm. Robin, I am seeing what you're saying. I appreciate you saying that I am magical and that we are magical. And certainly Saturn can be gruff, but Saturn is beautiful no matter which way you dice or slice it. Beauty comes in many forms. Now, Saturn is the first and second lord. This is coming from Ernst Wilhelm's Kala software again. Saturn is the goat's self-sufficiency. Whatever it's doing, it's got to get into partnership through that 7th house or whatever, you know. Capricorns usually will very much get into partnerships. It's an earth sign. Earth is the feminine vibration, remember, right? The feminine signs, earth and water signs, tend to be very concerned with the life, the yin, the ground. Earth and water go to the ground. Air and fire are about what you do. Earth and water are about what you are and what you have. Capricorns will often be interested in their relationships, and they feel them very deeply. They have a lot of passionate love energy for the people close to them. It's still awkward, and it can be tough for them to deal with those things. But, you know, most people, I'd say you'd probably find more Capricorns in working but frustrated relationships, but working relationships, than you'll see in fire and air signs or anybody who have relationships that ultimately don't work and are not going to last. But people will get into those relationships because, well, just, you know, let's see what it is. Capricorn just sniffs out the one that will work and then sticks to it, and they hold on to it. And that's why Capricorns, even though we talk about them having troubles in relationships as they kind of can, they will be ones who have relationships and are making it work. No matter how hard it is, no matter how tough it is for them to get out of their shell and experience that moon, the moon-ruled 7th house Cancer of other people, no matter what diseases and, you know, difficulties and frustrations blending with other people bring the Capricorn, they will tend to do it. Now, having a good Saturn defines whether they do well in their own individual person, in this partnership, and just in themselves in general. It is the individual. It is their own self-reliance, as Ernst Wilhelm has told us. Their own self-sufficiency. Saturn, as the first and second lord, gives the Capricorn native a personal attachment and identification with their resources and their resourcefulness. This makes them very concerned with their material affairs and responsibilities, including their family. Right? Saturn, the second house, has a lot to do with family, friends, your tribe, the people that you love. And a big part of the dignity of Saturn, the identity, the energy that really fuels them in a lot of ways, is what they are to the people who they love. It doesn't necessarily have to mean success. It just means what they are to the people they love. So this gives them great concern with material affairs, responsibilities, including their family, second house stuff. Saturn also creates a link between their diet and health. First house is like the health, and second house is diet. First house is like overall physical health, energetic health. And the second house is eating a proper diet, eating proper food, living a generally healthy lifestyle, getting enough sleep,
going to bed on time and waking up on time. Saturn, again, is this for all of us, but there's also a second house tied in with diet and with proper exercise, healthy health regimes that keep your body physically healthy. Now, some people can have a very strong second house, but it just has nothing to do with their first house. Most signs are like this. It's only Capricorn that has a tie-in between their first house and their second house. So the second house, for a lot of different signs, is just this, like, you know, you're putting good fuel in your car, and that ultimately allows it to have less crap going on, and that helps everything. But the first lord is really like, it's our mental health, it's our energetic health. If you have a great second house but a crappy first house, then and this is what it is for most signs, is that they're two different planets that rule the first house and the second house. You have a good second house, yeah, you're sleeping on time, you're eating the right food, you're exercising, you're taking care of yourself. But if your first house is trash, you're still going to be energetically clogged up and fucked up. You know, so, but you'll have a clean liver and clean kidneys in your butt, and that'll help. Second house helps a lot no matter what. Capricorn just happens to have them both coming through the same hose, right? So for Capricorn, what this means is that diet, all these health things kind of related to the second house, proper health regimes, eating quality food, this is going to help your overall your attitude and mental and psychological well-being towards life and yourself in general. And it goes flip both ways too. The first house, if you have a good self-concept, then you're going to take care of your body. The second house, because the body and the self are one. Again, this is true for everybody, but it's especially true for Capricorn. So you'll have a better attitude if you eat well and live a healthy lifestyle. And your healthy lifestyle will also reflect that you are in a good energetic place. They're both contained together. Your overall health, your overall energetic health through the first house is well served by meticulous health through the second house, and vice versa. But it's also switched. If Saturn is trash in the chart, you're not going to take care of your body or your mind. You're not going to take your time to take care of the things that you need in order to operate well. That'll affect your whole energetic field, even more than it will for most people, right? It's just very important for Capricorn rising. It's also a blessing to know that, you know, if you've got an absolutely crappy Saturn and it's afflicted, it's got lots of junk happening to it, it's close to the first house where it's not happy, it's got enemy and malefic aspects to it, what that basically means is that you're not going to have the time. You're going to be in you're going to be in poverty maybe, and you're going to have like lots of kids or family that you got to take care of because they're dying. You know, like that's when Saturn is really afflicted. It doesn't give you a chance to do what Saturn would like to do, which is to give yourself what you need to progress the longest and the farthest. So, you know, if Saturn's really having a hard time in your chart and you're a Capricorn rising, the good news is that you could, at some points in your life, prioritize on doing a healthy health regime. Even if you got to reduce some things in your life, take that moment, do some Zen yoga, eat some good, healthy, organic food, take a break and really take care of your, do some exercise, get into that thing, and it could totally unclog and unfuck a lot of the problems going on in your life. Although, again, if you have that trash Saturn, you're not going to be able to do that much. That's the thing about having an afflicted Saturn. But our causal body exists prior to our astral body. So you can decide what you do with your lack of time and energy. And if you decide to prioritize your second house and your health, it will do wonders for Capricorn wherever you're at. Capricorn, as the cardinal earth sign, would be the one who is deeply well served by conscious yogic intelligence, meaning body, mind, spirit. Right? hopefully you can see that. And I think that the Jupiter in you might not incline you to ever think about things in that way, because Jupiter, as we know, for Capricorn can be tough. But if Capricorn, through some ways or means, is made to see and understand through its Capricorn logic that beyond religion and spirituality, conscious body, mind, spirit is going to make me better, that's that's scientific. Explore the science for yourself. You don't need Jupiter, you don't need faith, you just need Capricornian resolve to try what will make your life better. Hopefully that's beaming some stuff out at the universe there. But I digress. I'm getting tired, I can tell. So Saturn creates a link between their diet and their health. Saturn indicates some insecurity about their self-worth. This is very much a thing for Saturn, is they can have insecurity about their self-worth. That's a second house thing. Saturn being a delaying factor. Saturn always kind of doesn't come about till later on, with everything indicated by Saturn. So as a delaying factor, Saturn usually indicates some delay before the native finds their place in life and begins to develop their resources and develop security and peace as a result of that. So be patient with yourself if you're a Capricorn. Most Capricorns, I'll tell you what right now. If you are a Capricorn watching this video, I would invite you to consider that you probably won't come into a full, complete peace and security in your spirit, body, mind, and spirit until, number one, you go through your Saturn return at 28 years old. There'll be a big, deep shift that happens for you at that point. And even not till about 32, where you're out of the Saturn return. Like you're 2 signs away from your natal Saturn, or at least, you're out of the sign that your natal return happened in. For me, Saturn return happened around 27, 28. I've got Saturn in Aquarius, but I've got Saturn at the 1st degree of Aquarius. So my Saturn return didn't fully finish until Saturn was out of Pisces, right? So, until Saturn was out of Aquarius and into Pisces. So once your Saturn return is done, you're about age 32, you come into your Jupiter period. And so Saturn return is the first, bring you together, get your shit figured out, stop being a baby, let go of your expectations of what you hoped reality would be, and just figure out what the truth is about your soul in this narrow opportunity to make the best of it on Earth in this life that you've been given. Stop screwing around with what you hoped for reality to be and just be with what it is. But that's not going to happen until you go through your first Saturn return, and most especially at about 36, something switches on for the Capricorn because Saturn matures at 36. If you want to know more about these scripted timelines, I've done a, what the heck, why not self-promote? On my YouTube channel, let's see if I can quickly run to it. This is worth saying because for all Capricorns, age in the recurring themes of age are important to Capricorn. I have a series called The Script, the 4 age-based astrological patterns, and it's going to show the interweaving of 4 different age-based astrological patterns. It's going to talk about the Saturn return. It talks about the age of 36 when Saturn matures. Feel free to check that out if you ever feel like digging into it. But I digress. I want to finish this by saying Capricorn risings should expect to go through a lot of trouble, especially till their Saturn return, but a huge relief should happen after Saturn return and after Saturn matures at the age of 36. Even if you've got a really crappy Saturn maturing at the age of 36 is still going to make you be mature and less stupid about that afflicted Saturn. So no matter what, age 36 is a page turner. It's a deal breaker. It's a complete shift For Capricorn, who unfortunately often has a difficult early life. Take it or leave it or lump it. When you realize what your Saturn can do for your long vision, and you start acting in a way that's in accord with your long view of life, you feel the security that I'm now finally thinking about my overall picture, so I'm not going to be a starving homeless person by the time I'm 70. I have a path to do it. The opportunities are all in front of me. Now I just have to chip away at my strategy and plan. Once Saturn figures that out, around 36, 37 especially, Capricorn's life sheds a lot of undue excess weight and stress and worry. So if you're younger than 36, maybe allow this to give you a bit of hope and a bit of pressure release. Although no matter what, we can't promise that everybody's lives are going to get magically easier at 36. But it is something, a positive thing to think about for young Capricorns who are probably perhaps more worried than they could be. But I digress. So ultimately, there's usually an indication of some delay before the Capricorn native finds their place in life and begins to truly, healthily develop their resources. Now, due to ruling the rising sign, Saturn becomes a temporal benefic. So Saturn is a temporary house-based malefic. Saturn is a temporal benefic, a house-based benefic, because the first house is one of those three auspicious houses, even though Saturn is a malefic. So we're going to read about that. But as a temporal benefic, due to ruling the rising sign, Saturn places the native in their proper place. And wherever Saturn is, that really is where they're supposed to be. And you can see it by sign, by house. Wherever the Saturn is in your chart, even if it's in an ugly place full of afflictions, whatever, that is ultimately where you are probably supposed to be, in your proper place. Although you can always clean that place, get rid of the detritus, if it's a hard, difficult placement. That Saturn, wherever it's placed, is going to show a good, positive place for you. If there's afflictions there, then you just have to deal with the fact that the pearl is on a hot stove in a hot pot, and you got to make sure you don't burn your hand on the sides of that pot, but accept that this is where the pearl is. I hope that's a nifty metaphor there. And as a natural malefic, Saturn may separate the native from those areas that Saturn affects due to the native's responsibilities that only they can look after. As the first and second lord, as a natural malefic, wherever Saturn is, it's going to separate the native from those areas of effects due to responsibilities that only they can look after. The best example I could think of this is what would this be like? It's like if Saturn's mother becomes sick in a country where there's no health insurance, and so Saturn, the Capricorn person, is the only person for some reason, or it's like, the Capricorn became a doctor and they go back, they become a doctor in the Western world, they go back to some kind of poorer country, and their mother wants to live there, but she's sick, the whole family's still there. So this doctor, instead of going home and doing the things that they want to do, this is like Saturn in its sign and house has something that only the Saturn can do to fix that necessary responsibility, whatever that thing is. So I don't know if that's a great example, but the point is that Saturn, as the first and second lord, as a malefic, Saturn is always going to cause a bit of stress to whatever house it's in, to whatever planet's around, to the sign that it's in. And as the first and second lord, the nature of that malefic stress it causes is there because it is the only person qualified or with the skill or with the patience or with the desire, with the need to figure out whatever this responsibility is. And that responsibility will probably stop them from enjoying that house fully. You know, if Saturn is in the 10th house and it's exalted in Libra, and it's great, that's a great place for Saturn to be, because Saturn, this malefic energy that we're talking about, has to go somewhere and deteriorate something. But that deteriorating energy will ultimately work well in Libra, because that's where Saturn's exalted. It will probably take away much of the undue Libra energy. It'll take you from a lot of, you know, whereas most Capricorns get a lot of deals through the opportunistic 10th house, Saturn is going to be only taking the specific deals that are going to serve it in the long run. It's narrowing the Libra energy, which, yeah, now that's an example of it working really well. Let's say Capricorn, ruling the 1st and 2nd, as a malefic planet, is in the 4th house. It's debilitated there. It's bringing extra undue stress to the 4th house. And there will be things that it wants to enjoy in the 4th house. Its whole identity and even its entrepreneurial business is wrapped up in Saturn in Aries at that point. And the malefic energy of Saturn, they kind of have to work hard on 4th house things, through that happiness, through Aries things. And the work that they do as Saturn's a malefic is going to actually force them not to experience the joy that could come from the happiness of the 4th house. Saturn, wherever it's going to go, it's going to steal a little bit of your enjoyment of that house. But Saturn's got to go somewhere. So wherever it is, you might as well accept the pain, the separation from that thing, and realize it's ironic because Saturn's going to be there. That's where you're going to be. That's where you're going to be working a lot in your life. It's where you're going to build your resources and your foundation of things. But you might not ever fully get to enjoy that space, that area, that house, that sign, the planets around it, because Saturn's a malefic. It's working on that thing rather than receiving that thing. That's how malefics work. Right at 6 o'clock. What do you guys say we call it a day on this one? I can already feel my voice is starting to get there. You know what I'm saying? So, not 6 o'clock, but the 6 hour mark is what I meant to say. 5 o'clock where I am. So everybody, I hope very much that you guys have all enjoyed this. My name is Dustin Cormier. Once again, I've got a description in the chat box, or a PayPal donation link in the chat box and the description on this video. If you should feel inclined to send me a donation, I'd appreciate it. But what's more important is that you're watching these videos, you're absorbing with me the nature of self-knowledge as a fellow passionate enthusiast of consciousness. Because I think that this is the greatest wealth we can all ever have, is understanding ourselves. If the world understood itself, then everything else will follow. It's like the trunk of a tree. If you carry energy blissfully through the spine of the tree of life, all the leaves will take care of themselves. That's why they should be teaching astrology in school. But I digress. No more coffee for me, Sam. I'd never sleep. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Marina. Namaste. Thank you, everybody. We've got a lot of people hanging with us today. Aquay NM, Vanessa Carvalho. Nice to have you here. Robin Evans. Jessica Corrine. I love doing this stuff for you guys. I love doing it for myself. I just love talking about astrology, consciousness, etc. So, thank you so much for hanging out with me, folks. You know what I should have done? I'm going to start doing this for every video. And I want to, just as a reminder to myself, I almost feel like a bloated liver for whatever. I got a funny Mercury, I guess. Where is this thing? Thanks for your patience while I figure out the things. Yes, here we go. So I'm looking in my folders here. Is this little picture here. I got to start putting this at the end of every thing. So this is where you would find the link to that PayPal donations. PayPal.me/DustinCormier91. I'll make another one so it doesn't say the evolutionary script. But anyway, I put that to myself so I could see that at the end and go, oh yeah, I got to make that a thing. Putting it in my notes. So folks, I love yous. Hey Phoenix, nice to see you, buddy. I hope you enjoyed. I hope all of you guys enjoyed this video. I'm Dustin Cormier. This is How to Rock Astrology. This has been our episode on the bountiful, blissful, beautacious, and often outrageous Capricorn Rising. My Rahu, Uranus, and Neptune are here. It was my pleasure to talk with you guys about this. Stay tuned. We got more rising signs. I'm writing books. You know, we got lots of stuff coming through the Dustin Cormier pipe. Keep your eyes peeled. You'll be seeing more of it as time comes along. Enjoy